sarcasm, I swear to God. It is how early in the damn morning. Don't you? I am making the command. It will say it properly. It is fine. It'll say it correctly today because this is one of the ones that's pre-built in. You want to type it again? It's there. Oh, I had murderous rage flow through my body. Oh boy. Yeah, there it is. Correct wine. Now, here's a better question. Let me ask you something. Hold on, I'm gonna pull a Shane real quick. Let me ask you something real quick. If somebody had a small shelf of common games that were reached for, and that game was not on that small shelf, where else would that game disc end up being? Let me ask you something real quick. I thought it was inserted into it, and now I realized that damn game disc is not actually in there. Hold on, no, I got this. It's right here. Why would it be there? It's the dumbest place I could ever put it. Don't put it inside of The Last of Us Part 2. I'm not gonna look there. I pulled out Demon's Souls though, because that's a good reminder. And also, YouTube forced me to start a minute late. I had my stream up and going for, I know I'm talking, you can't see my face, because the game isn't up. I had the stream up and going for 2 minutes before YouTube would let me hit the play button for the start button. Which officially in their algorithm puts me as late. They really don't like that I've been doing things not on their schedule, not on the correct time, not the correct games. They're really starting to not like me. I'm getting the feeling that we gotta kiss and make up eventually. But they gotta first, they need to pucker up first. I'm making kissy faces. I mean, I'll make the kissy face. It depends on who it is. Who gets to kiss me from YouTube? Who do I get the kiss from? Asking for a friend. I'm asking for me. I'm the one that has to kiss them. Anyway, I got the disc in there. Give me 1 sec still. Would a friend do the kissing for me? Is that something that you can hire people for? Is kissing and making up an actual thing? Do you actually have to kiss to make up? If you had to kiss and make up for your job, would that be cheating? Is that... I'm tired. How are you guys doing this morning? I'm listening to Aunt Rhodey over here. You guys are listening to random save room music because I'm copy-pasting all of my stuff so I can switch back to Dark Souls some other time. Wait. I have to sneeze. Sorry. Excuse me, I'm a mess this morning. Wait. I think I got everything together. Did I actually do a thing? Good morning, everyone. What's going on? I ate donuts with my son. I had donuts with dads. I'm a dad. I had a donut. It's a built-in randomizer. Can I just call it that? Ethan. I know it's called Ethan. Okay. Alright. I'm about ready to actually show my face. Do I have to change anything else? That should be good enough. Alright. Do I have to show my face now? Do I actually have to come out of hiding? Alright. Here I am. What's going on? Hey, everyone. Good morning, JP. Anyone that wants to give me navies, I looked up and I saw Sass incarnate, and I decided to. Hey, Gabby. Hey, Unknown King. What's going on, Ryan? I have no idea who else is here. Blue Knight, Mocha E. So anyway, hey, Richard. Whoa, that's a lot of things that hit my eardrums at the same time. Holy crap. I have some confusing sounds in my ears. Hold on, the save music and background music from this game are both going. Holy crap. Why? Why am I this dumb? I have a mix board. I don't have to hear the same things you guys hear. I am not the smartest. Alright, let's do this though. I have a little bit of the schnuffles. Oh my god, it already... YouTube! I'm doing what... I'm gonna have to turn on monetization. I'm just gonna get... Oh, but they turned it right back off as soon as I saw that. I'm gonna have to turn it on as soon as we start playing, but everyone can get over that. YouTube is just, like, riding me over that. Let me turn off the save room. The... Boink! That got turned up. I need to fade that in and out on my mix board, instead of just abruptly cutting people off from all noises. That's gotta be jarring. It's gotta be a little jarring. Let me look. Darkstar. Philip. Colonel. Wait. Is it a sign of alcoholism to drink in the morning if you didn't sleep? I mean, that is a thing. Hey, Matto, what's going on? Hey, White Shade, what's going on? Good morning, Patrick. There's a lot of people here that saw me last night. What? You guys are as lunatic crazy as I am. Thank you, Alyssa, for gifting 5 memberships immediately to whoever is crazy enough to wake up this early, like, with me. I appreciate that. Cannibal, Angry, Bolsky. That's some welcome backs right there, Angry and Bolsky and everything. Okay. Angel, I think that's another one. John, welcome back to the back to the family. Hey, Kid Travis, what's going on? I appreciate the 5 gifted memberships. I mean, it's early. What's going on? Well, you're up at 6 a.m. every day to work out kid life. I only have Rowan like half the time though. So the other half of the time I come up with any excuse to not continue doing things that make me feel like you're probably doing it right, Patrick, but shut it. Okay. Wait, did I just hear wait. Have I never noticed that before? Wait, has that been there the whole time? Hey, Ellie. Wait, hold on. Everyone up. Have I really never... Hey, thank you, Flakes. Thank you. It's been a while. How has it been? It's been all right. It's good. All right, I'll just go. If you give me too much time, I'll just do that for... Can I get a remix of that? Can I get that set to a beat? That just deep breath? I just want that. I have my new intro music. What I want when I'm starting up a stream. I need to put on my stream deck to fade music in and out to start it. And basically, Project Zomboid, Persona 5, or Resident Evil 2 saver music is gonna probably be it. Or I should put some Dark Souls in there. Or I should actually put some. There's some actually. I think it's Epidemic Sounds that is actually putting out some decent music
I got
lately.
3. Can I get a 5?
Thank
Can
you,
I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
I did not sleep enough to hear me say that. I did not sleep enough to hear me say that, given that it is a weird thing to hear yourself say something you said a long while ago and be like, no, I wouldn't say something like that, but it's your voice that said it. You know when everyone's got that feeling where you're like, I'd never say that, or I didn't say that, and then you have to argue with your friends about whether you said it. All of the sound bits are like that for me, except for they're immortalized, and I can't be like, that was somebody else's voice. Oh, I have a shotgun. Excuse me, I have to remember how this game works as I go about it. When you read H2O, you think Adam Sandler's voice? Are you starting to go into like a monologue as well, where you hear water sucks? It really, really sucks. I got healing stuff though. Well, it's net positive. Now, I would say I don't remember how to play the game, but I just ducked naturally without even thinking about it. So I guess I can... If I'm gonna do something Resident Evil morning-ish, I'm gonna do it with like my best foot forward, which is just no thinking. I love this though. Like, I need my randomizers. I love it too much. It's a built-in randomizer. It just, I know there are set things that are places, but I mean, for all I know, it's gonna give me the burner the first, and the burner sucks. Hey, Crazy Cooney, what's going on? Good morning. I feel the same. Fire duck. I feel the exact same. JP, asking sarcasm how he likes his eggs. Are you, why? Is there context to that so I don't have to see fertilized? I don't know what's being said. I have no idea. Isn't the burner what saved me the first time I did it? The burner is good at the very end. Listen. I can be adult. I mean, I can be too, but... Oh my god, hold on. I had to be real adult this morning. Ah! You're not supposed to do that! Stop! It is too early for that. Oh, it's too early for that. Why? JP, you can be adult. Everyone can be adult. I had to be adult this morning. This morning was Donuts with Dads, for those who realize why I'm doing such an early stream. So I had to be up and cognizant and everything like that. No coffee involved. I stopped by the store after. No coffee involved with that. I was just up and had to be... This is a non-caffeinated me. Isn't that weird? I can just be up and everything. My son had to adult really fast this morning. I didn't see that coming. My son got some sass in him real fast. I don't think my son puts up with anyone's shit anymore. So this morning was Donuts with Dads. And it's a part of the Watchdog. You can go look it up. It's a national-wide program now. Nationwide program of like having more like dad presence, but like male presence in schools, and a lot of kids that, statistically speaking, we have more men in kids' lives now than we did like 20 years ago. Actually, even though it's gone up from like 17 to 34% chance that you're going to have a consistent male in your life, it's still a low figure, and I don't like that. But it's getting better. Wait, I shouldn't have done that. I thought about that as soon as I started running. I didn't cut that corner. Yeah, as soon as I did that, I thought I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, just eat the herb. So I did that this morning. My son heard somebody behind us. Like the other kids started piling into the cafeteria after, like, we're sitting there judging the donut quality. Like, we're being connoisseurs of donuts, judging that. I don't know who here lives in the South enough to be able to run into a Quick Trip, a QT, a gas station. They have delicious donuts. They have delicious donuts. Whoops. I didn't realize I ran into a splash zone. I've only used that term for women. Never. Don't say it. It's early enough in the day that my filter should be on. There's some kids there's some kids talking behind us as they walk by, and my son said like something along the lines of, "Oh, they think other people can't hear them." I was like, "What are you talking about?" They're saying they were talking about one of our hair, and I don't know if it was you or me. I was like, "What did they say?" He's like, "I don't care." And then he said something else that was muffled, and I asked him to repeat it, and he said it doesn't matter. It's obvious that they don't have some dad telling them what to do. I was like, "Whoa, Roan, whoa, whoa, whoa." He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. They don't have you as a dad telling them what to do. Otherwise, that stuff wouldn't be coming out of their mouth." And I was like, I felt really, really proud and really sad at the exact same time. My son immediately was getting on to the kids. And then it was just like, ooh, sting. That was an owl moment. You like a QT pizza? It works. I don't mind QT pizza. I'm not gonna be allowed to have it. I'm not gonna be allowed to have it really, really soon. Sooner than later. I don't want to give up. Things like that. Anyway, I saw my son. What my son did at Indeed, just like I thought last night would happen. My son definitely had one of those like angry morning resting bitch face things going on where he was eyeballing people. He's like, "Let's sit in the back of the cafeteria." So he's like, "I want all people in front of me so I can like inspect them." Did you say Quick Trips aren't that great, honestly? Maybe you've got one or two bad ones, but we're talking about gas stations here. In general, they're crap. Quick Trip is actually really good, but it's like the top of a pile of crap. But I actually do really like it. The one around the corner from me actually does the deli and the chef stuff and all this. It does it really well. Now, I have, in traveling to other states, run into Quick Trips that are, I would say, less than savory. I would say I've run into a few that had room for improvement. But not many times. Actually, the one that is closest to me right now, not the one closest to me, I don't want to give that one away. So the one, if you go further away from me, I'll say like Cobb County, in the county I live. I mean, how can I cover that up when I have a P.O. box? There is one down at a crossing that is further away from me. That's an outdoor seating area. And the restaurant area, they'll bring you your food. Like it's a restaurant if you want. They'll go the whole 9 yards. Which to me is still a weird thing that they'll do, but I'm gonna use this right now because I don't want to hear it. You hacks! 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 What's my PO box is in the description of the video. Wouldn't have happened if I had the burner. You shut it. Would have happened twice over if I had the burner. Survival knife, let's go. And my PO box is in the description of all my vids. That was BS. Yeah, mine's. Oh wait, it's the exact same scenario that killed me last time. Can I run by and it didn't hurt me this time? This game just doesn't want me to win. It's fine. My Silent Hill video doesn't have my PO box? Really? If it doesn't have my PO box, I didn't actually take it out. I'm actually gonna check that. Silent Hill, I know I'm just doing something random really quick. Silent Hill, that video had a lot of problems. I don't want to necessarily mention them all right now, but it's not me that had the issues. A lot of people said some things about that game, and they put it in ways that I think they could have really realized what they were saying and articulated it better, because it went really bad. So I didn't, some of the things that like descriptions that were changed and things like that, I didn't do that. Oh yeah, they took it out. Yeah, there are too many people. And that might have been for my own protection. Yeah, it's in this description of this. I'll go back and check and ask them. If they took out an address, they might have done it for my own protection, because I actually defended the game. And didn't necessarily defend. I just said it was actually poignant, and I didn't. That game. Oh. Ooh. That game. I found out how insensitive people can be. Jesus H, the internet. Yeah, I didn't take that away from the description of my video. That might have been taken out against my own will. I think I'm allowed to say something about it now, but I'm still afraid of it. I'm afraid of like saying much about what happened with Silent Hill, the short message. But long story short, I'm one of the few YouTubers who actually treated it with a bit of respect, and that's why the comments kept getting turned off. There are videos that dog the issues that are in there and trivialize them and make fun of them, and honestly, I'll not even call it irony of the way that people are treating it. They're becoming the exact antagonists that are depicted in the game. People who are basically cyberbullying and things like that. That game, the comments weren't being turned off because of the serious topic matter. The comments were being turned off because of what people were saying about the serious topic matter. There are videos that got a lot bigger by basically, and YouTube, don't hit me for this one, they trivialized the concept of teens and suicide, made parody videos of things like saying, like insinuating the game would just have been over if she could just jump, die, and we don't have to hear her anymore. Not even making this up. That's why my comments were being turned off, because so many people were going on to those videos and making a mockery of actual issues kids go through. It's not even like just a small thing. It's an actual thing they go through. It's awful. People are bad. It's bad. So I found out why they were getting turned off. Sorry. Wait. Starting to be in. Yeah. Well, purely technically speaking, if we were 2 years back, I'd already be a nurse. I just would have been one of the nurses like in Florida and Georgia that were let go because of the letting people who could the emergency need for more medical personnel. I passed those tests. I was able to get in under the radar and pass the licensure exam for being a registered nurse in Georgia. That's not the problem. It's that the credentials to back it up aren't there because I passed it under the Big C laws or provisions that were revoked federally on May 11th and kind of trickled down to states summarily from there. So technically when you pass that test, you are licensed to be a nurse. That is the NCLEX RN is your licensure exam. I just couldn't get Georgia to, you know, follow up on their part of then giving me my result and then also giving me my license to be a nurse because I took it right after that had been revoked in Georgia. But they still let me take it because I'd already given money. They did give me a refund. And they didn't tell me anything about that, so. So I'm studying to be something that I've already proved I was qualified to be, which is a really weird thing to go through. Wow, always glad to make people need therapy. Thank you, Sarcasm. That's what I always need. I've learned the full scope of my predicament, and it is mind-numbing. Though I will say, to argue the other side, I will come out the other side as a better nurse than I would have been if I just entered in by just being able to pass the NCLEX. Because knowledge of the NCLEX asks a lot of critical thinking, and there's a lot of dynamic questions that lead into each other. Right now, I'm having to really buckle down with, like, let's be honest, 75% of things that I will never use, really ever. But who am I kidding? Pharmacology is one of my weaker subjects. Having to go through that BS is fine. It benefits other people. But honestly, I wasn't going to ever make a mistake of, I wasn't ever going to make a mistake of, oh yeah, someone's got a declining blood pressure and heart rate. Let me go ahead and give them their blood pressure medication. I'm not going to make stupid mistakes in the first place. Not stupid, deadly ones. There's some really dumb things that nurses have done, and I wasn't going to do any of those. No, yeah, I wasn't going to... I was qualified enough that I wouldn't give, as I've now seen quoted, I wouldn't give anybody a celestial discharge from the hospital. But it's fine. Instead of having to pay a few $100s to take the same licensure exam and be requalified in the state of Georgia, now that there's the question of all mandates are back in place of basically show where you got your education from. Yeah, that's why that's where I'm at right now. So I have to go and take a semester somewhere. I'm trying to get ready for the end of this month to be able to be enrolled in. I don't know if I can make it. We only got like 12, 13 days left in this month. And I need to be able to just nope on out of all med-surg. Famously quoted as being the hardest classes that nurses will take. I need to be able to nope out of those classes. That's a tough sell. So we'll see. I need to be more on the practical side of things so I can do clinicals and all that. I'd rather do that than waste my time with A&P and med-surg. Yeah, med surg is just a pain. But honestly, I'm realizing right now that being a cardiac nurse, I'm getting a little too fascinated. Like, my desire to see a PCI, especially like in an adult, a radial PCI, when I would just think you'd go for femoral every single time. Femoral. I have two different professors saying two different things in my ears. Femoral and femoral. Now my brain cannot decide which is correct. Mom, 5 more minutes. Okay, I'm up. Hey, GJ. As I'm getting up. Yeah. Well, cardiac is no. Let me say this. Cardiac is a nightmare across the board. If you're gonna go into the hardest, like ICU, PICU, NICU, those are like just the across the board hardest ones, most qualifications needed. Not just everyone can be in the room type deal. You need more qualifications to go in there. You're not supposed to be floated to like NICU, even though that happens. That does freaking happen. You can be floated on over to NICU without proper qualifications to be over there, which is beyond my comprehension on how that happens. But you know what? We'll just glide right past that issue and just move on to other ones. So you can be, there's a float pool of nurses where they can see who's called out, who needs more help, what like unit needs more anything, and they can just assign nurses from that to different. They can also use that float pool for the idea of if they need CNAs, or if their charge is down and they need an actual charge, but usually they'll just say, like, hey Riley, there's a few different things that they can do with it. Cardiac is a nightmare though. Outside of the biggies, it's still a nightmare in a clinical. However, I see what you get, what you're saying. Outside of actually a hospital, cardiac is a nightmare for the idea of, no, there's not much you can do. There's a big difference from, battlefield type deal. There is a huge difference. I get what you're saying. Cardiac's just a nightmare either way though. It's a scary nightmare. But I'm way too fast because I keep coming back to it and thinking that it's not that I want to see people get hurt. I want to see how they fix it. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense, because my job will be to see people don't show up to the hospital healthy just being like, hi, I just wanted to say hi. They're gonna show up hurt one way or the other. But my brain keeps getting fixated on, like, I want to see. Hey, True Winner, what's going on? Oh, God! And me and medical terminology are going to fight to the ends of the earth. But I do have to study more today. I have more studying I have to get through. I'm gonna do my best to be able to make the deadline for the end of this month for being for admissions. I only need to basically test out of a few classes, and by a few I mean about, it's in one college 11, and another college I'm looking into 14. So, you know, no biggie. And then take one semester and I should be good to go. With my BS, my bachelor's. Talking to administration about admissions and everything is a really weird thing when you have to really try to tell them, no, I'm very serious that I would like to just take one semester and be able to get through that. And I get a lot of weird looks. They're like, are you talking about an accelerated program? I'm like, yeah, in a sense that we're gonna accelerate it right through everything that you'd usually be used to. I'm self-studied. I've already passed the NCLEX. I need to pass it again. Oh yeah, I've got all the cheat sheets. That's not the problem with medical terminology. I've got the Latin and the cheat sheets under the belt. It's I don't know how to describe it other than when you hear me live, anyone should be able to hear how my brain ends up working. I longhand explain things so often that defining things by just using one word is very weird to me. It's just really weird to me. To give a better example, I lost a lot of my ability to like hold on to a lot of just general terminology when my brother died, because I became completely disenfranchised with the idea that people didn't understand what I was saying, and kept earlier on in my YouTube career just kept saying, why is he throwing out all these SAT words? Is he trying to sound smart? So I felt a disconnect with my own profession, and the fact that I'm using bigger words makes me something different apparently, which was a weird thing to go through. But even after the idea of I use big words, I need to stop doing that, I'm trying to sound pretentious and all that, my brain goes on this idea that if I wasn't talking to my brother, I always had to I always felt like everything I got interested in, I had to go back and explain. And now that I see it for my son, I know it's not just me. And so my son suffers the same thing. I hear him talking to his friends, and he wants to talk about, like, my son wants to talk about a lecture that he heard that, you know, he really, his favorite movie is Interstellar. He's listened to lectures about, you know, the exact lecture I'm talking to him about Neil deGrasse Tyson that he gave about Neil deGrasse Tyson's mentor and teacher, who taught him about the idea that if you were able to be in the orbit of two black holes and you did a figure eight, theoretically, after you finish that figure eight of being in the gravitational pull in the orbit of those two black holes, you circle around one, slingshot to the other one. When you return to the spot you started from, you should actually, theoretically, because of time dilation and the distortion of what's actually happening while you're circling those black holes, you should end up at your starting point before you ever arrived at your starting point. Theoretically speaking. Time is a very weird thing, and when you deal with black holes, yes. If two black holes have not come together to form a singular black hole yet, and you theoretically start your figure eight around it, and when my son starts talking about topics like that with his friends, I even hear him on the phone in a group call and he wants to bring something up, and he ends up having to start from scratch of things like, I'm like, Rowan, you know this, and he's like, yeah, but they don't. And I get where he's coming from. I got used to, like, already 8-7 years ago, you heard me drop most of the big words I ever used, because I just kept getting made fun of in my comment sections and then live everything that, like, oh, I'm just trying to sound smart. And so there's this part of me that just now really struggles with just generalized terminology, even if I know the, like, the mnemonics and the tricks. And yes, you can learn all your prefixes and suffixes and be able to figure out, like, you know, okay, well, this means inflammation, like itis, pericarditis. If people don't know what itis means, it means inflammation. Like, there's things like there. Now, that's why you hear a lot of the same, like, words like that. You've got a lot of things going on, blah blah blah, and so I now kind of just suffer from the idea of I'm out of practice. Did explosion really not hit him? That's such bull. Please die. Please die. Please die. I need you to die. Okay. An explosion was supposed to kill you. Why are you not dead? Please die. Thank you. Yeah, well, I mean, I was a little remember, I did start this channel with the idea that my brother would be here, and it would be the idea that he would have my back on things. So I kind of started off like being a little bit more cavalier and my mindset was just different. Now that I don't have my brother with having my back because he's not here to have it. There's a few things that I kind of realized that I wasn't, especially 8 years ago and plus, I wasn't ready to be like that. So I kind of dropped all that, and now I'm out of touch with it enough that I struggle, but I'm fine with struggling. I'm not fine with hurting patients, but I'm fine with my own personal struggles as long as they don't... Yes! As long as they don't hurt a patient. So I don't mind struggling with the idea of I'm slacking. And I don't mind with the idea of, like, my original idea was that I wanted to be an LPN so I could get my hands on and basically skip having to go through clinicals and I could go basically dadgummit, I always forget the R word. When you're being precepted, when you're first onboarding and all that jazz, but kind of the step before that, whatever. My brain just decided to nope out of that conversation. I wanted to go the LPN route, get my hands-on experience like that with a charge nurse like breathing down my neck all the time. Rad. I had plans and they got dad, so now I'm learning more. Let's kill it. Oh my god, hi. In case he didn't. Okay, hold on. I have no time to read that, and therefore, anyone who is reading that, if you just got offended by what... I forgot to get the Albert! We're risking this whole run over the idea that I'm going and getting that freaking Albert. I refuse. I refuse. We ain't doing this without that Albert. Hey, X, what's going? It's not offensive, it's educational. You're not afraid of a girl, are ya? You say that.
Bless your heart. You know I'm gonna punch you in the air.
She just gave me a bless your heart.
Don't be like that, Ethan. Show yourself.
Is she gonna jump up there, please?
Settle down. Settle down.
Okay.
I'm not gonna miss you at all. Poor Evie's gonna be heartbroken.
Oh my god. That's a joke that I've already heard enough times, and even Guacamfleck made that joke. Did you write down in the patient's chart that they had purulent? Yeah. Did you write down the patient's chart that he had a pussy discharge? Yeah. You do know that the patient's medical record is permanent, right? Yeah. You do know that can be read a different way, correct? Oh yeah. Care plans, those are fun. I hope you had fun with that sarcasm, learning care plans. Go ahead and throw all that out the window. Like, honestly, I've been getting some good advice from people who have more experience than me. Just lump what most care plans would say as pain and ambulatory, and then the third variable that applies to their stuff, and just go from there. Throw out everything else, because you never have somebody with just one issue. At least it might have just started with one issue, but it's not how it's finishing. Oh God. Oh, I'm all up in that vag. Gross, 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 gross. Words I didn't want to say about her. Is the correct term pus-filled? You really, honestly, there's so many terms to avoid the word. Just using pus as the term for what's going on. Well, oh yeah, there. I mean, there's the idea that we're talking about, like, you know, field versus like a hospital, which is different, yeah. Most care plans, when I'm talking about that, for nursing, basically they have all these things. It's like your nursing priorities, like priority 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No one's in the hospital with just, you know, a simple set of circumstances that can be just that easy, and it gets thrown out the window. And then you need to teach it to what usually one of your biggest ones is going to be things like smoking. As much as you want to shove it down someone's throats, that they are in there again because they will not stop smoking. Because there's a lot, I mean, you're going to have a lot of vasoconstriction and things like that. You're going to have a lot of problems coming on cardiac. All these things from smoking. Like, you can't get them, usually, you can tell them that would be in their best interest. Oh yeah, she's dead. But like, you have to, when you look at it of being like your priorities, and that's the top priority of like a lot of care plans. It's like, that's, I'm gonna tell them not to, but I also need to like emphasize what they'll actually do, because I'm not gonna be able to give them like the talk that'll finally make them put down cigarettes. But I will be able to make sure that they are ambulatory and out of pain, and then like for their specific situation, what can alleviate symptoms as they're either in the hospital and what they need to go through to get discharged, and after discharge, what they need to do for follow-up so I don't see them back in the hospital. But Jesus Christ. What's my current Ethan record? Oh God. Is somebody else here that remembers that stuff? Is it 12? Is it oh, my personal best is 12. The world record now is 18 in a row. When I run them at about 30 minutes per hour, for me to sit down and beat my personal best, I need to actually go at it for a long while. But it's 12 wins in a row, no deaths. Good morning, Vamp. I mean, honestly, when you think about, yes. A lot of, if you want to put, wasn't hard actually, most care plans are keep their heart rate. Yeah, you're talking about, what I'm talking about is like the care plans that you're supposed to be, in an actual hospital setting, you'd be surprised that most of the time, whatever the nurse says is what goes. It's like, sorry, like, you know, you think your patient should probably be on something like we should, like, their values came back, this, that, and the other. I want them on X medication. You can eat, whatever you say usually is going to come back as, like, you can be like, should we try maybe them on, you know, Dilaudid for the pain, vancomycin, and put them on, you know, a secondary antibiotic. And you'll see, like, the next thing that happens is that you have orders for all the things you said. So a lot of the things that you go through when it gets into being in a hospital setting, you'll find out the nurses do a lot more of deciding your care than you'd think. And so when you have to think about like the care plans of like what would be the best, you have to advocate for your patient in a way that I don't appreciate that it's up to the nurses, but it is what it is. Good morning, Vicky. No, I mean, it should be for the doctors. It should, you're correct. It should be for the doctors. It's not the doctors. It's the nurses. I mean, 75% of the time, it is the doctors, yes, overseeing everything and starting a lot of care. But you're talking about doctors that are there like 9 to 5 checkout, and they're like, that you ask for a consult, and they're like, get me on Monday. They're not. They don't want to be there on the weekend. It's Friday during lunch. Does that mean this should be called Ethan Must? Well, Ethan Must fish fry because it's in the bayou. We can get some crawdaddies in there too. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of pitiful what... I'm gonna be honest with you. Your care when you're in a hospital, especially with a lot of hospital systems that you really wish were better, which is exactly why I do want to be I want to be in a position to help people, and if I'm going to, I don't want to necessarily go for doctorate stuff. I never really did. I never wanted to be a doctor. One, I don't want to spend literally, I believe the statistic is 48 or 49% of my time doing paperwork, not being with patients. So a lot of doctors' job just comes down to paperwork. A lot of a doctor's job comes down to, like, when they say that they need to consult stuff and they need to look stuff up, they are totally on WebMD. Yeah, I mean, hey, if I can encourage you to quit smoking, it's one of the biggest things. I hope people get. It is one of the biggest reasons you're gonna see people having complications. If you think about the body of like what it really is, your body is basically this, but your brain and your heart. There's a reason why there is clinical death and brain death. Thank you, Yarg. I appreciate that. I'm gonna wait till that pops up. And if you think about it from that idea that we classify death in two different ways, if your heart stops or if your brain stops, then you get to see like exactly how important those two things are. Your heart is the only organ you've got in your body that from the moment you're born till you die, it never gets to stop. It gets impacted so hard from the idea that people smoke because it has things that will constrict the heart's ability to function and restrict the ability for your lungs to function. And if you didn't know, your heart is only doing things that your lungs can first. You have to perfuse blood with oxygenated blood through your body, through the idea that your pulmonary artery is gonna, be able to get to your lungs and actually be able to have an oxygen exchange and get through your pulmonary veins back to your left ventricle to pump through your aorta and get to the rest of your body, and then go through distally and perfuse your own heart. If you have too much vasoconstriction and you have too much basically blockage of the alveolar ducts or the alveoli themselves or this, that, and the other, you're gonna have issues. You're gonna have big medical issues that you can't get around. And one of the biggest things for a lot of care plans is trying to, inform patients, you are basically here because you're smoking. Now, that's not like to say all issues are solved by saying, put them on some saline, give them to stop smoking. But the alleviation of so many symptoms that come down to the idea of in another way to put it, when you look at how to care for patients, you are almost always looking at how do I make a patient better? And I have to think about like their heart. Like I can't think about more like when you're being put in sedation. Can they handle sedation usually comes down to cardiac and pulmonary. It comes down to, can your lungs keep respiring? Can your heart keep beating? If we can keep those two things going as we put you under sedation, then you can handle the surgery. If you can't, you can't. If you can't handle the medication because your heart can't compensate, that your cardiac output would be too low or something like that, and you can't perfuse blood throughout the body, we can't put you on that medication. We can't do a lot. So there's a lot of things that go into it, but it almost always comes back to you have to have this central focus on your major systems. And then that's where, renal system comes into it, because the biggest way that your body just naturally controls your blood pressure would be your kidneys. That if you need to have higher blood pressure because you have to have a certain cardiac output, that you put up blood pressure by putting more water into your blood, basically. And you can then restrict that water from your kidneys, bring it right back if you need to lower blood pressure, because your system is compensatory. And so you've got a few different systems that go along. All of that's to say, that all flies out the window if you're constricting everything and vasoconstrictors just clamp everything down, you're gonna have more ideas that basically systems get blocked. No one wants to have to go through any kind of bypass, but that's getting towards the fringes of like, you've got to have a lot of blockages over a lot of time. But it's really hard to combat, like, even the symptoms of withdrawal and like the pulmonary problems, and then the idea that your pulmonary issues, your pulmonary artery is the only artery you've got that pumps, that has deoxygenated blood going anywhere because it's about to get oxygenated by the, if your lungs can't reciprocate, then when it's getting through your aorta and going into your arteries and then your arterioles and then gets to your capillaries to do its exchange with everything that's perfusing to, then it goes to your venules and then your veins, which is your deoxygenate, back up to your, you know, your heart, going back into your, and you constrict all of that, you're gonna have a problem. Vasoconstrictors, what are the vasoconstrictors are anything that can constrict your vascular system, most like your veins, arteries, things like that. So vasodilators would be the opposite. Oh, you're having me explain. Sorry, I was like, you know this, I thought. You confused me for a second. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, my son's birthday is like Sunday, and mine was just last Sunday. How long has it been? Last Sunday, Sunday before? No, that would be a misconception. Like, weed is not gonna be your answer for that. I'm sorry to tell you, but since it's legalized, we've got more and more evidence on exactly what cannabis does, and it's not good. I'm not getting into all of that because YouTube doesn't like that being talked about by anyone that's not specifically a doctor. But suffice to say, you don't want to end up being on the bad side of what can actually happen to your brain. Permanent changes or life-changing events that can happen because of that. But if you want to hear about somebody who went through that, just so happens Aaron Hansen from Game Grumps. Aaron Hansen is one of the few that actually are a public figure and went through the permanent physiological changes that cannabis consumption can put you through. And he has now problems with a few things that we now can, since it's legalized in some places, we now know exist. And his brain now is attuned to the idea of certain number sequences put him into panic attacks. Certain words and colors can actually screw with him, and they're directly attributed. It's not like it's like, oh, like something else happened. No, it's a direct effect of I mean, saying that you have a 20-25% chance of having a permanent change in your biochemistry from the moment that you ever imbibe in cannabis is might seem like a big deal unless you're that percentile. Then it's huge, and that's just that. And that doesn't vasoconstrict things that constrict your cardiovascular system aren't alleviated by cannabis. So no, it's not the answer. You can't just you can't counter one with the other. Self-medication is never the way to go. If you notice, my brain is actually more able to talk about things like this in the morning because I haven't died inside from hitting the books yet. My brain is not completely mush quite yet this early. Give it time though. Oh yeah, the tip: don't inhale smoking chemicals. That is actually true. That's the biggest. Your lungs were meant to just do certain functions. Don't inhale things that it wasn't supposed to inhale. If you inhale anything else, you have systems in your body that were meant to get rid of it, but it wasn't meant to get rid of it at like a big, like your body can handle being around a campfire. Can it handle around being at a campfire for every single night? No, it was not meant for that. Will you have problems? A good example of that would be my dad's COPD is a direct effect of him working for Waffle House for 20 years. My dad's COPD is not from smoking. His lungs look like a smoker's lungs, but his COPD comes from breathing in grease from being inside of a Waffle House as being a manager of a Waffle House for almost 2 decades. So my dad right now is riding death's doorstep and straddling that doorway as if it's a game of chicken, of whether he wants to be like an alive person or not. I would say he has 1 foot in the grave, but my dad's too stubborn to just like have life-threatening things happen and then just go down. He just wants to like make us scared every 5 seconds. It feels like, wow, it just came through. I'm sorry, Yard.
Can I
Look
get a
at
5?
that.
Can I get a 5?
It just came through on my end.
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
He's 5 without a foot long. Oh my god.
Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
I have played Fallout 76. I played it when it was it just came out, and I got really sad. I know it's been made better. Will I go back to it? I don't know. I own it. I've played it. It made me very, very sad. But I played it like on release type deal, which it was just not good. I never wanted to touch Fallout games because that was my brother's thing that he was gonna do. And then that came out, and I was like, maybe I'll touch that game. And then it made me sad. Let me just flip between things. Yeah, your body was not meant to be able to. The grease basically turned my dad's lungs really bad. I should update it today. I actually might have a chance to update the Discord today. What is this? The stabilizer? I don't need to reload faster. I'm fine. Guys, see Kira, what's going on? Oh no, you're fine, Yarg. You can ask whatever questions you want to about that stuff. No, I mean I've never been shy about the idea of like some games are more like my brother loved like New Vegas, Fallout New Vegas and stuff like that. I played Fallout 76. It was just I played it on release and it was it was what it was. Like I don't know. Like there's no painful memory other than the pain of being like the game just being so broken when I played it. I think it's better now. Just lurking? I'm fine with people lurking, that's fine. I'm lurking in my own headspace right now. I feel like I'm the one living rent-free in somebody else's brain at this moment. I'm really I'm still tired. How am I doing? Hey, Timothy. How am I doing today? I mean, today's one of the days that usually I have to, you know, say hi to my son over at FaceTime. And instead I got to have him with me this morning. Because I have 50-50 with my ex, with my son's life. And it's a 2-2-3 schedule. So it's like, it's, I have him 2 days, she has him 2 days, I have him 3 days. Then the next week would be that she has him 2 days, I have him 2 days, she has him 3 days. It makes it so every other weekend he's with the other parent, and during the weekdays we both switch off 2 days and 2 days. So like this is not my weekend to have him Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Next weekend will be my weekend to have him Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're at the correct days for that, right? Cool. So you know this and he switches off like Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday nights on whose house he's at. So this would usually be a morning where he tells me like, you know, good morning, Dad, and going to school, love you. He still calls me even though he doesn't have to. He never, like, he always sounds put out with his mom calling. And he always calls me, and it's because I never force him to call me. He's like, Dad, you know, if I don't call you, it's because I was staring at a game. I was trying to make the game bend to my will. Mom told me what time it was, and I realized that she'd get mad if I called. And I was like, child, my career is gaming. I know how that works. He's like, I know, Dad, your career is gaming. I get it, but still, I'm just telling you why I didn't call. He tries to explain all these things to me. He's like, Dad, you know, Dad, I would have called, but he calls me in the mornings too to just be like, especially when he sees that I am like didn't stream the night before, he'll call me in the morning. He'll be like, Dad, you should be awake. I'm like, no, I'm not awake. What are you talking about? He's like, Dad, you didn't work last night. I was like, I was studying. I was doing a voiceover. I was working. He's like, yeah, but you weren't working. And I was like, what is that supposed to mean? He's like, people, Dad, people. My son actually knows what my issue is. It's people. When I have to deal with just other things, it's fine. The second I have to deal with other people, my mental capacities and my competency for how long I can do it just tanks. So when I'm like talking to you guys, it's not like it's a burden. It's just, it is a lot more encumbering to like my ability to like be a functional adult. Because I have to think of words and things, and I get lost in my own head a lot. And if I do that on the stream, so my son calls me out on that all the time, and he's just like, no, Dad, you didn't work last night, so you have the ability to be awake and think. I'm like, child of mine, I would like strangle you if you were anyone else, but you're completely correct. So I'm not allowed to, on like several different reasons. He's like, Dad, you threaten violence all the time. I was like, I do not. He's like, you said you strangled me yesterday. I was like, you sat on my face yesterday. What do you expect? I threatened violence yesterday out of love for the idea of I should have just like thrown bows at you. That is a true story. He came in my room. My son used to come in my room and sit on my face to wake me up. If I wouldn't wake up, and he'd be like, Dad, Daddy, and then he'd just sit on me. And half the time he'd misjudge that he didn't like sit on my back or my chest, and he'd land his butt on my face. And he's been doing that ever since he could get out of the crib. It's just crazy that he knows exactly how to make me like, ugh. So my son's just got that in him. He never does that to his mom. His mom would kill him. And I instead am like, child, I'm up. I'm awake. What is it that you want? He's like, Dad, I want breakfast. We're out of like muffins and other things. I'm like, you could have done anything else. He's like, yeah, but this works faster. I was like, yeah, if you deprive people of oxygen, they seem to respond pretty quickly. Isn't that correct? Yes, child, you are right. Depriving me of oxygen made me act. That is not like, I want to tell him like that's a kink. I'm super excited to finally be able to get a physical copy of Power Washer Simulator for PS5. Wait, Power Washer Simulator is coming out for PS5? It's gotten that much traction? If it's coming out for PS5, I might have to play it, because that game seems so appealing to just brain fart out to, of just, I'm just gonna make things clean. I kind of want to do that. Oh, can I play Power Washer on this and not get in trouble with YouTube? It's already out? Can YouTube not get me in trouble? It seems like the most not mind-numbing fun ever. Is it really? I want it. Oh God. YouTube gods, please, can I have it? Can I have it? Can I have this? They won't let me have Dark Souls. What am I kidding? They won't let me have it. But is it like trending? Or am I too late? If it's trending, I can have it. Anything that's trending, they let me have. It is like I'm talking to like a parent asking, please, may I? God. Oh, I want it. YouTube, let me have this. Is it cheap at least? Or is it like actual stick? Is it like 20 bucks? I can afford like I can't, like, I'm someone right now who can't afford things. Like, my son was like, oh, I'm gonna just like get like, my son had a gift card to Steak and Shake last night, and I was like, I'm not buying shit. Like, you have a gift card, daddy doesn't got shit. I'm not spending money. 25? Ooh, I might be able to swing that. Oh, that sounds so good. I want to wash things. Is that weird? Oh, okay, hold on. I gotta figure out what... Do I have any other... Oh, crap. I left the other pistol upstairs. Well, we've got this piddly one. I left the other pistol upstairs and I dropped down because I was talking. But I have this, so that makes up for it, kind of. Do I risk not having health items? Are there health items somewhere? Do I have the Heelys? Ooh, I'm really risking if I do that. I need one. There's gunpowder. I need one health item. I don't want to risk it. All right. You've almost... Oh, thank you, GJ.
I'm gonna let you in on a little-known secret of comedy. Bad things aren't funny when they happen to Daddy.
All right.
What about Mommy?
Oh, Mommy's fair game. Go for the throat.
I'll
Just get it wrong.
I'll put it in the... I will literally right now, so I don't forget. I'll put it in the shopping cart. I'll put it in the shopping cart. Oh, my phone is about to die. Oh, I should hook that up. Thank you so much, GJD. I appreciate that. What's YouTube's problem? Because it's not the thing I'm supposed to be doing. That's YouTube's problem with it. Power wash simulator PS5. There it is. It is actually published by Square Enix. Really? It really is. Okay. That's not something I expected to see. The problem is that I'm not in my lane. If I stray out of my lane, they get onto me. Remember, I am a strictly one-trick pony until I have a check mark next to my name. And then I cannot be as well. Yeah, even if that's for nobody else. Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, Squaresoft. I still call Square Enix Squaresoft. Just depends on who I'm talking to. I grew up back in my day. We didn't have all these confangle dangle names for things that all different like that. We just called it Square Soft, and I had my Legend of Minas, my Final Fantasies. It's charging now. Armored Core 6 is installed and ready to go. It's coming. All right, did I kill enough? I didn't need the health items. Die. All right. I never used to do this. I used to just take the other one out with the other thing, and now it's a backup. Don't hit the thing. Turn around. Shoot faster. Shoot faster. Okay. That's why I don't use that one. I need to run away faster. Cool. I can get the Magnum. Let's do it. Do it to it. Yeah, I mean, I never mean for people's investments not to pay off. I truly will never have the opportunity to play many things because I don't I don't know if people know this, but I'm not rich. But I am hoping with the idea of finally not being overqualified for a job, of having a nursing license and being a nurse. If I can run myself, just the idea that I can actually be a full-time nurse and also do this job means that I must be, who likes pain? A masochist? I must be a masochist. That's some masochistic tendencies right there. That I could actually be a full-time nurse working my 40 hours a week, 40 hours plus, hear the beeping in the background forever, and still come and be like, hey guys, what's going on? With that said, at least it'll be a job that feels fulfilling to me finally. It's not that this job doesn't feel fulfilling, it's just this job isn't meant being like a counselor like I wanted to be, or physically helping people like I wanted to in the medical industry. So like, I'll be coming and doing this and being, but I also will have the credentials for YouTube to lay off, because they'll put a little disclaimer saying that I'm a medical professional, because I can't submit that to YouTube, that I'm a, you know, having a BSN and being a registered nurse for Georgia and everything. You can submit your everything to YouTube, and they'll just put a disclaimer under all of your videos saying that this is actually a professional speaking, and if you want to get further, so that'd be nice. I don't ever have to shy away from saying like the C word, because technically I'm a medical professional and I'm allowed to talk about it. And you're supposed to, they'll just put a disclaimer under my video saying like, they'll never demonetize me, just saying check with your own healthcare provider stuff, blah, blah, blah. So that'll be nice. I never mean to dismiss when people try to help. It's just, it will, having another job that is not this will lead me to be able to be more freedom to be creative, which will make YouTube happy in the long run, because I'll just do whatever I want to and people who like it will come, and then it'll get a more diverse audience, so I can just do whatever I want to. YouTube's very short-sighted until you make certain milestones now. That wasn't the same case 5 years ago. You could do just whatever you wanted to, and they'd give you credit for that. So anyway, hey Jared, I would have very many spicy stories. That is true. But it would be the idea of finally I would be in a position where I don't need YouTube to pay for my like rent, like being hired in with your actual BSN and being a registered nurse. Starting pay will pay for this apartment and will let me go back and get a house. Banks will no longer be like, well, you're self-employed and we can't trust you. That's not going to be an issue anymore. I'll be able to go off and actually go back to owning my own house. One thing I usually leave out of my previous stories is that while I might have been pulling in the most money, one of the biggest problems I had with buying my first house was that being self-employed, they didn't want to trust me. What happens if my self-employment stops employing myself? And so instead, we had to put a bigger down payment, and then the banks wanted to reject us again. And it was when Mel got a job, my ex-wife, when she got her job as being a teacher, that the banks were like, oh, never mind, everything's cool. Because she wasn't going to be on the mortgage at first. As soon as she got a job, like she didn't need to be on the mortgage, I was just doing it all myself. As soon as she got her job, when she could say like, oh yeah, I've got a government job with a W-2, they're like, oh yeah, everything's thumbs up. I'm over here ready to put down $20,000 on a house. And on a house that only cost me, I think, $110,000. This is back in like 2009. And they gave me so many hassles about that. I don't have the burner again. Ain't that a thing? Huh. Who would have thought? Spicy stories are a thing. Yeah, a lot of it's so I do want the pay differential of working nights. And plus I'm a night owl, so I do better probably working nights. I've always worked night shifts when I can. And the pay differential is enough to actually put my income high enough that I wouldn't have to worry about things. So it would be nice to be free from the shackles of having to worry about like my sole income my sole major income being from this, and whenever I get sick, like voice acting and voiceovers, I can't do anymore. I can't. That's not 100% true, but I can do for the most part. I can't do it very well. When you get hired to do, I had my doctor, oh my God, chewed me out. It was only like a month ago. I was sick and my doctor chewed me out. We're still trying to. I was like, hey, they call it magic mouthwash, and it's a combination of 4 different medications that you gargle with. And I got it specifically so that I had a voiceover job, and it was only paying like $115, but it has the potential to lead into me working actually with a big company that everybody knows the name of, which is a nice inn. Like, you would like to be able to do something like that. Because doing voiceover anything is just, holy crap, it's hard to get into the industry. And he got onto me so bad. He was just like, you should just not speak. He's like, you know, the option is also just not to speak. And I was like, yeah, but I need to work. He's just like, but you also need to get healthy. He's like, yeah, but that's kind of, I have to pay to get healthy. And he's like, you got to pay for being sick. Hi there. No. I don't want anything of what you're, I don't want what you're selling. Blast. No. No. She left. She don't want none. Hey, Darkstar. Thank you for stopping on by. When self-employed in the USA, do you need base social contribution? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm taxed up the ass. I have to use as many tax write-offs as I can to just make sure that I can keep everything afloat. Which people don't understand taxes many times. So when I talk about tax write-offs, they don't understand that it's not free money. A tax write-off is saying I spent money to make the business keep going, and therefore when I pay taxes to get the equipment, I should not be taxed for anything. Like, it's really weird that I have to explain this way too often, but I do. I feel like I have to explain every time I ever bring it up because I get a message about it later. When I have a tax write-off to keep my business going, that's 2 wins in a row. A tax write-off simply means that if I spent $500 for a piece of equipment to do my job, the next $500 I make, I don't need to tax it for the government because I didn't get to keep it. Right? That's not, it didn't go in my bank account to stay. It went in my bank account and left it to keep the business going. I have to use every single thing that I can muster because the US has a really bad tax system where they tax usually the poorest harder than they do people who make more money. And they do it under the auspices of if you earn it, you keep it. But, you know, that's bullshit because if I earned it, I should keep it just as much as the upper tax brackets. So there's, you know, the tax system in the U.S. is utter garbage when it comes to the idea of we give so many tax breaks to those who actually have enough money to pay taxes. But they get to control the laws, therefore they don't have to do it. But yeah, if you want Social Security, pay into Social Security. Do you have to pay federal taxes, state taxes, everything? Yep. Is it weird to some people that, like, yeah, there are a few states that don't have a state tax? That's a weird thing to some people, even in the U.S. I know there are a few states that don't have a state tax. Which is, yeah. I pay my federal, I pay my state tax. I have to pay into Social Security, even though the only cure for Social Security right now is make people pay more and up the age at which you get it, but that's a different thing. Yeah, people don't get. I actually get, on average, the paychecks I get, if I got them through a business, not only would I pay on average 10% less of my paychecks to the government, and that is the biggest difference. I pay 10% more in taxes for how much I make per year than the average person who works for somebody else. So just off the top, whatever I make, 10% more comes out of my pocket. On average, every year, I pay upwards of 33 to 40% of everything I make to the government. That's a staggering of even after all the write-offs, somewhere between 33 to 40% of everything I make goes away. and I don't get to keep. So at the end of the year, I don't get like a tax return. I haven't in a decade gotten a tax return. I, at the very end of the year, hopefully did everything correctly, that either I have to pay like $50, and that was like the differential between like how much I was paying throughout the year. I don't get the money back being self-employed usually at all. But like I always have to explain that other part. Well, thank you, True Devil Fox. The other part I have to explain usually before I ever talk about taxes is that, like, no, tax breaks are not, like, when it comes to the idea of a tax break or a tax write-off, tax write-offs are kind of a little different. Yeah, it's just you paid it to run your business, therefore you don't need to pay it in taxes. Yeah, I have to argue with banks about that. They want to see a trend. So, like, let's say last year or year before last, when I got extremely depressed and blew through a lot of the savings I ever had, and my business actually suffered a $12,000 loss because of me needing mental health for about 2 months, and I was not getting enough of it. When I suffered that hit, the banks immediately just wanted to shut me down, even though I could prove for the other decade of my life that they were looking at that was an outlier, and that I even had the means to be able to keep a roof above my head and still get past it because I was that fiscally responsible. That would usually be a hit that would take a small business down, and I was able to make it work. And they're just like, no. They say no. My first house had to be dependent on the idea that I had to bring my ex onto the mortgage. My second house was, why not bring my ex onto the mortgage? I thought I'd be married to her for life. This house was desperation from I had declared bankruptcy to keep her credit. Yay! I declared bankruptcy to keep her credit good, and that screwed me over. When I didn't realize that she was the one bleeding out money, I decided to take all of the cards that we had, take her name off of them. I didn't realize how the credit had blimped up. I had always used, like, I had my Discover card had a credit limit that was upwards of $20,000 on it. And when especially the days when I was being an armorer and working on weapons for different companies down in southern Georgia, where basically I would, make them compliant with U.S. regulation, and I sell them to different stores or pawn shops or this and the other, or to individuals through, proper channels, background checks and everything. But I wasn't usually the one selling, or that I was doing wholesale buys and everything like that, where I was a wholesale buyer and then I was selling it to different stores locally, that I'm the middleman basically for a lot of things. As an armorer, I'm not the middleman. I'm actually doing work to make sure that your firearm isn't, like, gonna just not fire or it's gonna explode in your face. That's different. But yeah, being wholesale, you do feel like a middleman kind of person. Don't hit me. I got too gung-ho. No, I mean, it was just a job. I learned the hard way after I bought my own 18-wheeler. Boy, do I hate Uncle Sam now. Yeah, buddy. My firearm shouldn't be an ID. Yeah, I mean, that's what I would hope. I was doing a lot of those things to just make ends meet and whatnot. But I didn't realize where a lot of, like, how did my credit get run up? And I never put it together until it was way too late that it was actually my ex doing it. So the reason I'm even not able to just go off and just buy another house when I got divorced wasn't because I was fiscally irresponsible. It was actually because I had a bankruptcy under my belt still. I thought I was doing the right thing in a marriage because she was always complaining about money. And I really should have checked credit card statements much closer and not trusted her as much as I did. Because I thought she always said it was my fault. I really believed her lies. In actuality, the reason I had such a high credit line on, like, I had about, at my disposal for all of my businesses combined, credit lines I had available to me. Of personal credit lines, I had about $60,000. With the business involved, I had about $150,000 in the lines of credit that I could just spend $150 at any time. $150,000. That is enough to just buy a house. And I mean, I would need to spend it for a business, but if I used all that credit to literally just buy a house, while it seems ridiculous, you can feasibly do that as long as you're willing to have interest rates that are way higher than they should be. But a business line of credit, you can actually finagle down that if you can get that paid down. You could swing that, and people have been able to turn their house into a workplace, into a tax credit and a tax write-off, into a business expenditure, into the idea that, you know, part of the house is dedicated to work, and therefore, like, that gets to be a business expenditure and it never has to come out of personal pocket. So therefore, your mortgage is now separated into two different things. Like, I had the ability to do all that, and I didn't. And I was so confused, and it started way back when she took a trip to Colorado, and I never checked. She ran up thousands of dollars on a card that I always had paid off, and so I was always on the back foot. That's for me to say. Like, getting back on my feet from all of that has just been hell, especially self-employed. Being a nurse, I'll bring it back to what I was originally saying. Being a nurse and having like a normal W-2 will be so nice. Just the idea that in tax season, I will get money back. I live in a green state. I should get money back. I miss those days where you do taxes and people talk about getting money back. I don't know what that is. I pay money. I try to keep it within like 50 to 100 bucks for federal and state. Well, you can't even get a studio. You can. The last house I got, I'll tell you the work it actually takes to get a bigger house. This is how much work it takes. The last house I owned, my ex sold for just over $300,000. When I bought it, it was $132,000 that I paid for it. Did I keep any of those profits? No. In fact, she refinanced it, and me trying to think I was doing the best for my son, I only took $4,500 back out of the house. And then she got to keep the rest of it after refinancing and then selling it. So all the equity that had been put into the house. So basically, she got to pocket about $200,000 off of that. Which, you know, hey, it's the burner, which, you know, is a kick to the nuts. But, you know, you get over it eventually. One day I'll get over it. But the biggest way I got that is that there were no houses going for that price. It's not just like the housing market just now got shitty. It's just gotten shittier. And I had to live with my ex-mother-in-law for a few months. Surprisingly enough, my son finally has memories of the house I am now renting. If you go around the corner from me, there's 1, 2, 3 houses, and the 4th house is the other house I was considering buying. The way that you usually have to write out the market is knowing when housing prices go down, when they go up, and having other living accommodations that won't suck your finances dry of putting down your down payment. And I did that via living with my ex-mother-in-law. That sucks. So I was able to pull off being on the mortgage just fine and getting everything under my own name. I had already vetted myself to banks at that point as being viable as my own business, and they didn't mind, you know, giving me a house. But well, I can look at it like that, but then I look at my ex and she's greedy. My ex, I shouldn't dog my ex. My son sometimes comes back and watches these. I will say her and I's viewpoints, because every now and then I gotta be cognizant my son will maybe possibly. I catch him every now and then. There have been a few issues that came up that made him come to the realization that maybe one day I might not be by his side all the time, and that he could be with his mom with an extended period of time. Even the idea of that conversation brought him to tears, and he said, I can't stand more than 2 or 3 days with my mom. And he's like, sometimes I can't stand 2 hours without you. That brought me to tears. That made me cry when my son that was just a few weeks ago when my son said, sometimes I can't stand even 2 hours without you, Dad. And I was just like, oof. Oh, the feels part, like, child. It's like, don't do that. This, so like his realization that like there could be circumstances that give his mom more time with him, and he's just like, no. He kind of lost it over that idea ever being a thing. And he was very upset. I'm not getting into all that, but I'll say sometimes my son does watch some of what I do in my streams, even if I don't want him to, because he'll get lonely that I'm not there. And so I've found him, I've confronted him about it. He's like, Dad, I saw you were playing a game that wasn't so bad. You said it wasn't bad. And I was like, but child, you're not supposed to be on my channel unless you like tell me. He's like, but I missed you. He'll tune in and he'll tune out. But I have his whole watch history and everything on YouTube, and so I know when he's tuning into the streams or whatever. And usually, if I know he's here, I'll tone it down. So if he's watching later, I don't want him hearing me like, you know, saying all this stuff about his mom, because I think this is going into a playlist that he can get a hold of later. At least it won't be archived. But I'll say this: his mom and I's outlook on life is now dramatically, is systemically different. And if it tells you anything about how much equity will not be like on my ex's side, future investment for my son, she blew through $200,000 in the span of about 3 weeks. The money of mine that I left behind that I thought I was doing in good faith, she was able to sell the house and then blow through that money. $200,000. And I say in the span of 3 weeks. I used to give it about 2 months of what she did, but she actually lined everything up that within 3 weeks time she had spent and put aside all 200,000. And it netted her a house that was worse than the one I had, that cost her more, and her monthly payments are now like $500-600 more per month than the house that we had, which was by square footage, because she no longer has a basement, by square footage 300 square feet bigger than the house she's got now. And my old house had a downstairs fully furnished mother-in-law suite with a bedroom that's bigger than her master bedroom in her new house. So I don't know what her reasoning was for that, other than the old house needed repairs for the master bedroom's bathroom's plumbing. But it was huge, and her payments were secure. She pays more now, but she saw the equity, and she decided that it was better that she get a different house. She put a down payment, but instead of putting more to the down payment to lower her payments, she got a brand new, that year release type car, and other things I'm not going to mention. And she had justifications of she earned it, and that's what she kept telling everyone, that this is what she had finally earned. The fuck? I believe, since that was also at one point my house, I technically earned half of what she spent, and that's just the equity. I took so much of her debt, remember the bankruptcy, that I owed about $16,000 for her after the divorce as well. I did everything out of good faith, of thinking that I'm the one that's always had the work ethic of, if I have to put in a 100-hour week to make ends meet and work 6 jobs, I will do it. She's the one that has the work ethic of, I'm a teacher and I already got my degree and I got my master's and my specialist, and therefore I should just be, I've already put in the hard work and I earn it. I've never believed that my hard work has earned me the ability to be complacent and stagnate and just be, you know, okay with how things are when life around me is changing. She has a different outlook. She does believe once you earn something, it shouldn't be able to be taken away, and that you do earn a certain level of lifestyle and living over time. I would argue to that point that she forgets who helped put her through her master's and specialist program, and who ended up having to pay her student loans when she forgot to file for her working at a Title I school for the 5th year. She had to work in a Title I school for 5 years, and all of her loans got paid. And on the 5th year, they turned it electronic. And since I had filed everything for her for 4 years because it came in the mail, but the 5th year it came in an email, it didn't get filed, and therefore she owed all of it. I don't know. I'm just saying maybe somebody else helped her along the way and that she can't take all the credit for it, but she'll never see it that way. So yeah. It's again, my son might watch this. It's a very different we have different outlooks. I never view equity on her side as being my son's future. I see it as being her future. And I never know when her future and my son's future are not going to be the same future. So I don't take things like that for granted. But that's me. Again, probably have to just make this unlisted later, or tell Rowan you're not allowed to watch this. Because that's parental alienation if I do things that would set him apart from his mom. And I never intend to do that to him. I never intend to make him feel like he can't go to his mom. I actually wish he would go to his mom with him. He needs more people, and he needs more things in his life that just make him feel better. So I would love it if he got along with his mom more. Your lifestyle changes based off of your income stream. Yeah. I mean, your lifestyle does change based on that, but also, like, her wages have stayed practically the same ever since she got her specialist degree. So early on after we graduated, she saw that the guaranteed pay differentials in the state of Georgia for educators were drastically different. And she fell for the same trap a lot of educators do at first, which they don't have a concise plan. Uh-oh. Hold on. Crap, I hate tripping this one. They don't have a concise plan on making sure that their extra pay goes immediately to their education to pay it off, so that they can profit completely off of what they. But we discussed early on that, like, if she really wanted to go get a master's and whatnot, so she could get more, and then after that she could get her specialist online and all that stuff. And so we went through all of that, and it gave her a permanent price increase, or wage increases. But those wage increases don't account for inflation, and so she's suffered over the years, and she's just blamed the system. When I don't make enough, I just go find more jobs. I mean, I'm getting to the point where I can't do that as effectively and still be a dad. But my son's also about to be in middle school, so his hours will change for that. Me working a 9 to 5 will work out with his schedule finally again. And then when he gets into high school, he'll be more responsible of being home alone on his own. So it's not that he's not responsible now, it's just he's scared. My son views me as his absolute protector, which I'm proud to say that I absolutely will protect him. So I don't mind him viewing me that way. But it does come with the cost of, if I'm his absolute protector and the absolute protector isn't there, what does he do if I'm not there, type deal. Hey Corey, what's going on? So he gets nervous at home being alone and things like that, and so I've waited until he's gotten to middle school, and that'll be next year, to really do a 9 to 5, because I need to be a dad first. So if I have to work nights, I work nights. But it's taken its toll over the years. I can't deny that I'm now. Oh my God, is that 38? How old? What the fuck old am I? Yeah, with my birthday, I guess I'm 38. That it is a little bit more tiring for me to work a 100-hour week and then be a full-time dad. But I mean, when I signed up to be a dad, I'll do it if I have to. I very much signed up to be a dad. Rowan was not an accident or just like a happy mistake or whatnot. He wasn't like a Bob Ross painting. I really did want my son badly. Like, I really badly wanted my son. I got exactly what I signed up for, which was a child. That was mine and my own, and I could say that that was my child and my son. And Actually, I signed up for a child. I don't care if I could call him my daughter, my son. Like, I that's not the part that matters to me. I just care that I could say that this is a life that I promise to protect and raise and cherish. That's what I signed up for when I became a parent. And I purposefully wanted Mel to, like, Mel and I talked about it, and we had a child. Like, so, like, my son was no, my son was no, like, your parents got together and like, oops, she got pregnant. It's like, no, I wanted you from the beginning. In fact, for people who have been around long enough, you know, I didn't even want to know my son's gender when he was in his mom's stomach. I didn't want to know gender because I didn't want to judge my son before he was born. I had this fear in my head that if I knew even his gender, I could make a judgment about the idea. I never wanted the fleeting moment of, like, oh, you're gonna have a boy, or the reverse of, oh, you're gonna have a girl, or something like that. I never wanted to have even the inkling that I could even give myself a chance of saying, oh, I'm gonna have a boy, and then immediately think of things like, oh, but if I had a boy, like, I would never be able to play baseball or be able to do that. Like my whole process and mindset was that that's my child. I will never judge them for what they aren't. I will never judge them for what they're never gonna be. I'm not gonna really judge them. I'm going to raise them, and I will make judgments on their actions and help to try to raise them to be a better person. I'm never gonna judge them as being like something you never were because you're born. So I never, because you're born this way. So I didn't even want to know my son's gender. And my wife and I, my ex-wife and I, had to come to the conclusion that we had to convince our whole family that it's fine that we don't know. Which was a big issue of everyone going like, how will you ever decorate and plan for a child if you don't know gender? How do you know what to do, pink or blue? Who cares? Do you think a baby cares about whether the decorations in the room are pink or blue? Like, I just did an elephant gray with like a dark blue wall with damask, everything else fabric, and if it was a girl, I'd throw pink everywhere. But who cares about color? I don't care about the color of things. Like, if I put my baby girl in pink, and if I put my baby in blue and put my baby boy in pink, they don't care. They just care if dad is smiling and with them and everything. And good morning, Shadow. I've got very different views on parenting. They may identify different layer, yeah. I've never, I do have this idealistic way of thinking about parenting, and it's mostly the idea of, I signed up to be a parent. Not I signed up to be a parent with the condition that they have to act a certain way. And so I think that's also what sets me different than maybe like a few different things, how Mel perceives things. I think in a part of her did sign up conditionally as a parent. And that's not necessarily intrinsically bad. I think many people accidentally do that. I think her unwillingness to accept that she unwittingly has fallen into that category is what differentiates right there. I think every now and then she signed up to be a parent, but she expected X, Y, or Z type deal. I didn't. But yeah, as I've, I guess, gotten older, I'm not as able to just be like, let's just get this certain thing done, and I'll just work 100 hours and I'll just do that. I could do that when he was first born, but I'll tell you, raising children, there's only so many times that a child can sit on your face to wake you up, and you can just accept that and still work 100 hours that week. There's just so many times that can happen, and before you're just like, oh my god, like oh my god, your body will physically. Thank you, Crazy Cooney. What's going on?
I'm gonna let you in on a little known
I appreciate that. Thank you. I need to still get his birthday.
Funny when they happen to Daddy.
Let me
What
pick this
about
up.
Mommy?
Oh, Mommy's fair game. Go for the throat.
Get something nice for your son's birthday. Can you give me a cute romantic poem to write on my Valentine card? I have writer's block.
Can I give you a cute romantic poem to write on a Valentine card? One, you missed Valentine's Day. I don't mean to be the one to tell you. yeah, like with 2 kids under 3 years old, I really did think I'd actually. Thank you so much, Crazy Cooney. I really appreciate that. Everyone, hashtag over there. Listen, I really did think that I would be able to have 2. Like, I wanted my kids only being like a year and a half apart, like my brother and I were, like maximum. I wanted to be in the same boat where I put in all the hours, and then like as they got older, I could back off and be more sane. That didn't work out because I'm also at that age where I still do want another child. But like, you know, now I'm gonna have to go through it all over again. I can't pick up this pistol. Game, please. I have a slot. I need this. What? The game's bugged. Something happened. Hold on. Come on. Can I? It really won't let me pick this pistol up? Oh, come on, game. All right, I don't need it, but jeez. I've got to shoot 3 little things. I don't... Why? Can I switch weapons and make me pick it? Hold on. Illuminate it with it. There is a pistol right here. Let me pick it up. Let me have it. We have to leave it behind. Such bullshit. Yeah, I could go on and on about my philosophy of being a parent, and it'd take all day. Oh, I can pick that up just fine. That's cool. I love that for me. Oh, it's Barky Boy. There's a pistol right here. Let me pick it up. It's a strange poem. No. Don't write unless you want to be convicted for a few things you don't want. No, don't write that down. That's not a poem. That is not a Valentine's Day poem. That is at best, that's a breakup card. Like at the best case situation, that's just a breakup. Worst case, that's a forceful breakup. Sure, she'll get the joke. No. At worst, it's a murder charge. At best, it's just a breakup card where they read that and they GTFO like immediately. Yes, I said an acronym when you should say it, but the F word's in there, so it counts. YouTube rules, I guess. I don't know. I am truly half-assing my brain power, and I'm about to beat this a 3rd time in a row. What is happening? My brain power is not really here. No, you're not picking up what... I feel like I'm being taken out of context here. And I just want to... Here. Cooney's significant other that's going to get this card. I want to say this so that you can find documentary evidence. I did not write the poem, "There's a pistol right here, let me pick it up." I did not write that poem. That was maybe misconstrued. Wait, I missed your new favorite dad joke last night. What was it? A skeleton walks into a bar and orders a beer and a mop. Oh. Patrick, meet me over at camera 3. Just meet me at camera 3. All jokes are dad jokes. You're now in the position where all of the jokes you make are dad jokes. They're all dad jokes. You don't have to do this to us. We're both dads. You can help our cause. They can just, you don't. No, they don't have to go that way. That is the joke you never admit and you just torment them with. You say it to them and then you deny all evidence. Don't document it. The internet is forever. They'll find this. They will grow 10 years older and they'll find it. And I don't know how those little bastards do it. That they always find the shit you don't want. But all the jokes you say are dad jokes. They're all dad. So you can make good jokes. And we can finally have it to be like, oh, those are mom jokes. We can push the buck. We can make mom's jokes the bad jokes. They don't have to be dad jokes. They could be mom said the dumb shit. Okay, it could be that way. We can do this. We just have to just pray. But don't put that on us. We don't have to. Like, work together. Like, you know, I don't know what to do. Just something. Work with us. There's a coalition of dads that needs your help. Put it on the mom. All right, we're back over. Hey, Vegeta, what's going on? We could shove this on. It could become one day mom jokes. My aspirations, they're subtle. I do hope one day that things get classified as mom jokes. Because you never get to hear about that. Dad jokes are good jokes. They should be. Every funny joke I've ever made is a dad joke, technically. We could call that a mom joke. And then our jokes get to be good and they get to just go, at mom all the time. We can do it. We can. My son already goes, at his mom's joke. So, like, mine need to be better. I won't get an accessory to murder charge. It's a good joke though, but still, like, it is. That is. Hey, how you doing? That is quintessential dad joke. I'm just saying. Come on. Solidarity. I don't know. Something. It is not on the card. No, I want picture evidence. How about you're still as moist as the day I met you? Who's your significant other? Betty Crocker? Like, you're still just as moist as the day I met you. Delicious with every bite. Finger licking good. Happy Valentine's Day. Don't put both of those things. I don't want all of those things though. That's gonna be a really weird Valentine's card. I'm just saying. There's a pistol right here. Let me pick it up. You're just as moist as the day I met you. Happy Valentine's Day. I'm too drunk to taste the chicken curl sandwich. Just... Oh. It sound... You know what? Hold on. If you didn't write it in ink... Does Wolf Harrell say that? I don't know. If your significant other gets good humor, I want you to go look at like old Civil War era type like poems of like "My dearest Marie," like where they were so eloquent when they're writing from the battlefield. I want you to take that kind of writing and say like the dirtiest shit in the world. That's what I want you to do for a Valentine's Day card. I want you to like just take an old letter, like from like Um, my longing for you, only matched by the length of the summer solstice. Like, I don't know. They always like back in that era, it feels like all the love letters were just so eloquently and so long written, just so. And then like today is like, hey babe, my balls are sweating hot. I'm here in the desert. I'll write to you again some other time. Love, Derek. Like, whatever. Like, the warmth of the battlefield can never compare to the warmth of your loving embrace. The day that I once again get to. Like, it's just.
Don't be like that, Ethan.
Take one of those letters and then just make it dirty. Add in the gun innuendo that you said. I don't know, whatever. Add in the whole you're moist stuff. But do it old timey. Back off. Back off. Burner. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Oh, crap. She's once ganked me through the wall, which is bullshit. Where'd she go? Where did she go? She's on fire up there. Do not die out of... No! No, get down. You cannot do that. Do not cheat to win. You're dead. That's 3 in a row. Why is moist only appropriate when describing a cake? Your moistness knows no bounds. It glistens in my heart. Oh, God. Just to make it even worse, why not sarcasm? Your moistness knows no bounds. It glistens on my tongue. Like, just make it... glazes. Glistens my tongue, glazes my chest. What? If we're gonna make it bad, go balls deep. Whatever. I'm just saying, if you're gonna go that route, go full tilt. The pistol is a metaphor. I long for you like I long for a thirsty man. A drink longs in this like in the desert or whatever. And my penis longs for you like my pistol longs for the battlefield. Satiated after one shot. Then a long time to reload. I'm sorry. I'm starting to actually think of good material for that Valentine's Day card. Oh, just I don't. Oh yeah, quote. Oh, Alyssa saying, "Don't come for me, please." I think of it like a glazed donut, and I don't know if I can read the rest of that after, if that's appropriate. I started playing the game again, so I didn't see it fast enough, but I'm afraid of glazed donut metaphors because that usually, when you glaze a donut and you use that metaphor, what are you supposed to do with the eye of the donut? Are you supposed to glaze that? Because I hear you're not supposed to, depending on how the metaphor swings. Oh, wrong one. Let's not. What? Oh, I know you might be busy. Oh. How was my donuts with Dad? I mean, it was my son and I got to sit there and do exactly what I thought would happen. He chills with me. He ditched me for Uno, though. I do want to make that known. My son weighed the pros and cons of sitting longer in the cafeteria with his dad. I couldn't finish the donut. It wasn't as good as my favorite donuts are actually from QT. I actually think they're better than Dunkin' and Krispy Kreme and a lot of other donuts. Anyway, he was there being like, it's too thick. It's not. It's too dense. And what I was like, I agree. And he's like looking at it. He's like, Dad, I have to win at Uno this morning. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I gotta go. And I was like, Rowan, I'm here. What's more important, Uno or your dad? And I said, don't answer that. Don't answer that. He's like, Dad, it's Uno. I was like, oh, don't answer that. He's like, Ellis can't keep winning. I'm like, Ellis can keep winning. He's like, well, he won't this morning. I'm like, Rowan. He got impatient enough at the idea of Uno that he gave me the sideways hug, and he was like, he yelled back, love you, Dad, bye. And I was like, you asshole. That's what I was thinking in my head. There's a teacher standing right there, and I said, you are good. Like, a teacher's busting up laughing. There was a teacher that witnessed all of that and just laughed at all of it. Like, what's more important, your dad or Uno? And he's like, Uno. He's not competitive if he's losing. He's only competitive when he's winning. No, wait. That's backwards. He's not competitive when he's winning. He's only competitive when he's lost. And then all of a sudden he gets competitive. Like when he's winning, he's just like, oh, it's no big deal. Like, yeah. We'll be in the middle of a baseball season. He's like, yeah, I mean, you know, baseball's all right. We lose a game. He's just like, the next one, they die. Like, oh my God, child, back off. Fucking burner. Like, my son's the one that's like, rewrite on them tonight. Like, that's, come on, child. Oh, Uno bragging rights? Are you kidding? He's got parts of his notebook that are dedicated to who won the last round of Uno. Hey, Mr. Crinkle, what's going on? Hey, Mister, what's going on? By the way, part of me desperately wanted to switch the stream to being Dark Souls 3 for one specific reason. My brain gets so scattered by the end of the night that I can't navigate Dark Souls 3 nearly as well. And right now I have like this, it's almost like I've got post-nut clear. I should not put it that way.
I usually am much smarter than the things that I say. Usually much smarter than the things that I say.
Your moistness knows no bound as the glistening juices glaze my tongue and flows down my chest, and your jackknifed embrace forever glazing my soul, being the best shower I could have.
Oh, why? Why did someone read it out loud? They didn't do it with the southern accent. Don't hashtag moist. That was sarcasm. Everyone here knows that was sarcasm. Oh, God. Oh, God. You just got a welcome message for following my subreddit? Did I make a subreddit? Have I made a subreddit? Have I done that yet? I should do that if I haven't. Did I get one? Did I do that? Oh, God. I meant to do that. I forgot if I did it or not. I must have done it. I'm pretty sure it's like 3 years old. That might not be me. If it is not from the account of DarknessJackson, it's not me. There was somebody else who made my subreddit, but maybe it was me. I don't know. I'll go check it. I was thinking about doing that. I thought that was on my to-do list. So I can have people have a place to go bitch at me for more things. Hold on. Do I have a subreddit? Do I have a phone? Hold on. Let me tell you. Let me see. I have an account that was meant to be able to take a subreddit. One, will Reddit load right now as we're sitting here? That's a big question. Like, Reddit doesn't like loading. My phone, as I have notoriously said, does not like working in my house. Now, is my son here? Is anything else open? Do I have other programs shut down? Is the other computer out of the living room doing anything? All those things are not going. Share your Reddit. Create your card. What? No. Okay. So, one, my account that I'm supposed to be making it through is only 1 year old. I have another account that I could never change the name on. That's... it's one follower. I have a follower. I don't know. I don't think you followed me. Maybe you did. I'm looking. How do you see if you have a subreddit? Did I do that? There's no way I did that. Did I do that? Do I have a community? Please, somebody. I don't think I have a community. Oh, I do have my DarknessJackson. I mean, there is me on there. There's a Darkness Lounge shared in one community. Who made this community? Hold on. Wait. What? Did I make it? Did I actually make that? Did I do that without remembering? I have to actually do things with that. I didn't know I have that. Oops. There is a... Is there really a r/DarknessJackson? I think there is. I don't think I've done anything with it. Uh-oh. There is an r/DarknessJackson. Yep. I did do that. I must have done that when I was really tired and forgotten. Do I really have a new member intro? What did it tell you? Oops. I thought that was on my to-do list of things I should do. 5 followers. Okay. Well, I haven't publicized it because I forgot it existed. I must have done that when I was dead tired. Listen, a lot of the things I've done in my life, I have been really, really tired when I've done. I see it exists now. I'm scared of that now. All right. Yeah, I have a subreddit. I have a better pistol as well. I have a subreddit. I made it. If it has a welcome message and everything, I must have just been dead tired when I made it. I must have marked it off a list of a to-do list that I threw away. It was Anti-Darkness who made it. Anti-Darkness is known as Light. I have a welcome. That's definitely me. It's Darkness Everyman Jackson, aka Steven. And I finally made a subreddit. I'll get on fleshing it out in the next day or two. But thanks for joining it on so early. Yeah, that's... I had to have done that in such early hours that I had no recollection of anything. That is absolutely me. That's something I do and say. So I can say that's authentically the stupid kind of shit that I'd be like, I mark it off the checklist, like I got it done. But oh fuck. Okay, well, I mean, yeah. Oh! What the absolute? He ran into it. I did that. That doesn't count. No! That shouldn't count. That's bullshit. He didn't swing at me. He didn't swing from the chandelier. From the chandelier. Freak. I don't know how I died. He didn't attack, and the one on the ground didn't attack, and I hadn't swiped yet. The box exploded from the contact of our body's heat, I guess. I didn't know that could happen. So, well, my knife swing hadn't finished yet. Like if you try to go frame perfect, the knife doesn't hit until this stupid frame. But I will. My knife hadn't. So here's a weird thing. I'm gonna show a weird thing in this game real quick. It's stupid. I've learned, but I don't. It doesn't mean I agree. Hold on. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, hold on. Watch this. There is a frame that it technically makes contact, but you see how the knife got swung? The frame technically is where the tip of the knife is right before it hits, and the arc it's swinging in is actually the arc that the game programs is there. When you're bent down, I should show the box that like is higher up. It technically doesn't follow the same trajectory because your viewpoint looking up and down doesn't change it. So no matter what I do, technically there's sparks that are coming up. But if I swing down further, looking down changes. Not necessary. Like the trajectory is there. It'll technically hit that point, but then go down further, so you can cheat the system of where you hit. Like where the point of the blade is, if it hits right there, technically the game when I aim down lower will count me as hitting that point and also everything in this arc, which is a really dumb way for this game to figure out where the hitbox is. I don't know why it does that, but it means that there is a maximum height that it can hit, and that's really weird. Like there's only so far. You see, like I'm aimed all the way up and it hit it anyway. Is because the point of my knife hits up there, but the rest of it's still hitting like or the point still hits down here while the rest of it hits up there. There should be like a maximum height, and I think it was counting that the one behind me was starting as wind up, and the wind up counts as a hit. Because yes, if you are next to him, it technically I don't know. That was a weird death. It's not like I'm going for my record right now. If we're gonna do a record night, people need to ask for it in droves. If I want to actually try to beat my own record and take back world record for Ethan Must Die wins in a row, you guys are gonna have to really want it, because that's gonna take me about like half a day. That's gonna be a 12-hour stream. People are gonna really have to want to and support it for me to try to take back that record. That's a lot of playing Ethan Must Die. On average, I can do, if I'm really focusing, I can do it one win every 25 minutes because I'm not going for a world record on how fast I get through everything. So if I'm just constantly running, one win per 25 minutes, I can guarantee I win because I do it systematically. If I do it like that, and you assume that I take breaks, that's only 2 wins every hour. The world record is 16, and my personal best is 12. The person who beat me with 16 wins. That is 8 hours. And that's assuming that I've won all of them. If people would really have to, the minimum time it takes me is an 8-hour stream. And that's to tie. You would love to see me do that? Oh, God. Hold on. This box isn't as elevated, but watch. Hold on. You might be right. It's still counting that first initial hit as clipping. That's stupid. The first swing didn't do it, but the second one did. That's stupid. It could have possibly clipped the box. Did you see that? The first swing didn't, but the second one did. That box is so janky depending on which way Ethan physically swings his knife. Because he's got his, you see the swing animations? Each one where the tip of the knife is where that first point of where it could hit clips. So that might be. I could take guitar breaks during the stream. I will say that you want to hear my shame? Anyone else who plays guitar here, you want to hear the shame that I have to carry right now? I went and played guitar in my living room as a break between studying things for nurse stuff and whatnot. As a break on me doing gastro and cardiac and med term and all this stuff and a bit of more A&P too, and all the studying I'm doing for getting my bachelor's in nursing and being able to take the NCLEX again. Just from playing for about 10 minutes, my fingers started bleeding. My calluses, the calluses on my fingers for an acoustic guitar are not good. My calluses aren't good enough for an acoustic guitar. They're only good enough for right now electric or classical. But that's how much I've not had time to play. That my calluses for an acoustic guitar aren't good enough. I am disappointed in myself. I'm very disappointed. I know. I'm just saying. I know. But I realize that I've been here. Hold on. In my spare time, the guitar I keep picking up is the one that doesn't help me out. Hold on. I picked up Concertina Turner, and that was my problem. It's not that I haven't necessarily had a guitar enough in my hands. It's that when I keep picking up a guitar, it's this one. Now you might think, yeah, I was about to say, you might think, hold on, no. Patrick, I'm gonna stop you right there. Now, my Fender right here, this one, might look like the guitar that I'm talking about. But in fact, this is my downfall. This Acoustasonic was the one that was basically free. And it is strung with electric strings. I think these have slinkies on them right now. My mistake was I've been picking up that one too often. This Acoustasonic has the acoustic strings on it that are the exact same as my acoustic in the living room. And is hanging on the wall in the office right now. I have two of them. And my mistake was don't just sit there and think that your electric strings on an Acoustasonic of all things is gonna do it. These have the same strings as my concert guitar, or my brother's Yamaha that he had, or oh god, what did he have? One in my brother's room. The other acoustic I've got. Not my brother's Yamaha. My brother didn't have a Yamaha. He had a. Damn it! What did my brother have? Oh yeah, he did have the APX 5A. My brother had the really budget but really good sounding APX 5A from Yamaha that they don't make anymore. I miss these. Yeah. My mistake is that I keep grabbing this one, and that's my downfall. So I've lost analysis. I should be on it. Yeah, it's not. Truth be told, I didn't expect ever to have a free Acoustasonic come to me. So I kind of treat this one like the bastard child. And yeah, I let it just have slinkies on it, and I just let that. Hey, if I could afford every guitar ever, but this literally, and I can't show you the other guitar that technically was free, but I've there's a company I was working with that gave me a lot of free things. So they were hoping to work with me, and then they changed workers. Company I really, really badly like to work with changed representatives I was working with, and so I don't get the free things. And they want me to spend more money to work with them. So yeah, I've got. That was my sad thing was picking up my concertina guitar, which is the concertina size is a weird sizing made by oh god, I'm forgetting brands. Basically, it's a nice good. I call it my concertina tuner because it's my beater guitar. It's bad reasoning, but I don't know what else to call it. Yeah, I picked that up and I was playing it for like 10 minutes. I was like, my finger's bleeding. And then I got really disappointed in like my life. Confessions. I'd love to get a link with that company. That company and I didn't have a falling out. It's just I had one representative that was just like, let me just give you all these things. He actually used to watch the channel. He left the company and the new representative just had a stick up his butt. And as soon as I went to actually have an affiliation with him and thought I had a good in with him, basically they asked like, how much business do you do with this? How much do you pay? And they figured out basically that my old representative was giving me a lot of stuff. Like he was saying like, basically he was giving like after we had the debacle of making the Acoustasonic, there's a few things he just straight up gave me. There's one of the guitars I've got that is for my son that sits at his mom's house. He gave that to me. And like when they kind of put the numbers together, like you need to spend a little bit more with the company. And I was like, but I had a promise. They're like, no. Yeah, it broke the box. That is oh, it's my Albert back though. Hello. All right, well, I did screw up with that, I guess. No, I understand. I'd buy more from them. I'd buy more from them if I had that all set up. Trust me. Because that gives me a discount too. They're not playing favorites with me right now. They're not playing with me right now. The guy that took over for the guy that I used to work with, that used to show up to my streams and I would like joke around with, I don't know what bug got up his butt, because like I was really trying to. I thought I had everything lined up that we were going to, be able to say, hey, we're gonna do some different types of streams where I could be like musically based and have like basically sponsored, and that kind of fell apart, and I'm sad. And I don't have the pay discrepancy of how much I need to have paid them to have that connection with them was about $1,800 at that time, of like how much have you spent over how much time. And I was like, I don't have that much money. And they were like, they kind of balked at that and went, well, you don't have that much money, we don't have the time for you. I was like, okay. And then now I just get pelted with all the emails of, here's all the things you could buy. That's awesome, Corey. Ooh. Say things like that loud enough and like say them in Patrick's direction. And maybe you can get a few tips and tricks. You have a live gig in 2 weeks. Are you getting any live gigs yet that are being able to get you a bit of pay on the side? Because when you can turn it into doing something that you like and then you get a little pay on the side, it's like, yes. I always like the idea of that I get incentivized to do the things I like. It's like when people let me play Dark Souls, I will absolutely go apeshit on Dark Souls. Because if you pay me to play Dark Souls, I'm going to play Dark Souls. I knew Pastor was coming. Did I listen to the song yet? No. I should have listened to it this morning. Instagram has not been loading on my phone easily. I've gotten all the updates that Instagram loaded. I meant to listen to it on the way back home after donuts with Daz this morning. I'm sorry. I totally meant to do that. Instagram won't let me. My cell phone is like breaking. And my Wi-Fi in my house is like useless. You can use Instagram now on computers. Last time I checked, that was a no thing. You can do that. I can actually do that. The computer I'm streaming from is hardwired or it has a hard line to the router. Oh, okay. Well then. Well, never mind. I will actually check Instagram even more often. This computer can do that. I have a 100-foot cable getting this one connected now to the router because Wi-Fi is just borked and AT&T won't do anything. Yeah, I just wait until I have to go out of the house and then I let it all load and check everything. I don't know. Does that make me sound old that I didn't know that? Am I starting to show my age? When do I get to live at the villages? Is that when do people find out that I dye my hair just to cover up all the grays? Which is absolutely not true. I want gray hair so badly. I do not have grays coming in that are the grays people dread. I absolutely have the grays everyone wants. I get those grays that have that are either like see-through or silver. I don't get the kind of just like the salt and pepper gray. Nope. So I want my gray hair. I haven't been salt and pepper. It just I don't know if I can do. Does it show up on the close-up? Did I cut off too much hair? Meet me at camera 3 again. Does it show up? Nope. Does it show up? I don't think so. I cut that bad boy down. He's here. I can't show it very well. And we'll get back to that later. I've got one that still is right here. And it's pure white. The ones on the side of my head are silver. The ones on my chin are pure white. So I actually want it all to go gray. Old man soul patch. I've had this since... How long have I had this? Hold on. I'm easily distracted this morning. I did my thing with my son and now I'm easily distracted. Hold on. Like I have what do I have to care? Hold on. Stress being an indicator of gray hairs is a loose thing. Oh, hold on. Do I not have a freaking image thing? I do. Random image display. It's covered up by the game just in case. It's a puppy. Oh, wait. My current random image display is still. GJD, is that your dog? Hold on. I can put a different. So that's just sitting back there, I guess. I just let those things just sit in the background and I don't do jack shit about it. Hold on. Hold on. Look at this. So that is me right after I had just freshly shaved. The look I always had. The look that if I just go back to my morning regimen of like jogging and if I shaved everything off, I'm just gonna look like that again. But, however, just in the same year, I have a picture from like within the same time frame. It's like old man soul patch, just like, oh no, that is me running around naked. I should not show that. I'm basically naked. I should not put that up there. Where is it? I was about to say I have one other that's like a side by side, and I'm like not any older. And it's me with basically the same chin hair. Is it right there? Or am I doing a fool's errand of trying to find it right now? I was at least early 20s at oh, here's another one. I wasn't thinking of this one. Oh God, this one's giant. I've always just had something right there because I feel bald without that. Like my chin feels like it's like something's gone. When we played this game of like, how old am I? This photo. Look at there. This picture of me from a party. How old was I? How much different do I look other than the hair? How old was I, and did I have anything? Yes, that was like a few days of not shaving, and like I said, I used to go through cycles of I have chin hair, I would like to touch my chin, cut off chin hair, regrow it back out. It's there. This style, yeah, you spot a wee. This style of my hair has never changed. That version of me definitely was out in the sun a little bit more. Enhance. I believe that was at least, I can guarantee you that was at least 18 years ago. That was guaranteed at least 18 years ago. Because that's Dale right with us. So like it had to have at least been 18 years ago. So yeah. I don't really, do I work in the sun more or not? That's about the difference I've got. Yeah. So that me having like something right here and it growing out, now it's just longer. It hasn't changed in 18 years. I'm like 24. Am I 24? No, I couldn't have been 24. If I was 24, I would have already owned my house. I was actually visiting while in college. I hadn't graduated college yet. No, that was because Dale's in that picture. The oldest I possibly could have been was 21. And because I know what was going on there and that I refused to drink, I don't think I could have. That's not the one that was like 24 or something. I was 20, I believe. That was, Dale was someone I knew while I was in high school. Kevin invited Dale around for a Christmas party. I was at the Christmas party. So I believe I was about to turn 21. I believe I was 20, about to turn 21. So that would make it more like 17 years ago. And yeah, Kevin invited Dale, who's the girl that's on my left in the photo. And I can't remember. I think that's Mike. And yeah. We came out in 06, so it's no later than 2006. Yeah. So I would, yeah, and yeah, we came out in 06. I believe that Christmas gift for the Wii, that is somebody's Christmas gift. It would make more sense that this is Christmas 06, which does definitively mean I am 20 in this photo. Which would mean, yeah, 17 years and some change ago. Yeah. I don't really age. I'm just darker in there because I was working more outdoors. I hadn't even met Mel yet. You like the bushy caterpillars above my eyes. Those have always been there. True story. I got guilted into making my eyebrows less thick. I actually don't like the way they are right now. I just got guilted into it. My eyebrows have always been way more bushy. And it was a more recent thing that I ever started taking the idea of clippers and shortening them. I don't like it like this. I was guilted into that by unnamed forces. Hey, Jordan, don't make 2016 seem like 3 years ago. Oh, the good old... Hey, Jordan, what's going on? I barely look different. I mean, I had more sun. No, it wasn't a girl. No. Girls have tried to guilt me. Even back then, I was after I met Mel. Mel was like, "Oh, I can do your eyebrows for you." I was like, "I don't need that." She's like, "Yes, you do." No, I don't. But thanks for the offer. No, I think I was guilted, and I don't want to say that out loud if I'm wrong, because I will absolutely. I was about to say, I'm gonna screw up a business relationship. It actually was a business thing that I was like, fine. I don't care about my appearance, so if it comes down to a business thing, I might actually do it, and it came down to a business thing. I think it did. If I'm wrong, then I'm being a dick, and if I'm right, I'm still outing something that I shouldn't. But it came down to the, like, appearance. Hey, Hugo. From Brazil. Oh, I'm glad you like what I'm doing over here. But if I'm wrong on that, I'm just being an asshole to a business that doesn't deserve it. Yeah, that's what I have to draw that like fine line of if I'm allowed to joke around about something when it comes down to like financials. I totally would. Long story short, businesses, when they deal with you, like certain looks, especially even if you're doing voiceover, voice acting, or you're conducting business and they would like to know who they're doing it with, they want a headshot. And whenever you get critiques from people who are actually looking at you like that in an industry where your face could be on something, or even if you're just a voice of something, or that you're on YouTube, when your image comes under fire, it is really demoralizing, but also it's one of those things that for me, it's just easier to say, screw it. Like, I like the way I look sometimes, maybe. I don't usually. I actually hate. I think my face is made for radio. I hate the way I look. But if someone's going to scrutinize it enough, sometimes I'll change. I usually don't care. Like, either, if someone truly wants to be with me, that just put up with this. This is just what you get. This is part of the deal. You have to put up with like my personality and my bullshit, and you have to put up with this face. And if you can't do that, then we're not going to work out anyway. So yeah, my eyebrows still grow just that bushy. I just now have to tame them. But I like it because it ever since that, I've noticed that people don't think I'm as intimidating, and I never like being called intimidating, but there's a certain amount of intimidation that you want when you're a dad and someone looks sideways at your child, and you want to be able to, like, just basically... I can... With those look at these eyebrows. These are the eyebrows that if you furrow them at all at somebody, they fucking know you mean business. You see this shit that I've got now? This isn't comparing to that. I don't like having to trim this down at all. I would like them to be that thick and bushy, just like I used to have them, so that if like the shadows get cast on my eyes and the black line is there, and all of a sudden it's just like, don't fucking fuck with my child. Like, that's what I really want them for. Authors usually put the pictures on the book, though. I don't want my picture. Yeah, authors do put their pictures on the book. That is true. No! I can drop these. I thought I picked up the wrong thing in the wrong order. I had a premature exclamation. I almost said ejaculation. Wow. Come on, brain. Come on. Come on, brain. Let's not do this right now. I'm right there with you on the bushy eyebrows, but what folks don't realize is that these eyebrows are my backup plan for when I go bald. Good plan. I have a lot of random shit in my life. I don't know how to... Hey, Tony, what's going on? Oh, fire! I think I shot them in the nuts. Nope. My hair growth for a little bit on the top of my head, right where my headphones go, was starting to actually thin out because of the headphones rubbing constantly. And I had to really get used to placing my headphones on a different place on my head every single time I sit down at the computer. It all came back just as thick. But for a little while, I was like, am I going bald? Baldness doesn't really run in my family. So it really never dawned on me that I could lose my hair. I guess I could still, but it doesn't really run in my family at all. There is a lot of old people in my family that I really wish. My uncle, for example, I truly wish on him one day, the baldiest of balds, because he brags about every single little thing he's got. Wow, will he push in your face that he's got a full head of hair, and I'm just like, dude, really? Like, if that's your bragging point, you got issues. Yeah, I've had to... I didn't realize there would ever be a problem that wearing headphones as a career will actually start taking your hair and thinning it down. So, unfortunately for me, my best set of headphones for general all-around use that were most comfortable just went down on me. Not fully go down yet, but they've gone down enough. See these bad boys? A lot of you guys probably have. These are actually the better version of my other that I use. I actually like my Sennheisers. These guys are the older model. I can't even read the model name inside of it anymore because I wore it out. And the last time I went to do anything with them, the ear cup started exploding. And I didn't catch it fast enough, and now I've got something going on the inside mechanics of my headphones, that there's something going on with the driver. And I don't know what it is yet, but I'm going to try to figure it out. These are my best all-arounders for just game sounds. Oh, no, I can replace the ear cups. When that exploded, something's going on with the driver in the left one. Don't want to rebuy those because the equivalent of it now is still like 200 plus to reacquire those. But yeah, it's the driver. The ear cup exploded, and I thought that was all. I thought I was just gonna be ordering, and then something else is going on with it, that's what made me the sad panda. I got real sad panda when I saw that. Yeah, well, I mean, okay, let's be fair. As comfortable as these are, I actually have volume of, like, I don't have everything balanced the way I want it to, and I only have my board is a very, very basic it's a very basic heart just input board that mixes everything for me for all the sounds I hear. I'm not able to mix like to the way I'd like to, and like my treble, my bass, and my mids on that. And it's so basic enough that those actually hurt after a bit for me to wear. They're good for me to record or they're good for me editing, but for me to actually like talk to you guys, hear my own voice, and hear the game volume all at the same time, I need semi-open back. I can't wear my 770s all the time. Otherwise, some of the sounds have like that concussive wave against my eardrums that gets really unpleasant. Because nothing ever wants to just balance from game to game perfectly. Every game wants to have their own thing going on. And so sometimes it's just, I'm not sitting here about to mix it perfectly. Yeah, the mic's far enough away that, the bleed's not the issue, so. Yeah, but whatever if I use the FX sounds to enhance like what I hear, you guys would actually hear it as well. I don't actually change all that. Like, I don't screw with most of the things I screw with, I stick to, is it in Streamlabs or OBS rather. I try to actually mess with it on console, on PC and everything, but after I'm finished with that, I'm playing this on console, there's only so much I can do with it, and that becomes an issue. Then it depends on who I'm listening to and whatnot. No, that concussive pressure that comes back at you when they decide to drive like their bass a little too hard. I can't. Yeah, and I don't. But if it's semi-open, then that it can escape a little bit, and the bleed, yeah, like you're saying, the bleed doesn't get to the mic, it's fine. I'm hearing alerts and the game and everything just fine, just loud enough. So yeah, that's why you see me wear semi-open back all the time. In fact, when you don't see me wearing these, you usually see me wearing open back. I usually switch to my Philips. I prefer those just in case the game volume is not balanced in a way that can actually just give me a headache. Yes, plus I can hear Rowan Barrett. Well, and I guess to be honest, my PTSD. I have a mirror set up over there. When I have to edit or do things, I have a mirror right here that you guys can see. I don't know how to point the camera to it. There's a mirror in the corner right here, and there's a mirror in the corner right there. I have a very, very big problem with having my back to door openings. And so if you ever see me just randomly glance up or glance to the side, it's because I have mirrors that can show me what's behind me. And I have a mirror that's set down right there. So if you see me glance to my left, like I have actual, to combat my PTSD, I've got mirrors so that I can see behind me at any given time. So yeah, having open back helps me here. But if I have to have my ears cupped in like that, you know, I've got another way around it too. I have all the mirrors around me. But I can't, like, me having my back exposed to a door can make me panic if I do that for too long. Panic is a strong word. No, I've panicked before. Thank you for being here, Majida. I think I saw a bye, Majida. I don't know if I saw that correctly. Oh, I don't have much shotgun ammo. I got plenty of ammo. What am I talking about? Do I need this? I don't think I need this. I've got plenty of enhanced ammo. Yeah, let's just do this. She's gonna die. I hope. Oh, I've got so much burner fuel. Oh, Jesus. Okay, hold on. And now I have shotgun shells. All right, let's go. This is over. Come on. I don't need extras. Yeah, I can panic a little bit. When I record for static videos on that computer, it makes it a little easier because the monitor on my right has my camera having the whole breadth of the room on it, and I always see the entire room behind me. So it makes it a little easier. This is the computer, and this is the one that gets to me, where I have to look over my shoulder more and look at mirrors and look at down and... Hi. Hi. Whee! Wow, she actually took a swing. She didn't hit the thing. I wasn't like that when I was younger. Even when I was growing up on like tougher. Oh God. Even as I was growing up on tougher streets, I was never like that. That came up only after, like, you know, after me being 18 and going through a few things and blah blah blah. I gained a few little idiosyncrasies that have kind of now stuck with me. But before 18, especially because my hearing was just fine. I haven't really lost any hearing. My hearing is slightly dampened from what it was. Now it kind of counterbalances. Holy crap, my son is actually picking up some things that could benefit him, but I don't mean to benefit him. My son now can tell like things like when a car even comes close to being in my driveway, much less actually comes into my driveway. Like, I immediately say someone's in my driveway. And Rowan was like, what do you mean? And everything. Now he picks up and he'll be at his computer and be like, I feel it, Dad. Someone pulled into the driveway. I'm like, yeah, I know. Sounds like that, anything around the house, like I have to know what it is. I have to be able to identify it. If I hear a sound, I have to be able to recognize it. If not, my brain kind of goes into overdrive of, it's just now, it'll just forever be a part of my life that I have to manage. And you know, therapy and everything like that helps. But, like, there's only so much I can deal with before. Don't you do it. I like it. It is what it is. I've just learned to manage it instead of trying to fix it. But I used to be much better. Hey, where are you? There you are. Wow. Yeah, be discreet. Marguerite. Discreet. Uh-oh. 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 Thank you. Yeah, I know it makes me sad to know that other people have some of those same things and is from trauma as well. Because I hate that I go through it. I don't want anyone else to go through it for sure. Hey, she died again. By the way, the ones that you see me wearing the most often on streams, these are all the Sennheisers. These are the lesser version of these bad boys, and I've known that these could like go out on me any day, which is why I always reserve them for hey Superman, what's going on? I've always reserved these for actually recording videos. And then when I realized that I was starting to record every now and then on streams on this computer, I used these. So. Do we have a streak going? We should have. I died to stupidity from game mechanic things. It should be 4 in a row. It's only now back to 1. It was at 3, and then a random clipping issue. What's going on, Wolfpack? Oh God, that was on my ear. We've only been doing this for an hour. Okay. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not easy, but it is manageable. You do have to be on top of it. I mean, I know I'm clinically depressed. I'm always gonna have anxiety. All those things. There's all those things. But that issue is kind of separated from it all. And yeah, as long as I'm on top of it, I've learned to basically categorize it and kind of accept it for what it is. When I try to tell other people that the biggest mistake you can make is what if scenarios in your life. Do not play the what if game. like the worst thing most people can do in their life is play the what if game because they don't know how to answer it. People play what ifs that they don't know the answer to. Like, I'll give you the biggest one that feels the most innocent, but it's not innocent. Here's a what if that people can't do. Parents always saying, what if something happened to my child? Seems like a what if. I mean, I give my life for my son, but most people actually don't know how to play out that what if. Like, what if something happened in my household? What if somebody actually was an invader? Someone came in. People play out what they could do, what they should do, but a lot of people haven't been in the situation of having an actual home intruder. So a lot of those what ifs are what they believe they're capable of, not necessarily what they are capable of. And that's not bashing any parent that's like, I'd lay down my life for my child. You probably would. The difference would be the difference between how you think you do it versus how you would actually end up doing it. And what if game sucks. It can be one of the worst things in the world. Don't play any what if that you can't concretely answer with things that you've done in the past, things that you know you're willing to do because of past experiences, and things that you are training yourself to adhere to and follow through with in the future that you know you've been able to adhere to and follow through, so in the heat of the moment that you'll do it. If you play the what if game, you better know that you can answer it with empirical information of, I've been in therapy, I know that past instances of things that are, you know, adjacent to the situation, I've done that. But people play the what if game and everything. My what if game is like, what if a sound that I hear is actually a deadly something or other? And that's why I've instead learned to be like, no, it won't be a deadly something or other. I don't need to play the what if. That's obviously just a normal car turning around in my driveway. And does it drive me nuts that every single time a car just uses my driveway to turn around, like my senses go on hyper alerts, and I'm like, what if that's someone here to be at me? Because I have had to play the what if. I have more than once had to defend myself at my doorstep. I don't like talking about it as much, but like, my YouTube career did land me in a position where I had to tell my son, who was 3 years old, to hide in my closet as someone came to physically harm me to the point of having intentions, as deduced by police, to kill me at my home for being a black man married to a white woman. That was his intention, and that's what happened. And I was laid up in my bed for about 2 weeks. My YouTube career led someone to be at my front door, and I had to have my 3-year-old hide upstairs. That is not fun. So I've had to play out the what if, and I've had the what if be someone at the door had the intention to try to take my life. I've had the what if of I dated a girl in high school whose father was very racist. He showed up at my front door with a shotgun. It's not even like a what if that I've had to like, oh, I've had to think about. Like, yeah, there is a dad that showed up that found out I was dating a girl who was white, and he showed up with a shotgun to my front door. My mom was smart enough to know that I'd actually go after him, even if he had a weapon. And my mom said, back off, I'll take care of it. And so my mom, not being as disabled as she is with MS now, being the badass she was, like, stood up to the guy and basically said, get the fuck off my property. And like, a shotgun did not scare her at all. But I've actually had people attack me. This scar comes from being attacked from helping somebody, being 19, the one that sort of crossed my arm that could have severed a lot of. I've actually had to deal with the idea of, you know, people have come for me and the worst has happened. I know what happened, but I don't try to tackle the what if of like instead of me trying to tackle the what if of like, what if that sound is like round 3 or round 4 of somebody showing up at where I live to try to hurt me or my child. I play it more as a like, no. The first what if we need to play is, what is even that sound? Is it actually a threat? And I can answer that one easily by like, okay, I know it's a car, but did they just leave the driveway? And that's the more logical thing. And play the what if game that you can actually answer. If I really think about it too much, I'll just go look out the window. And if it's someone turning around, you know, anxiety goes away. If I have the what if of like, what if someone could be staying right behind me? I know it might have me glancing over my shoulder, but if I really need to assuage the fear, I just tell myself, why would someone be standing there? I've got a Ring alarm system in my house. I would hear it go off, but if I didn't hear it, maybe I'll look over my shoulder or look at a mirror. I don't play what if games you can't answer, because you'll just make your life a living hell. I've learned to get over a lot of things that, you know, are PTSD related, a lot of things that are anxiety related and depression related over the idea of just, you know, play the game you know how to play. I give myself very, very straightforward answers that I know I could follow through with when my brain goes, what if, what if, what if? Either I shut that shit down or I answer it with a, then I'll do this, period. You know, if my brain wants to do the idea of, what if someone attacks my son? Well, I've been in positions where I've had to protect people and myself. I know what I am and am not capable of. So I know what I will and won't do. But that is, you know, specific to me and what I've been through and what I've been through having to defend my son when I was actively being attacked. So now I know how to answer that question. I will give the best example of it as being when I was in that situation, I almost lost that one and I could have lost my life that day. They were being very serious. And if they had gotten the upper hand, I might not be standing here talking to you today. They had every ability to kill me and they might have done so. My fear that I didn't realize I'd have was I had a gnawing fear that my son would see me kill another human being. That is, to be frank with you, that is the thing that I never accounted for in my what ifs. I knew I could defend myself. I knew I could defend others. I knew I could defend strangers. I knew I could defend my brother. But I had a child, and that's the first time I had to have my child go hide first. And the first time it ever hit me, that the thought popped in my head, what would my child think if I actually killed somebody? And that, the idea that he might not listen, might not be in his closet hiding, and that he might see his dad, because, and I mean, I don't want to be too graphic because YouTube doesn't like that, but the depiction would have been the idea that my doorstep would have lent itself to the idea that I could easily trip them and land them on their head on concrete. That would have made a significant enough drop that their best outcome would have been going unconscious and being concussed. But most likely they would have lost their life to what I thought of doing. I did not do that because I thought if my son sees that, would he ever be able to forget that? And instead, I engaged with somebody who I thought I could possibly talk to or pin, and they got a cheaper shot or two off on me. I was laid up for about 2 weeks after that. One, also, I was arrested. I was detained in front of my own house. I'm the one that called the police, and if you don't think racism still exists in this country, be the fucking homeowner that calls the police and realize that the white guy was assumed innocent and I was assumed as the aggressor, and I was the one first detained until my son came back out of hiding. And also they called everyone, and my neighbors came out and they said, he's the homeowner. I was the one detained in the cop car when they showed up. And the white guy was the one that was in front of my house being presumed as the one that was, okay. They didn't even check to see which one of us. So if you think that racism's gone, you're fucking stupid. That would be one of 2 times I was detained in front of my own house for trying to either protect my house or protect other people. Not fun. Yeah, with my son crying of like, why is my dad in the back of the car? And the police officers having to realize they put the wrong person in the back of the car, and they had to detain him as the aggressor and let me out. That it was my house I was defending. Yeah, that's fun. I love it. No racism ever in America anymore. We got rid of that. But anyway, I never played out the what if of protecting my child until that day. And so I made a very bad judgment call about how I approached the situation, and I put myself in danger that could have been life-altering or life-ending for myself. And and now I know how to play that what if better. Don't play what if games you don't know how to play. And that, other than the extreme of a situation like that, it applies to just everyday decisions. If you can't answer the what if with a rational, you've done it before, you could stick to your decision. There are what ifs of like, what if my boss approaches me about a promotion? Don't play the what ifs of like, oh, but if they approach me with this or that. If your boss approaches you about a promotion that you're thinking about having, then practice. Don't play the what if game. Practice about how you would talk to your boss about like, no, you approach your boss about a promotion. Like, what if I could actually get that job? Then practice it in front of the mirror. Make talking points of like why you're qualified for the job. Update your resume. Do all the things so that like if you see like you have the opportunity to get a promotion, it's no longer a what if. You know what you'll do and say because you practiced it, you updated everything, you have all of your credentials intact of everything you've done, you have your strengths and weaknesses, you have your places where you know you could improve, you know what to actually talk to your boss about like, I want to be able to be trained and take that position now that there's a vacancy or whatnot. Like you've done it. It's no longer a what if, it's you prepared for it. The what if is just simply whether you'll get the opportunity now. You see the difference? Like the what if before for somebody would be like, I hope that job comes. What if it does come though? What will I say? Oh God. And then they never do anything about it. Do something about it and never comes a what if. And what ifs only bother you if you don't know the answer. No, people make up answers. There is the startling statistic of a generalized human mind is over 90% of the what ifs you'll ever think in your life will never come to pass. And while you think like, wow, that's egregious. How about the what ifs of like, what if that person swerves into my lane? They never swerve into your lane, so you never have to deal with that. They're being an aggressive driver, but you play the what if of what if they do. Well, it puts you on high alert, but you were wrong. They never did the thing. Yay! They never did the thing that you thought they were going to do. So there goes a what if. Most what ifs never come out, and they just cause anxiety in our lives. One of the worst things you can do to yourself is play that game and not know how to play it. Don't play the game if you don't know how to play the game. The what if game is very detrimental. And it's even worse for people who are going through any mental trauma. Really bad. It's way, way worse for people going through any mental trauma. Hey, there's Sam, by the way. So yeah. And honestly, playing that what if something happens game gives you more anxiety, gives you more feelings of like helplessness, hopelessness. Because you can play out a lot of scenarios where you'll always be the losing side of whatever it is that you're playing out in your head. It's not worth it. If you can't answer the question, think to yourself, is this a rational thing for me to be thinking about? Is there a rational answer to it that I can like give? Is this a question that actually is relevant to me? Is it one that I can answer honestly and like follow through with the answer? And if you can't say yes to all that, then you have to accept that that's an intrusive thought that you need to stop. It sounds simple. It's not simple, but it's something you have to work on. I've worked on it for a long time. I've been in therapy for all of my adult life, and I started being in therapy when I was a child, when I was 13. I've never shied away from that. For the idea of if anyone else thinks that like therapy is for people who are weak or like you have to have something egregiously wrong, and then you're like, oh, how does he have his life together? I don't have shit together on my own. I stand on the backs of those who were able to give me comfort and support and were able to tell me that like maybe I was wrong when I wasn't, and maybe I, were able to tell me I was wrong when I thought I was right, were able to tell me I was right when I thought I was wrong, were able to help course correct me. Like I'm not stable by my own merits alone. I'm stable by the merits of those who I've reached out to for help, and by the merits of those who are willing to be supportive of me when I can't even support myself. And a lot of things I've learned are from like the idea that I did want to be a therapist, and I do know that as I was doing like my clinicals, trying to go into a master's degree for being a therapist, you do learn very quickly that you have to get just as much therapy as your clients do. You're up for just as much as they are. So being prepared within reason. People's preparedness can be blown out of proportion, and that's a different thing. But yeah, being prepared is always going to be a key to success. Some people, there is such thing as over preparedness, and being prepared for the wrong things that will never come to pass. Since there's no real answer for it, to be honest, it's about balance, which is good because it's off the deep end based on prior experiences can do more harm than, yeah, it is true. Prior experience can bias you, but prior experience is going to be the only way that you properly judge whether you respond, like how your response was last time, and more importantly, how you would like it to be different the next time. You do have to kind of, it is on a sliding scale, and it's never going to be one set answer, but like I do know now even if I don't know exactly how my answer would be if someone came and tried to attack my son again, or me again with my son with me, while I cannot guarantee you that my response will be perfect, I do know what I've learned and what I've obtained and what I would do different. My only other good example is like other mistakes I've made. I've made plenty of other mistakes. For those of you who remember a few years ago, when there was a loud noise of I was doing a late night stream and it was about 2 o'clock in the morning, and I swore I heard somebody on some kind of I think I said out loud some crackhead I think went in front of my front door. While I do know that the street I lead to, if it was somebody actually on something, on some kind of medication and blasted out of their head, blitzed out of their head, if they were thinking of doing something nefarious and going to somewhere, the only place I could think that was open and they would do something was the Quick Trip that's closest to me. And so I have made a mistake. I have made mistakes before that I've even learned from, that I had to apologize to my son to. My son wasn't with me, but I ended the stream so I could go check on the Quick Trip because I knew that there was a new hire over there, and the girl working the cashier that was now the late night, she was new. And she is little, she's new, and she had told me before, like, she hopes her panic button worked type deal. Like, the only thing that made her nervous about working nights. Kennesaw is an extremely safe city with very, very, very low, egregiously low crime rates. It's actually statistically like an anomaly. And there's reasons for it, but, you know, that's a different story. And all that kept going through my head was like, oh, yeah, like people who are actually blitzed out of their mind and thinking about doing something bad usually just go for the easiest target. And like the QT would seem like the easiest target if they're not going after this, like, you know, if they're being that loud and obnoxious and talking. So I did stop the stream. And for those who were here about 2 years ago, I went over to the QT. And then I had to come back on stream saying that I had an acute kidney infection. Anyone remember that, where I got nailed in my kidney by somebody that I did guess it right? Somebody was blitzed out of their mind. They went by my street. I stopped the stream at about 2:30 in the morning. I went to check up. Lo and behold, they were out of their mind trying to talk to the cashier as she was hitting her panic button. And Michael, you're here. You remember that? Yeah. That was almost about 2 years ago at this point. Yeah, if I remember correctly, exactly when that happened. It's kind of hard for me to remember exactly. Yeah. I having to go in there, realizing that they're like basically rambling on, but they were trying to get the cashier to open the drawer. I told him, I made it sound like I was talking to him on his level. And I was like, hey, she doesn't get what we're talking about. Come on outside. Let me talk to you for a second. I tried to make it sound like I'm on his level about things and just talking to him. And I thought I had everything under control, because, you know, I know how to handle myself and everything like that. Here's the thing I got wrong, and what I've even learned even from being older, and thinking I got him outside and she was able to hit her panic button and police were going to be on the way. And I was talking to him and just trying to keep him held up until police officers got there. Except, he started talking to me about needing a ride. Like he wanted to get a ride, and I was like, I can't do that, because he realized basically I was saying like I'm not gonna help him. I'm not gonna do anything to help him like go in there and steal stuff. I was gonna talk to him and be like, you know, hey, you know, she's a little worried, she's scared, she doesn't get what's going on with you, man. Do you need any help? Do you need any whatever? As soon as he saw I was being helpful, he saw I wasn't helping him getting that drawer open or whatnot. And so he started asking for a ride away. And I think he realized somewhere in his head that like he needs to leave now because this isn't working. And I said, I can't do that and whatnot, and I can't, you know, I can't give you a ride. I live, and he's like, no, you live right. And this is what scared me. This is the thing. He immediately started talking about like, no, I know you. Like, you live right over blank. And he recognized me. He knew I actually, but the thing was, I had already moved because of my divorce. I lived here. He was pointing toward my old house, where my son actually was sleeping. That's the thing. That in that whole story of what like really went wrong really fast was, not only did the guy recognize me, he knew where I used to live and presumed I lived in his direction. But the direction he was pointing at, if he thought to like be vindictive, he was pointing at where my son was asleep. And he wasn't with me that night. So I had no way to protect my son. he was with his mom that night, 50-50 custody. And so I immediately was like, no, that ain't me, man. That ain't me. I live right like back here. I live behind. I don't live that direction. He's like, no. I seen you walking. I seen you go into the park. I seen you. You can just take me. And he's just trying to convince me to let him into my car. And I realized I was like really now stuck. I couldn't just walk away from this knowing that the police were going to show up soon. But I knew also he was getting really aggressive knowing who I was and where I lived, but where I used to live, and now where my ex-wife with no good protection for my son, and he's now high on some things. If he starts going that way and police don't catch up to him, he's going to go after my son. And so I had to stick around waiting for police officers, and instead I realized he was getting really aggressive. And when he started getting really, really aggressive, I tried to put my car in between he and I talking. He took that as a sign, for those who weren't here, he took that as a sign that I was actually gonna let him in my car. But I had actually only opened the driver's door, and I had immediately locked the passenger, and that's what sent him off. He just like that. As soon as he tried to go around to the other side of my car and open up the passenger like I was gonna give him that ride, and as soon as he couldn't open that door, he immediately wheeled around and to throw a punch at me. Now, once again, I thought I had learned my lessons of like what to do and not to do, but it did pop into my head again that I did not want to kill somebody. Even if my son couldn't see it, I didn't want to kill him. I didn't want to do something that would hurt him, but he was a southpaw. He threw a punch I wasn't used to. From training I've had for self-defense and for any other training I don't want to talk about right now, I am used to being able to take somebody and put them on the ground. But if I had done that and just laid them out by them throwing a punch and just trying to defend myself, his head would have gone and hit the curb. And I truly never want to have to take a life again ever in my life. I don't want to have the idea that if I can avoid it, I would love to live a life of a pacifist for forever. I don't want people to fight. I don't like people dying. I don't like the idea of people getting hurt. But I am not so good at, like a weakness of mine, I'm not so good at arm locks and joint locks when it comes to southpaws. I'm not as good with the idea of somebody throwing a very strong left hand as opposed to a very strong right hand. For me, for somebody throwing a very strong hook right-handed is extremely easy to predict and lock up. A very strong hook left-handed is not, and I messed it up. And he was able to wheel around with his right elbow and get me right under my rib cage. And that's exactly when the police showed up. Exactly when he started acting like everything was okay and there was a big misunderstanding, and the police got to him and they asked me if I was okay, which I thought I was, and then I realized the bruising was severe and I was feeling very sick, and I was getting the symptoms of having kidney infections shortly thereafter, and I had to deal with that. I even now know that I misjudged that situation, because why didn't I call the police before I showed up if I was that convinced something that bad could happen at QT? I apologize to my son. I played the what if out. I played the what if of what if that crackhead went to QT with the new cashier, and that what if told me she's not prepared to deal with it. She'd need help until police arrive. So I should end the stream and go help her. I put too much stock in my own physical abilities. And I forgot to put stock in the idea that I never want to take another human life again in my whole entire life. I don't want to do it. Not unless I'm forced to. Like, if it's between somebody who's innocent and doesn't deserve it and somebody who's being an aggressor, if I'm forced back to wall, I will do what I have to do if I'm able to. But otherwise, no. Even the worst people, I don't want them to die. Even if you look at it at an extreme point, I do believe that death is too easy for even the worst human beings among us. I truly do believe in when I say that I don't believe anyone deserves to die, but I believe some people have lost the right to live. I do truly believe that. I believe some people, like, no one deserves just death outright. But I do believe some people have done things that make them lose their right to live. And if their loss of their right to live causes or directly affects the idea that they then die, that is different from me believing they deserve death. That is me believing that they are trying to take someone else's right to live away. And they therefore have lost their right to life because they're infringing on somebody else's right to continue living. And so I don't believe intrinsically that they have to die. But if they can't be stopped any other way, I don't believe they have a right specifically to live when they're trying to take that right from somebody else. And it's very, very different than just believing like there's evil and it must die and all this other stuff. And it's not just philosophical. I do try to put it into practice. And the idea that I preach that to my son of like, that's how I believe you should view the world. Like, act when you have to, but don't just believe like, don't believe like, you know, to extinguish evil in this world, we have to kill it. There's no such thing. And it's way too easy of like, it's a lot harder living out a life where you have your freedoms taken away than it is to have a quick death and be released from what you've done wrong. And I don't want to stoop down to the mindset of those who just believe death is the answer, because that is the way that they're trying to portray a lot of their beliefs and infringe on other people's right to live, is by using the same tactic that I would have to use against them. I don't want to unless I'm forced to stoop down to that level. Now, does that mean I'm crapping on people like police officers that have had to shoot in military? No. In fact, I'm way for that. I'm a weird breed of person. I've only been able to describe myself as like, when people are like, what are you? I'm like a gun-toting Democrat, I guess. I don't know. I don't ascribe to, I'm not a, I hate that we have a two-party system. I don't fucking want to talk about politics when it comes to that. I have my own moral compass and beliefs. Take the politics out of it. I'm a guy who believes sometimes that's the only answer, but it's only the answer when someone's given up their right to live because they're infringing on somebody else's intrinsic freedom to be able to continue breathing. And to do that, I made the call to not slam a guy's head into a curb and not to kill. And because of that, in reality, if he had a knife on him, the leverage of getting your elbow up on, like he did, of giving me a kidney infection, is the same leverage you need to jab a knife right up under your rib cage and get into your lungs. He could have killed me that night. And being as cracked out as he was, I don't know exactly. They're both the same. Like cocaine, crack, cocaine, they're the same. He could have killed me. And the first thing I did was apologize to my son. It was my bad judgment. Because honestly, I deduced everything correctly except for the one part. Yeah, I still would go drive down, and if I thought there was someone who couldn't defend themselves and a cokehead going after him, crackhead going after him, whatever, I would still go and try to help out if I thought someone was in danger. But why didn't I call the police? I had a heads up, unlike the cashier. I could have just called the non-emergent line for the PD the police officers in my city and tell them I believe somebody dangerous is going toward the Quick Trip, and I'm actually also on my way there to make sure that they're not there. The worst that would have happened as a police officer patrolling would go do it like a courtesy check, see no one's there, and leave. And the best that would happen would have been what should have happened. They would have shown up the same time I showed up, and there's no her having to hit the panic button. Before she even hits a panic button, they already know to be there, and the second she hits it, they're 15 seconds away. I made an error in judgment because I believed in my own strength and my own strength alone, and it could have cost me my life, her life, and my son, his dad. And that's not fair to my son, that he has to be told his dad died helping somebody else. But why did he have to die like that? He didn't. The fact that he was able to get that elbow up on me, and the fact I wasn't willing to kill to protect, meant that I either should have killed or I should have called the police. One of the two. It's as simple as that. And if I'm that dead set on not killing unless I have to, I should have called the police. I made a mistake. I told my son I made a mistake. I made a error in judgment. That's why your dad's hurt. I apologized to him for that error in judgment. That, you know, your dad won't do something like that again. It seems like the same situation, but one, I protected my son and I made an error in judgment, and it was about killing somebody and I didn't want to do it. The other was the same one. I didn't want to kill somebody to defend another person. One was my son, one was another. I still made an error. I should have gotten police officers involved as I was driving over there. It's that simple. I didn't play the what if game correctly. The what if game could have cost me my life on 2 separate occasions. And it's because I thought I knew what the answer was. The what if game is a horrible thing to play. Those are, of course, dramatic, you know, very far out there versions of the exact thing I'm saying. But do not play the what if game unless you know actually how to play it and how to answer it correctly and how to, you know, stick to your choices and make sure that they're sound, reasonable, you know, well-rounded, well thought out. I don't consider that as superhero stuff. I did not grow up on streets that allowed for superheroes. I didn't watch TJ, and I didn't watch Justin. I didn't watch Zipper. I didn't watch Sean. I didn't watch Shane. I didn't watch a dozen kids on my street die, believing I was being a superhero whenever I tried to defend Jonathan William when I was in 3rd grade from bullies. I didn't believe I was a superhero when I tried to defend my brother when we were running. That's not superhero stuff for me. That's human decency for me. Going out of your way, knowing someone might be in trouble to try to protect their freedom to live, to me is not superhuman or superhero. That's human decency. That's why I disagree with many, many people on what course corrections this country needs desperately. Because I am really tired of the mentality that if you believe you live in a free country, you need to be ready for the idea that you might one day have to lay down your life to help protect this country, even as a civilian. You might one day have to decide between the rights of everybody and whether your life should be put on the line to stand up for what you truly believe in your heart of hearts. If you believe that this country is worth something to you, worth defending, worth keeping its people safe, every now and then when you run against atrocities, you might be the one that day that loses their life in defense of the ideal that we should all have a chance to be able to live in a place where we're treated with respect and dignity and everything. That's why when, for example, and this is political as I'm getting off the subject, I could not talk on George Floyd when it happened. I told people I could not comment on that one. The reason that I can now say I couldn't comment on that one is pretty simple. Who took care of the boy who actually called in George Floyd's everything? Everyone forgot about that kid. He was in tears on a sidewalk that he basically caused somebody's death. On top of that, so many people with cell phones. Who stepped up to stop the police officers? Cell phones are a great device for documenting something. So are body cameras. Okay, if you truly believe that police brutality is happening, where were the citizens that were all surrounding and yelling going to step up and stop the police officer? They are not the be-all end-all of the law. If you truly believe that they are doing something wrong, you might that day need to give up your life for those who are supposed to be there to help protect the peace. You might have to be the one there to die to help protect the peace. I don't believe that was the day George Floyd should die with so many people around. That's what pissed me off the most. Yes, there's always going to be bad eggs and bad apples. That's literally what pissed me off the most, and I could not explain it to people. I was pissed that there were so many witnesses with so many damn cell phones and so many cowards that did not realize that if they truly believed you live in a place that will protect you, and you truly believe that some police officers have to be held accountable, that if you see it right in front of your fucking eyes, put down the goddamn cell phone and put yourself in between the atrocity. Are you supposed to be trained to know every single time something wrong is happening? No. Yeah, I can forgive sometimes, but when somebody is literally gasping for air and they can't breathe and you know this is wrong, they are dying. There shouldn't be a crowd of people with cell phone footage rather than nobody other than another one of his police officers that was with him, of the ones that were there, stepping up saying, stop, and he told them to back off, and they backed off, and that was it. That was all that happened. Yes, police have guns. They do. I understand that. Guess what? If you like a free nation and a free state, you might one day die for those ideals so others can continue being free. That's what pissed me off. I don't like that. To me, that is the epitome of cowardice, and I hated it. I hated it with every part of my being, and that's why I couldn't say anything back then. And I still do. My heart is racing. My watch just told me. No, conviction said that the police were not authorized to do what they did. That's exactly what the judicial system said. They were wrong. So if the judicial system is telling us that they were wrong, why did everyone just stand and watch? I hate that shit. I hate it. I hate it. Now I can argue the other side. I get it. I don't want to make this political, and I want to get off the topic, and I want to say that I understand normal civilians just aren't used to seeing those types of things. Maybe I am more used to seeing it, but it made me so angry. I was so infuriated that I couldn't talk about it. That's why I actually never talked about that when I got asked about it over and over in streams. Like what I thought about, I was like, oh, you're not supposed to be political on streams. And then I said, if people remember when that happened, I did come on streams and say what I have to say will not match with what everyone thinks. So like, I did have a dissenting opinion, but I truly do believe that like people protect the law. Laws don't protect people. People protect the law. That line right there. That's it. And I mean, that's the long and short of it. It takes normal. I don't believe like people have to be superheroes either. I believe normal ass people stepping up and realizing bad things are happening right in front of their face and saying, no, I don't want the bad thing to happen anymore, is exactly how a change is enacted. And when you see that kind of change happening, it's because not of like some superhero, it's some normal person who just said, I ain't putting up with this anymore. And when they see the atrocity right in front of them happening, they do something. I truly do believe a lot of news stories like that would go a lot different if instead of the person that was first being persecuted by an atrocity dying, if it was a civilian dying. And while I don't want anybody to die, I truly don't. I do believe that if the headlines of that case were not about George Floyd and a police officer had a prior, relationship, and the police officer already had prior times where he was chastised for his, over the top actions, and George Floyd wasn't like a saint. If instead it was headlines of someone named George Floyd was being detained, police officers were being too harsh, they're being questioned, and 2 civilians dead protecting him. While, yes, that would also be an egregious tragedy, would we actually still be talking about and keeping, standards higher, people higher, because it wasn't, one person versus another, and the media flipped it and immediately made it about, like, who's in the right, who's in the wrong, that if it's a civilian trying to say this is wrong and I see it's wrong, and they step up and they end up dying for that, then the whole country knows it was wrong because the civilian shouldn't have died. You see my point? Why I never agreed with anyone's take on that. I didn't agree with media. I didn't agree with people asking me the question. I didn't agree with anybody. I truly did believe, like, my opinion is not to be heard on that. And now I know for a fact my opinion isn't good to be heard on that. But like, I get so upset by people who bask in the freedoms that they proclaim this country delivers, and then they live with their ignorance of what it takes to make that freedom continue. And then with the blissful mindset that they will never have to be the one to protect it unless they choose to by going into military service or being a police officer. I believe that is hypocrisy, and I believe that is cowardice. And in my mindset, it's the duty of every single person to look out for every other person in the nation. And until we can get past notions of race and gender and all these things, and we can just look at the atrocities of one human being against another, and all human beings rally to stop atrocities of one human being against another, and that's all there is to the topic. No matter if it's that human being is a police officer against a civilian against a police officer, no matter what it is, once we can stand up and just say one human being is doing something that intrinsically is infringing on the ability for the other person to continue living and breathing, and as us as civilians living in a country that we proclaim is free, stand up and say in the face of it, in the face of potential harm, dismemberment, and death, say no, shit doesn't get fixed. It just doesn't. It gets worse. And when people believe that their cell phone is actually justice, they're just deluding themselves. Yeah, I mean, people have always been that way. There are people who are meant to be on front lines. There are people who are not. There are people who are meant to like be better fighters. People who are meant to be better writers. There's always been an inequity of like, who's who and what's what. I'm not ever disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that, this even, I'll even say it like this. People have always been that way. That name escapes, like, literally, if you got to see, thank you, Vamp, I appreciate that. especially in the middle of me talking about something like this that probably got me demonetized by now. If everyone watched a news story where a random mom, like a mom of 2 or 3, died to that police officer instead of George Floyd because she tried to tackle him and he took lethal force against her. Let's just make it as tragic as it can be, as sad as it could be. Because no one wants to think of like a mom dying and leaving her children behind and things like that. But let's make it like somebody did exactly what I'm saying and they lost their life over that. What would have been the national discourse over that? What would it have been? And that's why I know I need to eventually make a second channel so I can talk about some of these things. Because what would have the national discourse have been if somebody had stepped up and actually had something to lose? And I really mean someone who just as a normal, everyday, average person had something to lose, still saw an atrocity, still was willing to step up and risk their life, and then they lost their life. What would have been the national discourse? It would have been over exactly the right topics. It never would have been whether he deserved it, whether, you know, it was reasonable punishment or whatever, whether the police officer should have already been off the police force and everything like that. It would have been somebody was getting hurt. And then the question of whether it was reasonable flies right out the fucking window when you realize it's just Joe Schmo, average woman, just saying, get off of him, trying to shove. And what? Puts her in a choke lock and strangles her to death? Shoots her? Does something else? Like, if it were that, and that was the national headline, we have a whole country that can rally behind that shit. No one standing for mom from, like, the corner that you talk to every morning dying to some police officer who's got anger management issues. And then we put it into the scope of it's not a black versus white thing. It's not a this, that, and the other thing. It is literally, and it's not the police, all police are like it wouldn't either be an issue of all police officers are corrupt. It is 90+% police officers have all the ideals of wanting to protect you and help you. 95%, 99% of them. But we shouldn't let the 1% of the bad apples dictate the rest, but we should hold them accountable. But the whole thing got squashed into this whole conversation that was so asinine and pedantic and all these things and just demeaning and diminutive of what the actual situation was. And it was downright degrading for anyone who was hoping for real justice. It didn't help in the end of the day. Yet, no, I'm not saying that no one should have recorded, Sam. I'm saying we have a lot of recordings and no one's stepping in. And also I know how to prop my cell phone up on a curb just fine and still step in. I know how to do that. I know how to make my cell phone record and also do something. Yeah, when more than half a dozen people, that was my problem. When more than half a dozen people. And I always thought of it like a half a dozen, 15? Okay. More than 2. My views on things. Thank you so much, Vamp. Welcome back, Quotivation, Casey, Sean, Trev, and Winject. I know that's a random aside, and I probably lost monetization over that. But like when that was a heated topic, that's why I could never bring it up. I don't feel like I align with what a lot of other people think. And I know it's, people are tired of hearing it. They're tired of hearing things politicized. I am too. I don't like my medicine politicized. I don't like a lot of other issues politicized, but you know, I didn't answer the questions about that years ago, specifically for that reason. It's not about letting superheroes be superheroes. It's like, on the flip side, if that one person stepped up and it was still that mom of 3 people stepped up and shoved the police officer off and she lived through it, and we got to hear more testimony from the police officer who tried to stop her superior officer, and you know, she stopped trying to talk him down. You know, the national conversation gets different, and it doesn't get controlled by news or anything like that. It gets controlled by people knowing, like, this seems like it requires more in-depth thought, and instead it gets to be spun and turned into all these other things. And really, at the end of the day, it should be, hey, am I a human being? Are you a human being? Should we actually protect each other? Sure. Okay, so if something happens to me, will you help me? Sure. If something happens to you, will I help you? Sure. And that's the end. That's the end. That's the whole discussion. That's it. That's my whole point. That's the whole discussion, how far it should go. We're both human beings. Should we help each other? Yes, then we do. Might it one day cost us our lives on helping each other? Yes. Should we do it anyway? Yes. You want to live somewhere free, you might have to give up freedoms to keep other people free. Can you call the police on the police? Good question. The answer is yes, you can. You absolutely can. A question that was asked many times back there and I heard no one answer it correctly. Yes. People in this country get deluded with what it takes to actually keep a free country. And people truly even think they're free in this country. We don't have a Bill of Rights. We have a Bill of Privileges. And when people realize that those privileges can get revoked, they're going to start feeling really sorry that they didn't do something earlier. And whose hands it's in, that whether that happens one day, is not in politicians' hands specifically. It's not in a political scheme. It's whether the populace, the vox populi, is heard and is educated. And once you realize that that Bill of Privileges that can be revoked at any time, then, you know, maybe it's too little too late at that point. But you know, who am I to say anything? I mean, the founding fathers must have been able to account for this. Oh, wait. Thomas Jefferson said the Constitution should be rewritten every 20 years so that it actually followed the procedures and the laws of the people. And that's one of the biggest strengths of Madison's amendments, so that it could be amended in that 20 years before he believed it should be rewritten. Or am I the only one that paid attention in history class? That even the founding fathers believed that this document would not stand the test of time and should not be held as the guiding principle to every fucking thing we do, and needs to be updated through more than just a Bill of Rights. Did you guys know that? The guy who wrote the damn thing, believed every 20 years it needed to be scrapped and rewritten. Hope you guys know that, because that's true. The amendments was Madison's idea of being able to make the public believe like the Constitution was really obtuse and made it feel like a tyrannical rule was coming back. So the Constitution was a hard sell, which is why the Federalist Papers were written, which is, you know, mostly the work of Madison and Hamilton. Madison and Hamilton, in writing the Federalist Papers, realized that people were actually reading more on the ideas of what freedoms do they retain if they can't read the entire Constitution. And Madison came up with the idea of the amendments, or rather the Bill of Rights, rather. And the Bill of Rights was the idea that we actually spell out the rights that the Constitution leaves to the people. But Jefferson very much interjected in all that and said that even if you make a Bill of Rights, even if you make amendments, there's no such thing amending a document that would not fit the scope of every generation to come. And he said every 20 years it needs to be rewritten, not amended, rewritten. And that's and I feel really crazy for actually knowing some of these things, because it's like, I guess I'm just the only one that's gonna know that thing. But you know, who am I to say anything anyway? I'm just a random YouTuber. I don't know. So anyway, I have strong beliefs, and I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. I don't want to die, but am I willing to actually die for my belief and then know that even I have to leave the sun behind for the idea that this country can be better and the people can be free and protected? Yeah. I'm sure as hell, right? Yeah. I don't want to see bad things happen in front of me that I think I could help stop. That doesn't make me a superhero. That doesn't make me a police officer. That just makes me a normal dude. As normal as a dude could be that has experience that I've got. That just doesn't like seeing people get hurt. You recall hearing that fact, Michael? Yeah. I don't know. You know how someone else said yesterday in someone said while I was playing Dark Souls, the more they learn about Dark Souls lore, the more confusing that it gets. The more I learn about things like that, the more confusing it gets on how we ended up where we are. Because it seems like we have answers right in front of us and we just don't do anything. And I'm just as guilty as being lethargic and as slow to act as anyone else, I guess, in some issues. But like, I do get confused the more I learn how, like, I feel that I'm like, where did the school system fail me? I do think that because my son constantly asks, my son actually did ask what, like, if this, my son did ask me, if I can prove that the school doesn't do anything good for me socially, do I have to go? And I told him a long time ago, like, yes, schools are there for education, but, you know, he's like, well, I learned more from you, Dad. I was like, yeah, well, I do believe education starts at home. So, you know, there's that. Hey, Vicky, what's going on? Oh, you actually enjoy me talking about that? I didn't. I'm glad you do. I tell my son education starts at home, so of course I hope he learns more from me. Of course I hope it is that it's me that he's learning more from, because that means I'm doing my job, right? So, you know, he learns more from me, therefore I am being a good parent. And you take care too, True Devil Fox. But I told him, you know, school's got more than one purpose. Socialization. Like, how else in a country, in a system like ours, do you learn how to basically get along with people in a proper, legal, fashionable way? That, you know, I said fashionable at the time, but he knew what I meant, as in a fashion that was meant to be done by the many, and that was supposed to be within the bounds of, like, I mean, that's literally, school is socialization first and education second, and that's perfectly okay. That's perfectly fine. But he did ask me, like, one day if, like, one day if he feels like he's socialized well enough, can he stop going to school because he learns well enough other places? And I was like, no, because, like, socialization doesn't stop when you think it does. Like, you gotta go through puberty and you gotta go through all these other things. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna go through puberty with people who keep being stupid, and if I prove I'm not being one of the stupid ones, Dad, why do I have to keep going and being around? I'm like, well, because you have to look. I was like, Rowan, stupid people will be here forever. They'll continue being here after you know, are out of school. If I yank you out of school, you just deal with stupid people in the workplace. Like, you do have to deal and learn how to deal with people just being idiotic and not agreeable. And he asked me also, like, well, what if they start teaching me the wrong things? And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, they leave out a lot of things if I'm actually supposed to be there for any education.
Gotcha!
And I was like, ooh. Like, when my son decided to go for the critique on, like, the education system, I was like, oh, let's not tell your mom that. She's an educator. Yeah, my son knows how to turn it. There's a way to fix stupid people, just violate some rights. Oh yeah. Oh crap, she didn't touch that. Whoops. My son is, yeah, his persuasive skills are a little higher than I'd like. I'll give you that much. I hate that. I hate it. He's good at articulating his point. I hate that he actually has good points. Not because I don't want him to have good points, but because I want him to not, like, he can tell his good points to me, and I can tell him, you still got to go to school. The second he says things like that to his mom takes it as being disrespectful, and I don't think that's right. He learned from his dad. I have always taught him to actually doubt what I'm saying. I have always taught my son to doubt what I'm saying, not for the idea of being disrespectful, but for the idea of being thorough, that I could get it wrong too. And that the one to get it right isn't always going to be your dad. Sometimes it's going to be you realizing your dad was wrong. So I've He learned from me, but I also taught him to like question me. My son is used to the idea of like, hey, go fact check me if you need to. I said, use a reputable source and show me, but fact check me if you need to, and then I'll tell him something. And so I've tried to instill in my son that one day he's not going to be learning from me. He's going to have to teach himself in viable, good, reliable resources. He's going to have to come to his own opinions. And I can't express any better how proud I am of my son that for 2 years strong now, for 2 years strong, 2 years and some change, I think, but 2 years strong, my son has been a vegetarian. Am I a vegetarian? No. Is his mom a vegetarian? No. Are any of his friends vegetarians? No. Is there anything in his life to tell him to be a vegetarian? No. My son has been a vegetarian. He came to his own conclusion about how he wanted to basically feel like he's interacting with the world. And he will still tell you the same thing he told me years ago when I told him, literally, I know what you want to do. You want to help animals. You want to save, you want to help protect them. You don't want to eat animals when you have alternatives. There are alternatives to meat. We don't have to like hurt animals and have slaughterhouses. He had learned anything about slaughterhouses and he was disgusted by it all. It was like 4 days before his birthday. And his response to me still is a thing that is something that I will tell him. I told him, like, by you being a vegetarian alone, I'm just gonna tell you, little boy, right now, and I call him little boy. He doesn't like any nicknames, but I'm so used to calling him little boy that he's like, my mom calls me Bud. That's a dog's name, like Bud or Buddy. I was like, I call you little boy. He's like, yeah, you're different, Dad, whatever. But I tried to actually persuade my son to not be a vegetarian because there's a lot of pitfalls that can come with getting good nutrition in a growing boy. And so, unbeknownst to most people who would think that I encouraged it into my son, it's the opposite. I tried to encourage my son to not be a vegetarian. I actually had the counter argument of saying he should not do that yet. And I mean, oh my god, isn't that a surprise that dad could actually encourage his son not to do something that sounds like the right thing or whatever to do. Like, I tried to tell him, there's a lot of dietary restrictions and requirements, you're a growing boy. And like, you know, we could get around it, but like, is it really worth it? And his answer to me is what I would like to point everyone to ever. Is she gonna die off screen? Do not die off screen. You get down here and you die where you're supposed to. His answer to the idea of his not eating meats will not save a single chicken, a single pig, a single cow, won't save livestock, won't do any of these things, won't stop slaughterhouses and their bad practices, won't do anything. He told me that it doesn't make a difference because basically, she said, that he doesn't want to participate. His answer to that was he just doesn't want to be a part of it. He said bad things will still, I'm paraphrasing him, I have it written down because it's one of my proudest moments of a parent, because it was my 8 about to turn 9-year-old telling me this, because he had stopped eating meat a few weeks before that. We didn't know why. He told me specifically, and I'm paraphrasing, that even if it's going to happen, that doesn't mean he has to be a part of it. And I think that is something that a lot of human beings miss out on, and that is when I'm really, really proud of my son. My son is something that I wish I could be. He doesn't like the practices that go into raising livestock and how they're slaughtered, and in generalized practices. He wishes for better humanity, and he thinks that we have alternatives that don't involve the idea of eating other animals. And I might not agree with him completely. I know, like, I consider deer giant rats, and I'm just like, if we don't take care of enough deer and hogs, we have like farms that you want to go off and eat protein from, those get torn up by the hogs, and the deer just take away all the vegetation, and like there's reasons why quotas go up and down and all this other stuff. But he's like, that's different. Like, he's like, Dad, you were a hunter, right? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, but how did you kill? And I was like, as humanely as possible. He's like, but that's not what they do. And he's like, I was like, that's how some people do. You could research those brands. He's like, but that still means that they're still doing it. People could think, and how do I know in a restaurant? He's like, it's just easier to not do it. And I tried to convince him, like, you're growing and everything. He's just like, I don't want to be a part of it. And so instead, I said, all right. And my son's now a vegetarian. I have to go out of my way to find and make sure that he has well-balanced diets and all the food he needs and isn't getting like any deficiencies and has, you know, he has he's slightly anemic and all this other stuff and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I'm really proud of him. He didn't want to participate in a cycle of cruelty, no matter what his dad said. And therefore, after he convinced me, he did his own research of what that cruelty looked like and what he didn't want to participate in. I'm having to spend extra money for his food. Oh, did YouTube actually finally hit me with the buffer? Crap. So yeah, my child doesn't believe all the same things. He's got time to develop. I'll never convince him. I actually truly believe, I do believe what he believes. I wish there was a way to control animal populations that are hurting our particular environment. I mean, the biggest animal that's hurting our environment are humans, but let's back off of that. But yeah, I'm very proud of my child, and he learns at home first. And but I practice what I preach. I pass on to my child. If one day I have to lay down my life so that my son can continue believing what he does, because we need people who have ideals in this country. I do sound like I shit all over idealists sometimes. People who are way too optimistic, way too bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and I think view things as like there's always a silver lining. Sometimes it sounds like I shut them down, but honestly, we need them. Because if one day there's a chance for a brighter future, we're going to need the idealists to come through and tell us what that brighter future looks like. And then we need activists to go ahead and take up the reins and being like, and this is how it's done. We need both. Otherwise, we have activists who are willing to go for the wrong ideals, and we have idealists who will never be heard by the correct activists. We need people with good ideals and people who are willing to act. My son has his own ideals, and I don't know if I'll ever believe the same things, but he's willing to act. So I know he's got one half of it down. So I love the idea that my son's got at least half of the thing down. No, I told my son he can never shame people for eating meat. I told him that I would never stop eating meat. I wouldn't ever stop eating meat in front of him. That I don't expect other people to. That I expect that, you know, if he wants other people to know why he does it, that he does it in a polite manner. But my son was just like, I've definitely told my son, like, this is not for you to be able to grandstand and like use it above other people. He's like, no. I just feel really, really bad when I eat. He was like, I have Chick-fil-A and I feel really, really bad. And I'm like, okay. And that was his example of like, he loves Chick-fil-A and he's like, I feel bad. When my son is ready to give up Chick-fil-A's chicken nuggies, I know he's for reals. Like, my son's pointing out the Chick-fil-A chicken nuggies. I know he's for reals. Because that shit's delicious. You can't get more real than that. Did that not kill him? Oh, well, I need to destroy that anyway. Yeah, he'll get better as he's older. I trust that. But I also... Yeah, I mean, it really is. That's his real commitment. Giving up Chick-fil-A chicken nuggies. He is actually, his thoughts torment him like mine do mine. Like mine do me. His thoughts are his biggest enemy. My son gets trapped in his head all the time like his dad does. I feel really bad for that one, but at least he thinks. I don't know if my son should run for president. I mean, maybe he'll grow up into that kind of person, but honestly, like, Jon Stewart just came back to The Daily Show, and I'm so happy. That doesn't mean I agree with every single thing that comes out of Jon Stewart's mouth, but damn, do I remember, like, does anyone else remember, like, that little, like, fake debate of Rumble 2012? Anyone else remember O'Reilly and Jon Stewart having a fake debate? Like, it was a real debate, but a debate, like a presidential debate. Anyone remember that from 12 years ago? About them talking about, like, two different sides of everything and everything like that? S plus on it, 3 out of 4 RE2 remake. I'm glad it helps you, Game Drop. Yeah, vaguely you remember? Yeah. Yeah, I don't agree with either person completely. I would probably swing more towards Jon Stewart's ideals, but during that debate at the very end, I just thought it was really interesting. It's like pointing out something nice about each other. And Jon Stewart pointed out the idea that, you know, you can disagree on everything and you can still sit down, which makes it a true debate if they're willing to be, like, civil to each other and show each other respect, even if they don't agree with each other. The thing O'Reilly said about Stewart was that Stewart was going to visit the troops. And O'Reilly, if you don't know, writes all these books about, like, all the dead presidents and all the great leaders. Basically, if a president's been assassinated or was influential, or there was a, like Patton or whatever, like a big leader in military, O'Reilly's written a book about it. Bill O'Reilly's kind of off the deep end with a lot of that stuff. Do I ascribe to anything Bill O'Reilly says? Not really, but I do understand that he does come by his beliefs authentically. Like he's more authentic about the way that he tries to articulate the things that I don't even agree with. But I don't agree with Jon Stewart all the way. I'm so glad he's back. Because the first thing I heard him do was absolutely do what I loved hearing best. Bash everyone for everyone getting stuff wrong, because everyone needs to think a bit more deeply. I was so sad that my son was going to grow up in an era without, like, a TV representation of somebody who's willing to just shit on everyone if everyone fucked up. And I'm like, yay! Even if it's only on Mondays, like, Jon Stewart's back. Am I, like, I don't know what that says about me, but I grew up with Jon Stewart. Taking over the Daily Show in, like, 1999. I grew up with the idea of, like, for it was 9 years ago he retired from that, and it's like, oh my god, I'm getting old. I grew up with the idea that Jon Stewart was saying all these, but also I, you know, after he left that spotlight, I grew up with Jon Stewart being the one that, like, go look up him talking to Congress for the rights of 9/11, the first responders for 9/11. Of him talking about the response time of the first responders on the scene for the calls that something was wrong on 9/11 was 45 seconds. And that they were having to be there again in front of Congress, and him talking about, like, isn't this a great representation of actually what first responders and those who were affected by, like, those who, like, police, EMT, firefighters who actually entered those buildings and were on the pile and got all that stuff in their lungs and got hurt and needed medical benefits. And the government denied them. If people don't know the history of that, in 2001, when people started first showing symptoms, the government denied that it had anything to do with the actual collapse of the towers, citing that there should be nothing in the towers that should do that to the lungs. It took years for them to say, well, it might be something from that. And it took years after that of conclusive evidence saying, well, even if it's from that, can we really afford to actually give them benefits? Now, the address from Congress, Jon Stewart, yeah. That last line, they did their jobs, now 18 years later, do yours. And talking about how, like, it was a good way of showing the, thank you, Game Drop, I appreciate that, thank you. Oh, wow, I appreciate the sentiment. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that the idea that Jon Stewart is also more than just, like, a mouth where he's a comedian first, but also he's willing to, like, take his comedy and take the most absurd things, the biggest absurdities that we have to live with day to day, and put a comedic spin on it And I really do appreciate that about him, even if I don't agree with everything he says. But when he sits there and he's willing to actually stand up for like those who were willing to put their lives, lost their lives, and then those who kept their lives, but keep dying to things that were caused by them being there and responding to one of the biggest things that he pointed out. Every person that decided to dismiss themselves from the chamber, every person that said they had prior everything, always tweet out that, you know, 9/11, the people that respond on 9/11 are heroes, and to never forget, yet they're being forgotten. Like, I remember him talking about that. I remember like when he's talking about people like the military, bills that would help vets and everything, that we, you know, we benefit off the backs of vets who like put their lives on the line, and then we forget that they need help afterwards, and Congress can just walk away from actually passing along bills. And he sat out there sweating his ass off, being like, you know, those guys claim that they have VAs behind them, staying behind them, and he's on a podium using his platform to say, I have all of the VA groups behind me. I have all the veteran groups right here, right now, outside of that building, and let alone they won't hear their voice. They won't even let them stand in front of them to hear their voice. They don't have anyone's ear. And the next day they get stuff passed. I don't care what you think about Jon Stewart if you don't like his policies, but the guy has good intentions, a good heart. I miss somebody who actually comes on the air, says how ridiculously stupid some of the things we have to go through day to day are, makes comedy out of it so people can at least get a laugh out of it, because I do believe life is like a tragedy or a comedy, and day to day you just got to choose which one it is. You can choose that life is just a tragedy, or you can choose it's a comedy. And I learned that early on from K.A. Applegate and reading Animorphs as a kid, of all things. And you just kind of have to choose like this cathartic balance between how sad are things going to be, or how much are we going to laugh at the absurdity that these sad things are still happening and we haven't changed it. And I do appreciate the idea that he's back. Yes. Yeah, when I was young, Jon Stewart does make politics easy for everyone to understand. Oh my God, when I was I remember growing up, he got bashed for leading the youth astray. I don't remember if everyone remembers that. He was being bashed for the idea he was leading the youth astray. Anyone remember that? It was afraid that this comedian, which, I mean, he's a comedian first. Let's not get that wrong. He's a comedian. But he was leading the youth astray by like using a comedy show to like, and people were claiming that those that listen to Jon Stewart must be less informed about the issues than those who would watch traditional media outlets, like traditional news sources. And that was a big deal when he was first gaining traction, which is pretty pitiful when by 2000, he took over in 1999, by 2005, when other media outlets are pointing to a show that's on Comedy Central as being a legitimate news source, when, if I remember correctly, at 2005, Sock Puppets Making Prank Calls was the show that led into The Daily Show. Maybe my memory's wrong, but in about 2005, I think the show that led into his was either South Park or Sock Puppets Making Prank Calls, and then The Daily Show came on. And people, Crank Yankers, yeah, that's right. Oh my God, that's right. Oh, it finally came through. Thank you, Game Drop. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets.
It was ridiculous.
5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
It was ridiculous.
Just because you're a good dude and good dudes need support.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Game Drop. I really appreciate that. I'll go over the Game Drop for that. First super chat ever on the channel. I appreciate that as the sentiment behind it. I grew up on George Carlin too. George Carlin basically, in an interview, like passed the torch on to Jon Stewart, saying that he believed that Jon Stewart's kind of mind was the one that would be the next to be, you know, like that. Yeah, I grew up on George Carlin. Are you kidding? Why do you think I know like the Bill of Rights is a Bill of Privileges? George Carlin said that. Yeah, Gallagher, Red Skelton. I grew up with really random stuff too, but I point out things like Red Skelton because of the idea of, you know, other things that come up. But It's George Carlin who called it first a bill of privileges, and I was like, oh my god, he's right. Because you see how fast they yoink that shit away. When other news outlets who were, hey Jeffrey, when other news outlets truly tried to debunk that, you know, or tried to say that Jon Stewart's viewers were probably more misinformed because of his comedy. Hey, quotation. I don't think I said hi specifically. I kind of went Dark Souls tonight. They put out polls to see how educated people were. You know what happened? Across the board, however you politically swung, if you watched The Daily Show, you were more informed on the actual facts of what was happening around you than if you watched any other major media outlets. That was the people who tried to say and dethrone the idea that Jon Stewart was hurting the youth. Incidentally, starting in 2005, proved he was actually informing the general populace better than news media outlets were. And as soon as they figured that out, they started gunning for him really hard. Because, like, his criticism of the show Crossfire, he was dead right about. Crossfire was basically making it look like they called it a debate and they turned it into an argument. And he appeared on the show and said, you're hurting this country. And all he tried to say was basically what a real debate looks like. He literally in that interview a long time ago said, like, if you guys had a real debate, that would be helping this country. But he's like, you guys go into things like called the spin zone and things like all this other stuff. And he tried to tell them, like, you guys literally take the biggest talking point and you argue and you never show like what it is to come to a conclusion. He tried to point that out to them on their show, and CNN shut that show down the next week and fired people. And one of the people they fired went to work for Fox instead. But like he started having political sway on a comedy show. I love that he's back, because the first thing he did was piss off everyone. That's how I know he's needed in this country. The first thing Jon Stewart did with his Monday broadcast, go check YouTube on how many people are pissed off at Jon Stewart right now. Democratic, Republican, middle of the ground, Green Party, doesn't matter. People are pissed. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, he's back on The Daily Show on Mondays. His first hosting of The Daily Show back on it is Mondays. Every Monday, Jon Stewart is now hosting The Daily Show again. And he's now one of the executive producers on Tuesday through Thursday. He's helping to write the script to make sure it goes the same way that he would do it on a Monday. And more than likely, after the presidential elections, he'll go back to hosting it all through the week. But right now, he's not taking it on until after the election cycle and everything. And so, like, Jon Stewart, this past Monday, I went and watched it, and I loved it because he shit on everyone in the most appropriate way possible. He's basically just pointed out the absurdity of the idea that basically our two choices for presidential candidates, no matter what, are the two oldest people ever to run for office. And the only record that they're beating on oldest people was last presidential election, when it was the two oldest people ever to run for office. It was the literal only record they beat was the one they set the last time they ran 4 years ago. And he pointed that out, and everyone who supported Biden got pissed because he pointed out the idea that Biden might not be thinking on all banging on all four cylinders type deal, even though he never out and out said like Trump's better than Biden or Biden's better than Trump. He alluded to he doesn't like Trump. Of course, he's biased. He doesn't like Trump as much. I'm not saying who I support, but I can tell you I don't like a guy who brings riots to a Capitol, so there's that. But he pointed out the absurdity. People who support Biden like immediately took to Twitter, I'm never calling it X, and immediately said, you were gone for 9 years. I hope you're gone for another 9 for bashing Biden. Literally started saying that. And people who supported Trump started saying, yeah, like, you know, we never needed your voice then, we don't need it now. And the second I saw both sides of the aisle immediately got pissed at Jon Stewart, I was like, yes, yes, yes. That's what we need. We absolutely need that. Like, I don't like chaos. I like the idea that if you are ever pandering to just one set of people, you're doing it wrong. There should be people who love you and hate you for what you do. And there should be certain people who just will hate everything you do and stand for because you believe in it so vehemently. And there should be people who love what you do because you believe in it so vehemently. And it shouldn't be able to be separated by the idea of whether you're in a blue or red state, whether you vote Republican or Democratic, whether it's like which party you is. It shouldn't be based on that. That's not what it should be based on. Yes, the fact that he shit on both sides and both took offense, but he brought up legitimate points of what we're doing, explicitly saying, if we're setting the standard on Trump isn't fit for office because of what's coming against him, it sets the standard even higher for someone running against him because they need to prove to the people. And literally in his last Daily Show, like the one he just did this past Monday, said that like, since it sets the bar higher, it's up to the people being elected to prove to the populace why they should be trusted, not for the populace to just blindly follow. Like, it's up to them to tell us why we should believe that they are our best bet for leading our country, the most taxing job in the world. And he pointed that out. Like, and it was just, he pointed out the fallacies in Biden and Trump. And I love it. I love the fact that he was back and he could piss everyone off because that means you're doing something right. There should never be something you wholeheartedly agree with that is that broad spectrum. For example, politics, if you agree with just one person, you got it wrong. I mean, politics is a hard subject, but honestly, your view of people and freedom and everything should differ from mine. Should differ from everyone else here that's watching right now, whoever will watch the stream. It should differ slightly because you're a human being with your own experiences. And something I believe could be intrinsically wrong and I might never know it. And you could be intrinsically correct and be the better choice and option. And I might never know it unless we disagreed. We'll never get to a better place unless there are disagreements. But it shouldn't be the idea that the things you believe in are strictly based on like the color you decide to vote for. Like red or blue. That's not how it's decided. Like if one day I will say, like in the past, most likely, if you catch who I voted for as an adult, you'll probably catch me voting more blue than red. Is that because I say I'm like Democratic and that I'm more liberal and all those things? No, it's because when I've been in my lifetime in particular, when I've had to look at candidates and my personal beliefs, I've more times had to look and be like, well, this is a shit pile. I don't want to vote for either one of them. But I believe that as being, especially in Georgia, where like one of the biggies is like what happened in Georgia and was there like coercion here and blah, 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 blah. I believe it's part of my right, but a duty to vote and a duty to actually be educated about topics at least to a reasonable extent. And when I get educated, sometimes I have to go down to the character of the person. I have to go, damn it. Like, it might be shit on both sides, but I've, in my lifetime, voted closer to blue. When are times I haven't? If you diss the military, I'm gonna be up your ass. I guarantee you right now, if you don't like military policy, it is not the people who are basically enlisting and like, it's like 99% of the people. It is not the people you think you should be blaming. When it came to the Vietnam conflict and things, we should not have been egging people coming off the goddamn planes, coming back from Vietnam when there was a fucking draft in the country. You think that's right? Like, I don't like how people sometimes act. We egged people. My dad got egged coming back from Vietnam. Did he have a choice? No, his number came up. He got drafted. He was asked to serve his country and he chose to be a Marine. When he came off the plane, coming back into the country, he was met with eggs from protesters. Protesters who obviously don't understand what a draft is. My dad didn't have a choice. Most people fighting in Vietnam didn't have a choice. You go fight or you could pull a Cassius Clay. It took him 5 years. Cassius Clay, also known as Muhammad Ali, when he converted and said he's a conscientious dissenter and he can't fight in this conflict, they stripped him of his heavyweight title, and for 5 years he was held for a felony that was held up in courts until finally he was let go of the felony charges. It was a felony because he didn't have everything like in line that most conscientious deserters. It was a draft. Most of the time when people blame troops and everything, they're blaming the wrong people. It's usually the people that are way higher up that you're never gonna see. We're us that serve, I don't want to use that word. People who have served many times believe they're doing the exact right thing. And I also believe that we do need a standing army. I mean, kind of that what swayed, you know, did no one else study World War II? Did no one else study that if we had entered the world war before 1941, we would have lost World War II? No one else studied that we didn't have a good standing army, and because we had an isolationist policy here in the Americas, that in the 1930s, 1933, Germany marches their army back across the border when the Treaty of Versailles says they're not supposed to have a standing army, and they declare they actually have a standing army they've been training for years across the border. They march them back in, and they make a party that we call the Nazi Party now. They go ahead and they make policies that look like they're right for Germany, and then they start infringing on the policies of everyone else. And we took an isolationist policy, but we at the same time said, if this shit hits our shores, we need to have a standing army that's better than this because we don't have one. And starting in about 1938, we started training troops hard just in case we had to enter the war. 1941, Pearl Harbor, we get bombed, and we realize that the Pacific Theater is encroaching on the US. We declare war against Japan. The Japanese Empire basically goes over to Germany and says, they declare war against us. You gave us the go-ahead to basically invade China and the Pacific. Do you have our back? They say, yes, they declare war. Germany declares war against us. Now we're embroiled in World War II. Because it took us so long in our isolationist policy, we had the time to train our troops. Most countries participating in World War II lost well over 1 million people. Most countries losing 2 to 3 million people on average per country that were involved in World War II. And America lost, what was it, 300 some thousand, whatever. But our troops mattered because they were well trained and they were well timed and they were in the right place at the right time. Had we put those same untrained troops on that ground too early, we don't win the war. We're out of people and they're all dead. With that said, and me knowing that history, like, I know that even the backs of a lot of things that have happened. And like, I love history. My son loves history too. World War II wasn't all that long ago. My dad was born in 1947. My dad is born to children of people who like grew up with that as being the war. And my dad's parents grew up during the idea of World War I. My great grandma, who I grew up with, remembers World War I. I mean, she's dead now, but I got to hear stories of her on a farm when she was getting used to the idea of cars being around, that she had favorite horses, and that her family didn't trust cars, that the ice box had to be delivered to her, and like the milk, you know, all those things that we think is so far away. My childhood was listening to a woman talk about how their farm had to change its ways and things like that, and how it was delivered and all these other things, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, you know, family coming from further up north, not that part wasn't in the UP, that part was further down. And she's talking about the idea of her remembering like the part where we got along with the slave side of who we released, because my family's descendants on the white side did own slaves. I'm descended from the slaves they owned. That's really, really weird. And she remembers like her parents and grandparents' stories of like being friends with the people who were at one point in time lineage, working on their farms against their will and instead employed on their farms, and being very weirded out about that. And for me, history is this like cumulative thing where I'm surprised other people aren't so fascinated, because if you put it in real perspective, that means I was talking to somebody who had lived through World War I, World War II, UP representation, my mom from the UP. Yep. I'm glad you feel that way, Jared. Like, I do believe history can teach us something, and history really says something about what we can learn from and what we don't have to go back to. And it doesn't feel like ancient history to me when my great grandma used to talk to me about things that feel like they should be ancient history that you find in museums, but to her, it wasn't a museum. It was called a Tuesday. And when it was called a Tuesday to her, I realized that, okay, well, What did her her grandparents go through? The Civil War. And like, when I'm just like, when I'm realizing over and over, like, there's these things that are cumulative, and it's like, okay, so in actuality, like, the Civil War is happening, and my grandma was taught by people who lived through that, and my great grandma was taught by people and raised by people who went through that, and only, you know, decades later, people who were teens and fighting in the Civil War were actually able-bodied enough to possibly serve in World War I. Isn't that really weird to think about? It was possible. It was rare, but it was possible. I think it would have at least not been necessarily on front lines, but they could have at least been in a supportive, like, think tank type idea. To me, that history builds and builds and builds. And one thing you'll catch me on is, like, no matter what I believe in, what I vote and whatever else, you'll hear me backing the troops. Why do I do that? Because you don't know who you're attacking usually. And I do have a better understanding than most from my experience, my family, my research. And I just do know that most people who go over and who go believing that they're fighting to help their fellow man are usually doing it with good intentions, even if they're doing it because their education is going to be paid for, or they were told in high school that they had no other job prospects or anything. At the end of the day, they had to sign up for the idea that they could one day die for what you and I believe in. And most of them accept that responsibility and accept the idea. I mean, we got sarcasm here. He is the biggest troll on my channel if Jordan isn't here, and Jordan doesn't speak as much anymore. Yeah, sarcasm's trolliness can be outdone by Jordan. Just give Jordan a moment. It depends on how much they are. And sarcasm is another person here who now might have to face death by trying to help others by being a field medic. Now, sarcasm is now certified to do that. Lorna, it has been a long time. What's going on? Sarcasm, who is here right with us, is certified to help our troops overseas and is doing so with good damn intentions. And one day might have to die for doing so. And still is here joking around with the rest of us and being a troll and whatnot. But still, like, when you look at actual people, and like Vamp just helped out and whatnot. I don't have to know Vamp personally to know Vamp is a giving person, someone who wants to be able to give to others. Vamp gives to someone like me, some dipshit like me, who just has some opinions and whatnot and help support this channel. And things like that. It's the idea of those people like that are not getting into the military to screw you over. People who fought in the Vietnam conflict didn't get drafted to screw you over and make you hate them. It doesn't. It's just the idea that if somebody, like, if I vote blue, they better be supporting the troops. You know why? Because I want to believe. I want to believe that our country will fight for the right things. I know we don't always. I know that half the time we get into bullshit because, like, we're fighting over the idea that we can lose our reserves to oil supplies. We can lose our allies that technically we make sometimes decisions as a military to arm, like, the lesser of two evils. I know in the 80s that we supported the same guy that we took down in the aughts. I mean, you know, in the 80s, we supported the same guy that later on we went ahead and helped to depose Saddam Hussein. And that the Bin Laden family is no different, that we have swung back and forth on our sentiments towards until it went way overboard and it was ISIL and ISIS that we're going after. Like, it's this thing of, like, we've made some fucked up decisions, but who made those decisions? Who are you really bashing when you bash the troops? Now, when you bash funding and when you bash, like, slush funds and when you bash all these other things, those are different things. You got gifted a membership to yourself. Welcome to the family, Jared. I appreciate that. Oh, God. I'm sorry. Combat Mag, not Field Mag. You do not eat Crayola. Welcome to the family, Jared. I appreciate that. You got it to yourself. That's really cool that happened. I'm just saying that when people end up bashing, they see all these other things and they don't realize what they're doing. They don't realize what they're saying. They don't realize who they're criticizing. They don't realize they're usually criticizing the wrong people. There are very good intentioned people. And it's just like the police force. Like, we can criticize police all we want to, But when you need help, are you gonna dial 911 or not? Many times we don't know who we're criticizing, and we just look for the bad guy. And sometimes there's no bad guy to find, but we still have to make it. The boogeyman has to exist. There we go. Somebody else is gifted. Mika, welcome. You still work for the Navy ever since I got out. You got out. And I appreciate that. I do. And I know that even Vamp can... I know Vamp will sit here and tell you that I'm not, like, you know, grandstanding and telling a lie. There's plenty of things I'm sure Vamp has seen. Thank you so much, Jared. I appreciate the support. I really, really do. Especially when I'm talking about things like this. I can tell you that, like, Vamp is a stand-up person. Vamp will tell you that not every single thing is an agreeable thing, but the general premise is still to help people. It's the general premise of what's going on. Protecting people, protecting freedoms. I mean, the ideals are there. Does it always come across as being the best way we could have done it? No. It never is. There's always a way to think about it differently and to think about how we could have done things. There's the coulda, woulda, shoulda, the playing the what if game. You can do that. Everyone who's ever served can do that. It's not like people who have served are delusional. Some are, a few are, but that's not the majority. They're not delusional. They're not stupid. Pretty well educated and know exactly where the flaws in our system are because they have to abide by the system. Thank you for being here, Kira. You think that people that don't have to realize that we can't take down people now at checkpoints? We can't shoot out engine blocks until like a tertiary step, or not even tertiary, I think it's fourth step of trying to stop someone who we know is about to bomb like some of our troops, and that they are driving in a car that we know is packed with explosives and going to try to kill some of us. And we're not allowed to shoot out the damn engine block until we take too many steps that they can actually get to a checkpoint. That shit is stupid. When we know now that our ROV tells us that we're not allowed to open fire unless we have PID, and we can lose that as a command if the person who just shot an RPG at one of our anythings goes around a corner and puts down that RPG and comes in with his hands up, we're not allowed to open fire anymore because we no longer have positive identification because it could be racist. We could mistake them. It could be racism. And we play by those rules, but they play us so hard when we go into these conflicts. They know they can drop their weapon right around the corner, come up with our hands, and we're in trouble for breaking the rules of engagement because we no longer were authorized to open fire on the guy we just saw kill some of our friends. We know there are places, even those who have served know there are places that the military could improve. Like, there are some stupid, asinine things that go on. And still, I will absolutely bash anybody, any presidential candidate who will sit there and, like, go after the actual troops. It's kind of like going after the first responders in 9/11. Those are not the right people. You don't like the policies. It's the people that are comfy cozy sitting on this side in this country making these decisions that are making it so that those who have good intentions are doing the goodness for goodness sake, if you will. Yeah, it's the wrong people. If you don't like things that are going on with the troops, then make sure you're electing the right officials and the right people who will then help make sure that those who control those who are over. You see what I'm saying? I'm educated enough that I get mad for so many reasons. And most of it is people's ignorance. Yeah, most boots on the ground are great people. I can tell you that. I will stand by that. Most boots on the ground are great people. I can tell you even of people that I have disagreed with. I will open up for 2 seconds to say somebody that I lost that I completely disagreed with, that I thought was a misogynistic asshole. I still believed was someone worth dying for. When they died, I lost my shit. Because you know what? You know what I truly saw when I saw someone hit it? I saw a misogynistic asshole. Somebody who did not treat women with respect correctly. Somebody who was a little too short-tempered and really honestly needed to just learn how to be a bit more well-rounded of a human being. That same dude, the reason why he was there, he truly believed that his presence there would help us in a conflict that he didn't want to see other people have to make the choice whether they believe they needed to go help and serve. That's why he was there. And he believed it from the bottom of his heart. That's why he decided to be there. He graduated from high school. He decided to enlist. And even though he treated women with a way that I didn't like, treated some minorities with a way I didn't like, and I thought, wow, this is not a person that I'd usually be friends with in any way. I wasn't really his friend, but I'd call him a brother in arms any day of the week. I would have died for him. Why? Because we both were there for the same reason of, even if we didn't agree on like whether my skin color was as equal as his and everything, when we sat down at the table, it was, why do we hashtag? So because YouTube picks it up, everyone sees who actually did something. And Lorna, thank you so much. And thank you for my son. I hope my son has the best birthday as well. Why do we hashtag? Because YouTube also respects the idea of that. That hashtag comes through. They see it. They see the support. They see, and then other people see when videos come back. If you do only top chat, if it doesn't have a hashtag, it won't come through. If you don't do live chat and you just do top chat when you come in and watch the live stream again, and this is a hashtag, you won't see like thanking people for supporting the stream. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You're finding me more awake than I usually am, so I'm just gonna stop this. I'm just saying, I've even met people who I really disagree with in military service and stuff like that, and I still find them to be more savory people than most people that I'll meet in my life, even if I just don't like who they are and think they could change. But then I see the ideals of what they're willing to do. And when I see the idea that in a civilian life, if I was a civvy running into a misogynistic asshole who had bigoted tendencies, I would treat them like they were being a misogynistic asshole who was having bigoted tendencies. When he was serving and ready to die at my side, I treated him with respect as somebody who was willing to die for me too, even if we were both just civvies. He might have something to say about like, he might have something under his breath to say about it. And I really many times was just like, you know, that shit don't fly. How many times people had to tell him, you didn't come to fight just for people who are your skin color. We actually came here to help people who are just getting slaughtered that are never going to be your skin color. And he's like, yeah, but you know what? Everyone deserves a shot. And I was just like, it's like, that is everyone deserves a shot, even if you don't respect them because of their like ethnicity or skin. I was like, okay, you're a little backwards, dude. But even as backwards as he was, he's probably like the outlier. That guy, he was the only guy that I heard like that was serving at that point. Like, that was the only guy that I heard that acted like that. And still, when he died, it tore me apart. Like, I had a front row seat to it. I had to watch it, and it tore me apart. Because I knew that in a heartbeat, if like it had been switched around, he would have been through the door first. And he was through the door first, and he paid for it with his life. Would have died for the guy any day of the week. Would I have agreed with him? But no, he was still there for the idea that everyone should get a chance. Everyone, this side of the pond, that side of the pond, in the Middle East, in the middle of downtown Atlanta, doesn't really matter. Even if he believed that they weren't equal because of, he still truly believed everyone should get a shot at least when he had to put chips on the card. He's like, well, at least they should get a shot at proving themselves, at proving it being better, at proving being everything. And it's like, he said, at worst, I remember him saying this once. He said, at worst, they should have a shot at proving me wrong about what I think about them. And I was about to yell at him, and I thought, no, I can go with that. I was about to yell at him for that. I do remember that. And I was about to get down his throat on that. And I thought about it for a second, and it was one of those few times that I actually really, really thought at that point. And I thought about it a second, and I was like, no, that's close enough for me. Is it good enough for, like, in general? No. But even if that was the worst of us, I really did appreciate the sentiment that he had that everyone should at least get a shot. And that's why he was here. That's why he decided to be in this position where he could lose his life, and he lost his life. And he lost his life so that in that day, there were dozens of people who got a shot at living. That if he wasn't there, if I hadn't witnessed him, if people hadn't shown up and did what they did, they would not have got a shot at the idea of life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. They would have lost that to people who lost their right to live because they were willing to take it away from others for no good reason. And I didn't agree with them. But the second he said that at least they should get a shot to prove themselves, I thought to myself, Well, damn. Ain't that some progress out of a bigoted man's mouth? I immediately had to acknowledge at least that's progress. Even if he's gonna look down on them for their skin color, their ethnicity, their beliefs, the idea that he had that he's gonna be there to fight so they at least get a shot at proving themselves. I don't care what it is after that he thought proving. I was like, but that's progress. Because he's putting his money where his mouth was. He could have said that and he could have been at home. He could have been in 2004 at home, sitting in his living room, having all these damn opinions that are really shitty, being a misogynistic bigot to somebody on the street. Some black woman has to suffer his wrath of his opinions, but instead, his money was where his mouth was. He was in a place where he was giving people a chance with his body and mind and his ability, and he paid for it with his life. And me, even at that point in time, before he died, I heard that of him. At least they should have a chance to prove themselves. I thought to myself, if that's the worst of us, I can deal with this. Like, I can, if that's as bad as it gets, I'm used to a lot worse. I grew up near Atlanta. There is some racist shit that happens here in Georgia. I mean, and I've lived further south in Georgia for 10 years. There's some racist shit that goes down. And if that was the worst I was gonna hear out of anyone's mouth serving there, yeah, I can get behind that. If that's the worst, I've heard way worse today. Today, when I woke up and I went through my comment section before I started this stream, I heard way worse than ever came out of almost name dropped him, ever came out of his mouth. I don't know why I get so passionate about that other than my past and everything. I just like, this all started with me saying simple things and then talking about Jon Stewart back. I think that, to just bring this around so I can just hit play on the alerts and just go back to playing a game. Jon Stewart being back, he has been a proponent for the troops for so long. He's been on their side, and he's also known very much to be liberal and democratic, and very much people like put labels like liberal and democratic and think it means anti like troops, anti-fighting. And maybe some ideals that Jon Stewart has is against the idea that we're fighting in places we shouldn't be fighting in. Guess what? I fought in places that I didn't think we should be fighting in. That's not a democratic thing. That's a human thing sometimes. But at the same time, when Bill O'Reilly in 2012 talked about the Rumble 2012, when he pointed to the idea that John is visiting the troops tomorrow, when John has sat there and vouched for veterans benefits out in the scorching hot heat just a few years ago, that was what, 4 years, 3, was it even years ago, or was it a year ago that I'm talking about? Was that not too long ago? Was that during COVID? And when he's willing to like sit there and stop the Daily Show to say, these are actual heroes that you're not supporting. And I'm going to use this segment of today to just let these four men speak. And one of them was one of the biggest proponents for 9/11 rights for getting healthcare. And he died and he never left Ray's hat for like 2 years ago. Yeah. See, that's the thing. I don't look at Jon Stewart as like a Democrat or liberal. I look at him as like a voice that needs to be heard, because the second he took back the reins on Monday for the Daily Show, he pissed everyone off. Biden supporters, Trump supporters, left, right, everyone. And that's what this country needs more of. Critical thinking is a lost art. It is a lost art. And people who can do it through a comedic lens have like double the job, because they have to see the absurdities in our system. They have to see the flaws, and they have to be willing that the idea that they have ideologies might have to be put aside to point out the idea that you need to see it through the same lens. Because if you can turn it into like instead of the tragedy it is, if you can turn it into a comedy of failures, you can sometimes internalize it easier and better. Instead of calling it some political whatever agenda and whatnot, you can turn it into just a good laugh with your friends. And the ability Jon Stewart's always had to turn big controversial issues into a jab and a laugh that makes you actually, no matter what you believe, if you believe him, if you don't believe him, actually wake up and just learn a little bit more, and you get a little bit more informed. I count that as a win. It's a win. And the dude even supports the troops. What's not to like about him? Like, I mean, other than the idea you might not like all of his policies, what's not to like about that? A guy that makes you critically think and supports at least enough of the right things, at least human beings. He supports the idea that human beings have the right to live and be free of people who would take away their right to be free. After that, I think we're just squabbling over little tiny things if he and I disagree. If he and I both believe that human beings are human beings that have indelible rights to freedom and living, I think everything after that, and if we believe in people who are willing to fight for that, everything after that between me and Jon Stewart are just, it's small shit. It's all small shit after that. So I'm so glad Jon Stewart's back, because I'm gonna enjoy the idea that we have. I want my son to see what a critical thinker who gets bashed but makes people think when they bash him looks like. And you know what? No one's above scrutiny. And I totally agree. I agree with Jon Stewart on the idea of, like, no, don't just take the easy jab and go bash at Trump and whatever. I agree. Hold Biden to the same standards. Like, you can have your bias or whatnot, but like when he showed back up on the Daily Show and I realized it wasn't just like Trevor, as much as Trevor might have made controversial things in the past, and that's why Jon Stewart left it to him, Trevor just didn't push anything. He basically read off talking points as if he was from a blue state and he was Democratic everything. And he made a few, but he didn't make anyone think. He's a forgettable person because he just didn't do the job. And what had the Daily Show become? A show where you just take the absurdities of what we live day to day with and you make people think critically about it, whether you agree with it or not. That's what he made it. And Trevor made no one think. He made people either agree or disagree and no one think. And Jon Stewart, the first day back, it's just like, oh shit, people don't like him. But guess what? 9 years ago when he left, people didn't like Jon Stewart either, but he made people think. And again, I was so disappointed because I thought when my son grows up, he won't have somebody on TV taking political and controversial and any other topics and spinning them in a way that would make you giggle and laugh, but make you think about it. He won't have somebody like that. And then Jon Stewart came back and I was like, yes, Rowan, sit down. And he's like, what? I was like, sit down and watch that. I was like, I know, Rowan loves politics and loves history and everything. I was like, just sit down. We're watching this. It's family night on Mondays, watching Jon Stewart. Because my son thinks critically anyway, and I like the idea that he actually got a few good chuckles out of it. And he turns to me and he's like, Dad, is Biden senile? And I was like, oh. Like, all I was thinking was, it Biden senile? And I was going, Sisi is the president of Egypt, not Mexico. Yeah, the man might be a bit old. Because for those who didn't notice, like when Biden went back to the podium defending his own mental aptitude and then talked about like our allies near a border and talking about Sisi's actions, and he mentioned Mexico. He acted like in defense of his own mental aptitude. He talked about Mexico better. Either I don't know geography and Mexico is in the Middle East, or like Jon Stewart said, he was confused about the president of Mexico and thought his name was C. Like, that's the joke he made. And I was just like, oh my God. And then Rowan's like, is Biden senile? It's like, but like, you know, valid point to ask for my son. The guy just said the wrong president of the wrong country. All right, let's address it. Cool. Oh, you're still alive. Please die. Though I didn't understand the gravity. He did get me interested in thinking about politics. It got my career. Yeah, I mean, I only, people who are part of this channel, I only ask them to have an open mind and think. Don't agree with me either, just out and out, just because. Like, you can agree with some things I say, but if everything I say, I'm no better than anyone else. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Unpause alerts. Lorna, thank you.
My little bean with your dirty eyes.
White day.
Thanks
Oh my
for all
God.
the videos. They really helped me through rough times.
Hope your son has the best birthday.
I'm so glad they've helped you, Lorna. Thank you so much for the support. And Mike L, thank you. You weren't able to capture that.
Thank you for the tip.
I've never said these
Luckily,
things.
I'm not a female, so I don't mind just the tip.
I gotta get different.
I wasn't able to catch your birthday stream, but I gotta do something for Rowan's birthday. Hope he has a great one.
Thank you. I have to order Rowan's birthday gift or go to Micro Center. Oh shit. I keep forgetting that. I saved up enough money to get my son, so his ears keep hurting him, to get him a pair of shocks so he can also listen to the anatomy and physiology classes that I've been having to listen to lectures to. Thank you, Mike L. I appreciate that. I have to order that today. His birthday's on Sunday, and if it can't be overnighted by Amazon, then I've got to go somewhere else. I might or might not. I'm not saying I forgot it all or put it off. I'm just saying that I could have possibly done it earlier and I didn't. I could have possibly maybe been on top of a few things and I lost track of days and or my life. Listen, hear me out. I have been studying my ass off for so much shit, and my brain is just melting out. Is there any gunpowder anywhere? Melting juices out of my ear. I think my brain is trying to actively escape. And my birthday came up and I was like, my son's birthday is 2 weeks from mine, and then my son had his birthday party last week. My brain told me something stupid. You know what that stupid thing was? My brain went, whoa, we have his birthday party, so his birthday's done. And my brain never went back and went and ordered his actual gift. It was gonna be if anyone knows the ear vibration, the non-in-ear but non-headphones, because he doesn't want clamps on his head all the time. Headphones are uncomfortable. He actually wants what I have when I've been listening to lectures, and it costs like $180. And I was like, I don't know if I can do that, little boy. I don't know. I totally am gonna do that. I'm not eating for like the next week or two. I'll make it work. Like his mom got him for Christmas AirPod Pro Gen 2, and earbuds bother him. Good headphones can bother him for a longer period of time, but if people don't know what I'm talking about with the shocks, the bone conduction, they don't have to go into your ear canal. His ear canals are really, really small, so earbuds don't work for him. And headphones, he doesn't like the feeling of not being able to hear his surroundings. But he also doesn't like the idea of feeling like his mom invades his privacy or his mom's boyfriend invades his privacy all the time. So he wants earbuds or headphones, but both of them bother him in a different way. So I was like, hey, little boy, like, let me show you something. And I had an old Plantronics, a pair of like shocks, what would be modern day shocks and whatever. And I let him try it on, and those went dead on me like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So that was great. Your Scottish accent, I'm used to Scottish accents now. And you would not be the first Scot here. We got a few. I told him, like, I'll see what Dad can do. I'm totally gonna do it, but like I can't. That's why I couldn't have shake and steak yesterday. Like, I can't spend that money. I gotta spend that money on him. I can't spend that money on food. Are you kidding? We got more important things, like him getting good earbuds or headphones. I don't know how to describe them. Does everyone know what I'm talking about? Do people know what I'm talking about, like for lectures, like those things that you've seen? Have you guys seen me wear them? Hold on. I've already gone over the 5-hour mark. I just passed it. YouTube's mad at me. Hold on. What I'm getting him, I'll show you what I'm getting him. So, for those of you that suffer from chronic ear infections, from those of you that suffer from other things that were cupping your ears or having something inside of your ear which doesn't work, Bone conduction audio is going like out the window. They're not being done nearly as much. Now it's more like localized, like loop over, you know, directional sound that you can hear a little bit of bleeding from. But this is what I'm getting for my son. This is what he actually does want. Because they don't go in your ear. Me having to listen to so many lectures, these have basically been on me 24/7. Listening to so many lectures, audiobooks, studying for my, not only for the NCLEX, but in general, so that I only need one more semester of nursing school to be to pass my licensure and be a registered nurse here in Georgia. And with a bachelor's degree, so I don't have to worry about an ASN to a BSN program. These have been on me constantly. And my son thinks it feels funny on him when he puts his head on something and he feels it shaking a little bit, like when he puts his head on a pillow. But otherwise, they're not. Listen, these things are not the best for like music fidelity and quality. It's not giving you like the best bass you've ever felt. In fact, when it gives you bass, it's gonna shake a little bit and feel a little funny. It's not best for that or anything. But if you're listening to audiobooks, lectures, anything like that, yeah, these work really, really well. And if you're just listening to music, but you need to keep your ears open, I can just fucking do the whole stream like this. These do not get in the way of anything else I'm doing. I can just start playing whatever I want to now, and you guys wouldn't even know. And actually, there already has been one stream I've done where I've been listening to a lecture. I was listening to a lecture. It was not Dark Souls. It might or might not have been Resident Evil 3. I absolutely was listening to a lecture for half the stream. Halfway into the stream, when I realized whoever was going to be there was going to be there, I took them off at the beginning of the stream. I took a break. When I came back, I just didn't tell people. They were back on me. I was absolutely listening to lectures and playing Resident Evil 3. They're only really good for the idea of you don't have to put something in your ear or over your ear. They just kind of sit there. Rowan really likes them because he doesn't like things over his ear or in his ear, but those are his only two options. And so I decided, hey, I'm going to be nice to him because his mom and I both got him earbuds. I got him Beats that have the Apple chip in it, so his iPhone, his mom got him. It would work better for it. His mom actually got him actual AirPod Pro Gen 2s. And even with those, his ear canal is a bit too small for him to be comfortable, and he doesn't like it so much. And I was just like, little boy, I got you something that honestly costs like $80. Your mom got you something that costs closer to $200. Do you want... I've done Resident Evil marathons before. Do you want something like else? Do you want me to return like what I got you for Christmas? And he was like, yeah. I was like, but make sure you're sure about it, because if I decide to go that route, yeah, I totally went that route. I need to order the other ones. It's $100 difference, but yeah, I just neglecting to eat for a few will be fine. All in one go. I mean, I've already been today going for 5 hours. If you're talking about a marathon of going from one Resident Evil to another, you could be disappointed. I mean, I would love to actually do new game +1 for Dark Souls, and actually I would love to do the mod to do a boss rush in Dark Souls. I'd love to actually do each Dark Souls boss rush, Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and just do the whole thing. When you go through a fog gate, it's another boss, because to me that sounds really freaking fun. Yeah, I mean, I've been playing Dark Souls very much recently, but it won't tell my subscribers because it's not Resident Evil. And if it's not Resident Evil, then, you know, what good is it according to the algorithm lately? Yeah, for those who didn't know, yesterday because I tried to not monetize something that wasn't Resident Evil, I immediately was demonetized, and I put that in the Discord. I've talked about some controversial topics today, even though I've tried to get off of most of them pretty fast. My monetization has never wavered this entire stream. I'm also streaming at a time that YouTube has said I shouldn't stream at. What's the difference? One's Resident Evil, one's not. All right, we're having a good time here. That's fun. Fucking YouTube. Haven't been demonetized a single time today. Or today, rather. It's the only difference. Yeah, we're pushing the bounds on topics for sure. And they haven't touched it. They haven't touched monetization at all. Also, I didn't monetize this stream. I put it as me selecting when ads get placed, and they adhere to that. Has anyone here gotten an ad? Has anyone here gotten an ad while they've been here so far? Because I've put them on as only when I select so. Or when it gets to, I believe it's 3 hours or 6 hours of you watching. So has anyone here gotten more than one ad if you've been here the whole time? Because if they've acknowledged that, then YouTube just got outed for their bias. Because I selected that yesterday too, and people got inundated with ads. You've gotten more than one ad? Let me see what it said at. Did they change it? They might have changed the settings too. I didn't actually check those settings lately. Hold on. Monetization. Bloop. No, it says manually still on mine. So it should be that everyone here should have gotten possibly an ad joining, and then the only other ad they should have gotten is at 3 hours of watching. Oh crap! I hit the button to duck! Alright, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There's no way I just did that. There's no way I just did that! No, 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 no! No, cut the, no. Hold on. No one saw that. Shit! Why am I there? Fuck! Get that image off. Nobody panic. Damn it! I hit the button to duck! How did I not do the most simple thing ever? So the game glitch. That's obviously no ads at all. Okay, cool. Fuck. God damn it. Nightbot, not you too panicking. Yeah, no one should have been getting ads, really. Yeah, YouTube is hypocritical. It's fine. Hey, Paige. Bye, Paige. Motherfucker! All right, I'm good. Let's go. No, no, no. Now I have to codal concentration. Codal concentrate. Codal concentrate. Total concentration. Holy shit. That might have been a joke to start off, but then I couldn't think of how to say total concentration. Holy shit. Look at this. Same button so fast. Fuck you, controller. Fuck you. Kill the horse. The power of the burner. Actually, can I please blame it on a low controller battery? Hold on. Fuck! We're sitting at 2 bars! Damn it! Son of a bitch! I can't even blame it on the controller. No. No. Blame it on the controller. The power of the burner. I burned something though. It got burninated. It got burninated. Yeah, I burn. I trogdoored that bitch. Did you see me? I did. Yes, GJD. They obviously haven't done anything yet. They haven't done anything to me. There's even the hiccup doesn't look like they did it for monetization or like or putting in a bigger latency. The PSI, I will say, it would be interesting for me to have to do Ethan Must Die on PS4 again. Because, like, this game does play a little bit different between PS4 and PS5. It feels a little different when the PS5 is at the helm. I had to get used to a few things being a little snappier or triggering a little differently. I would be interested to know if I hooked up the PS4 Pro right now. If I hooked that up, could I actually get through this? I prefer PS4. It's just not conducive for me to hook up the PS4 Pro every single time I want to play this. I'm actually doing a basic bitch situation where I've got one of my splitters down, and so instead of actually having my platforms as splitters, the only splitters I have up and running is the one that controls now the Xbox, the one that would control any, like, the Nintendo Switch or any other consoles that are retro consoles. But the one that controls the PS5 used to have one that controls PS5 and the PC separately, and I could actually switch out the one that's PS5 to PS4 and the PC to whatever. One of those went down and one of them has been finicky, so I just made it that if I do PC, PS5, PS4, they all have to come from the same splitter, which means I have to change cables every single time we start playing. And all of a sudden, my willingness to switch out consoles just kind of went down when it turned into, like, more cables and more of a pain in the ass. I don't know. I prefer the PS4, playing this on PS4. You don't remember me screaming bloody murder to this game? How many different ways it just felt like it was a bit different playing Ethan Must Die on PS5? It does feel different. I do like... Maybe it's just because I played it on PS4 so much more than PS5. I do like it better on PS4. And that's me counting against, like... I've been playing Ethan Must Die mode and beating that since I had the original Black Ops 3 Special Edition PS4 that was gifted to me by Kevin. Upgrade to a PS4 Pro. Now have a PS5. Yeah, I was cussing up a storm. Shit. Yeah, I had some issues with the PS5. Its ability to process things a little faster means things happen a little differently. Frame rates being completely smoothed out for this game, I guess, changed something. I don't know. People bitch about frame rates. I can try to throw that under the bus, and I'll be topical. I this morning got another person who commented on the video that I did that showed, I erased it, that showed that you can actually do it at, Resident Evil 2 Remake. You know how I dropped down my FPS to 30 frames per second to show everybody that you can absolutely beat G1 knife only with 30 frames per second? Hey, thank you for being here, Jared. It's nice meeting you too. Thank you for supporting. Yeah, I mean, things in Resident Evil 2 are tied to frame rate, specifically melee weapons, the knife. No other weapons, really. Just the knife's damage is tied to frame rates. You could argue like grenades, but they're not. The difference is negligible. The frame rate dictates that basically with a higher frame rate, the knife makes contact more times, but it actually does a weird calculation. The higher the frame rate, the more you degrade the knife faster for the same amount of damage as the lower frame rate. The lower frame rate, the knife degrades slower for the exact same amount of damage, but the higher frame rate, it does the damage faster because it counts it as having been in contact with like whatever monster you're doing more times, while the slower frame rate doesn't count as contact, but like the knife degradation and damage are two separate calculations done by frame rate. So basically, you get more damage per swipe, you can kill something faster, but you gotta tear through your knives faster. As opposed to the lower frame rate, you don't tear through your knives nearly as fast to get the same damage, but it'll take an extra few swipes. On the same video this morning, I was checking comments, everyone was here and saw it live. I got a comment of someone saying, This guy's full of BS. You cannot do this fight without higher frame rates. This doesn't work on Xbox. And I said, Xbox runs this faster. I'm on a PC locked at 30 frames per second. And then they said, well, I mean, obviously you lied. I don't remember what the comment was, but I was like, they're watching a live stream. How do I fake? Like, does anyone think that this is me faking a PS5? How do you fake this? Look at this. I can't fake this shit. How do I fake this? It's a fucking PS5. I can't fake it. Like, how do you pay? Do people put on, like, on their PC, do they put the HUD of, like, Xbox to fake people into thinking that it's not PC? I don't know what other people do from tomfoolery, but... Ooh. You really like my discussion on the immune system and central nervous system? Guess what? I'm about to have much more things to say about that, given that my brain is being forced to think about it all the... Oh, God. Do I really want to be a nurse that badly? If I make a second channel, it's fucking being called Nurse Jackson. Jesus Christ. My resolve to be a nurse is so being tested. Hey, if I'm a legitimate nurse, it counts. I don't have to wear a nurse outfit. I don't have to wear the stereotypical, ooh, I'm so sexy outfit. Really? That's my impression of that? Why so sexy? Oh, okay. Brain, shut up. You're saying some dumb things. You're getting a little delusional up there. You're not delusional for being thinking sometimes. All right. No, not new sound clip. Shut up. It never happened. Well, being a nurse will at least let me be able to talk about the big C whenever I want to and stuff like that. I can submit my licensure of being a practitioner of medicine of any sort, including being a nurse. I can submit that to YouTube, and they will put a disclaimer that I'm actually a medical professional and that I can talk about whatever I want to. Yes, the NCLEX is hard. So I've already passed the NCLEX before. I passed it under Big C provisions of letting those who hadn't graduated nursing school yet or who were on the way. Basically, anyone who could pass the NCLEX was allowed to come and help because the Big C, it still is. You can call it an endemic all you want to, but we have numbers fluctuating enough that it's still a pandemic. But I do not agree with science that says that it is technically yet an endemic. We're not quite there yet. But anyway, the NCLEX, yes. If your sister's brain is fried from the NCLEX, that's fucking valid. That shit is not, that's no joke. And you only have to score 0 logits. For those who never keep up with logits, that in essence means technically you can pass the NCLEX by only getting 50% of the questions right. But oh boy, if you think getting 50% of them right is your only way in, you're up for good to big surprise. So the way the NCLEX works, for those who don't know, and the reason that I have to go back to school for those who don't know, the NCLEX is only supposed to be taken traditionally as of 2000, I believe 15, is by those who are coming from an accredited learning university, a degree or anything. Basically, you aren't supposed to be able to take the licensure exam unless you come from somewhere that you can prove is accredited by a board that says you learned all the proper things to be able to take the exam. Because technically, you could be like me and be book smart enough to be able to pass the exam and have no hands-on experience. However, I accepted that and I took the exam under COVID rules. I said Big C. Oh, well, I just said it already. Under those rules to be able to then become an LPN, even though I passed the NCLEX RN. And I thought to myself that under those rules, I would just be an LPN on being a little baby duck to a registered nurse or a CRN, the charge nurse. So, what I was thinking was basically I have practical medical experience for trauma. As compared to sarcasm, maybe it is like I'm eating crayons, but you know, that's a little different. I have from growing up my own, and I have my own that was taught to me by licensed nurses as my mom's MS got worse, and me learning how to give IVs to my mom myself. I mean, going through it, I learned enough book smarts, I learned enough physical on how to brace. Basically, how do you stabilize somebody like in a car crash type deal? Those kind of things. How do you stabilize someone on the side of the road collapses? Someone's having a seizure. Somebody is needs to quickly be, are they diabetic or something like that? I know how to handle all those things, but do I have hands-on experience because I did clinicals? No, I don't have that. So I thought that, you know, I would be able to keep going, and I signed up last year before the overturn of like the end of the pandemic, whatnot. I signed up to be able to take the NCLEX around the corner, whatever, and instead I was able to take a different, whatever. I wasn't told that basically Georgia had overturned the idea that just because you can pass the NCLEX, they could overlook schooling and vice versa. If you were in school, they could overlook that you had passed the NCLEX and let you be an LPN or something like that. At the very least, if you're in school for being a nurse, you can be a CNA. Because usually, even after like first year of nursing school, you've got enough education to be a certified nursing assistant. I hadn't been told that. I took the NCLEX, I got on here, I got really excited with all of you guys, and then I started talking about the red tape, that the state of Georgia would not allow me to become a nurse. I didn't know what was going on, and I finally got answers, you know, only weeks ago it feels like, but I can't tell you because I would have to go look at the email. I finally got the answers that, no, the state of Georgia no longer accepts that my licensure exam counts because they have gone back to the rubric where you must even register for the NCLEX through an accredited state-approved university to be licensed for Georgia, and by proxy, you can have a multi-state license for Florida because we share a lot of reciprocity and whatever. And so, after talking to a lot of people who know what they're actually doing, the people who actually run the boards that do the licensure for Georgia, I learned that there's no way around it for me anymore. Basically, me passing the NCLEX doesn't count anymore. I passed it after about 81 or 82 questions. It's a minimum of 75. The NCLEX is a bitch and a half. And the one thing I said on my streams is that I want to be able to take the NCLEX any day of the week and pass it. I've also said I am not mentally ready to take the NCLEX again. Why is it? Thank you so much, Mike L. Mike L, thank you so much. Like, oh God, I just read some of your message. I have said I didn't want to take it again. The NCLEX is actually a dynamic test, and now it's the NGN, this new generation NCLEX. So there was the COVID NCLEX that was kind of the last generation. So those who took it, I believe 2020, got the older version of it, which is a lot less dynamic, a lot more of the idea of you have a question, you answer it. There can be multiple answers to one question, but it's never going to be more than that. And then the NCLEX, the new version that they're putting forward, and now it's the NGN, the new generation NCLEX. It's a pain. So let's say you get a question. You get question one, you asked about what could be going on with the patient. What should you be doing? What are your priorities as a nurse? Name them off. Or by chance, the question might say, what priorities would you have for this patient? It's a lot of case studies, and I'll give you a case study and say, what should you have for this patient? All right, so let's say you've got 4 answers to that. 3 of them are correct. The NCLEX now can have little drop-down radio boxes where it can say, if you answer this, what are the other things you should do? And so that question can go from being worth 3 points, and that's how it's scored. So if question 1 has 3 right answers and you only select 2, you get 2 out of 3 points. But now it can have radial answers where you have to like answer that question, and then the next question after that can ask you for more specific details, and the question can be more than worth than like the 3 points it was originally. It could be worth like 5 points because there could be 2 more answers under one of those answers. So you could actually skip a question. Well, let's say you get the first question right. Let's say there's a radial drop down. You get 3 questions right, and one of them has extra answers. You get those right. You get 5 points for the first question. Guess what just happened to your ass? Questions 2 through 5, the next like 4 questions, are going to wreck your rectum. It is going to wreck you. The NCLEX gets harder the more you answer correctly. And the more complex questions you answer correctly in the NGN version of it, the more that they can have radial drop downs and not tell you about it. If you answer those correctly, all parts of it, it gets harder. So it immediately goes after you if you actually have some smarts under your belt. And the idea is the minimum number of questions, I believe, is now 75. If by 75 questions you've got nothing wrong, your test just ends. In fact, you can get like 1 or 2 questions wrong. Hey, Alyssa with 2 S's Boyd. If you can get like 2 questions wrong, 3, you can get a few questions wrong, and at 75, the test just shuts down for you. It's just over. You passed. And actually, it can give a lot of people an anxiety attack that go through, because when your test shuts down, if it doesn't tell you what number question you're on, so if you shut down the test, it means you could have failed. So if you weren't keeping a track in your head of like what question you're on, and it's really hard to keep track, you could, and some people keep tallies on the sheet of paper they're allowed to have. You can actually accidentally be like, oh God, I didn't answer enough questions. I failed the NCLEX. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I was trying to keep track in my head. After 81 or 82 questions, my test shut down, which means that I must have missed something in the first 75 questions, but I within 6 questions got it right enough that my test was over and I got a passing result. It's a pass or fail grade, but it is done by Logits, and you can find out how many Logits you pass by. If you take the RN to be a registered nurse, you have to pass at 0 Logits, which basically means you have to pass with more than half the questions correct. There can't be a plus or minus on it, because questions you get wrong are on a minus, and questions you get right a plus, and there are neutral questions on the test. So you have to pass at 0 Logits after a certain number of questions. If you're not at 0 Logits by, or you're barely near it by 75, they'll give you more. But if you're too close to 0 Logits, they'll also give you more. So if you basically are, 80% of the questions right, at least, even more than that, but you failed and you didn't pass any of the questions, they'll give you a few extra. You basically have to get perfect to only stop at 75. Just 1 off, maybe 2 off for perfect, something like that. You have to get all of it. All right. That fucker, since it gets harder, the better you are at the test, the harder it gets. So if you actually, and there are strategies, no, it's for the RN. So there are strategies about like purposefully like on questions that are hard, going ahead and skipping ahead. The PN you have to pass by negative 0.18 Logits, I think, and that's what makes the PN a little easier, as well as being a little shorter. I think that's how that works. But I passed after 81 or 82 questions, and then all the things in Georgia rolled back. Now I have to be re-enrolled. I have said multiple times that test broke my brain, and it was hard, and it broke my will. And I said willingly I would like to know enough to be able to pass that test any day of the week, because I want to have that much knowledge behind me, because I really like the idea that, I'm not complacent with what I know, and I'm continuing to grow, not only for myself, but for people who would be my patients that need to depend on me to make, critical thinking and judgment decisions for their care, of hearing the idea of like, they're on, a medication like this, that, and the other, beta blocker, blah, 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 a depressant on their system, like a vasoconstrictor or something, vasodilator, but I see the blood pressure's higher or lower, the CO output is going to be affected or something like that, or like they're breathing shallow, heart rate's going off, that I'm seeing that their levels, that troponin is whatnot is off, the lipid levels, like something's pointing to me to the idea that a medicine should be started or stopped, or that they shouldn't be on a isotonic solution for their IV drip. It should be hypotonic. That the antibiotic drip that they're on, if I'm working a night shift, I might need to call in, because your job as a nurse is basically to know just enough to know when what's on the paper. Not only should you know enough to be able to follow everything that you've got on paper that's ordered for them, and know when they need interventional critical care and have a good nursing outlook for them, but you should know when to advocate for your patient when you know something is wrong, that what's on paper that the doctor ordered during the day has gone out the window during the night. And so I meant it when I said I wanted to be able to pass it any day of the week. I did not fucking mean pass the same goddamn test in the same year. It's been less than a year. I still got 5 months. I passed it 7 months ago. That's shit. I don't want to do this shit yet. Not again! It's hard! Oh boy, it broke me a little bit. I mean, it broke me more mentally for the idea of I psyched myself out. I thought I failed. It broke me more on the idea that I truly thought I failed. I truly thought I fucked it all up. I had anxiety attack over anxiety attack. I thought I was getting it all wrong. And psychologist, I'll come back to my psychology degree and get my master's eventually in psychology. I'd probably go into that, but I think nursing would be better for me anyway right now. Because I can deal with trauma care, and I can deal with the idea that I can't save everyone, and I can deal with a lot that other people can't handle even looking at. I've proven my strength of resolve. And I know my limits. I know that it can tear a hole in me, but I can still deal with the idea that, you know, a patient that I was talking to an hour ago now passed away, and I have to pronounce them. After they're pronounced dead, I have to go ahead and do the check and clean up and put them and take them down to the morgue. I'm aware of that, and I'm aware that they could be old, they could be young, I could be dealing with children, I could be dealing with elderly and everything in between. Like, I know what I'm getting into. I actually can't be a therapist yet. The therapist is the one I struggle with. I went to school to be a therapist, and I can't do that one. Because if I fail somebody as a therapist, I failed their mind. Because when you're a therapist, and the reason that I stopped going down that path is because my decisions when I was younger was completely based off of my reaction to one of my closest friends committing suicide. And I made a lot of different life-changing decisions around the age 17 and 18. It was half the equation. The other half was that I was raped and my ex had an abortion. Let's not talk about that right now. Yes, men can be raped, and I was on a lot of drugs for being hospitalized. You know, when I was pronounced dead, all that. Let's not talk about all that. Yes, I should have had a child before Rowan, and it's awesome to ever have to think about being raped. It's cool. But I went through enough physical trauma and then trauma of she took her life, and I promised that I would protect her. And I had at least one of my professors looking out for me, asking me a very crucial question. And I think it was Dr. Wasilewski who asked me, like, one day, not if, but when one day you fail one of when one day you fail one of your patients and they take their life, will you be able to handle it? And when he put it to me like that, I actually stopped down the therapist route. Because it took a little bit to sink in, but I had to stop. Because he put it in the way that I needed to hear it. He didn't say if. When one day I fail a patient, when one day somebody walks out of my office and decides that what I said to them and what I did with them is not good enough, and they decide that their life is worth ending, can I handle it? And I decided no. Actually, I'm actually impulsive and rash when it comes to people's mentality and me feeling like I'm failing them. I will actually act way more rash than I should. On the flip side, I've stared people dying and death in the face trying to help them, lost people many times without being a nurse, and been able to live with myself. I mean, we're about to come up on the 10-year anniversary of me, of March 31st. I mean, May 31st. And that's me going to shoot the wedding of the Beebs, and a man who had been in a car accident lost his life, and I wasn't able to save him, and he was telling me he was already dead. I didn't listen to him. I was giving him trauma care. I was stopping the bleeding. He had lacerations. I was tending to those, and I made a very big rookie mistake, especially since I wasn't a nurse. I wasn't trained to be one, but I was trained for trauma care. I made a rookie mistake, which is I didn't rip his fucking shirt off, and I would have seen that he had internal bleeding. He was definitely, he was bleeding into his stomach. And so, you know, he was telling the truth. I could not save him, and EMT and paramedics were out by about 10 minutes because it was in the middle of nowhere. And so his pleads of telling me that he's already dead, get his family, I hadn't listened to for a few minutes, telling him he'll be fine. Because I know how to speak to patients. I know, actually, I'm a very, very good conversationalist with patients. I'm being able to be on the happy face and be like, hey, how's it? I don't, and I say I statements, but you usually say like away with that. I don't want you to hurt. You don't want you to hurt. I want to be able to help you. I know you don't want to be here. Come on, let's get you back in, you know, let's get you back lying down. Let's get you safe. Tell me what's hurting you. Like, can I help you? Like, I want you to stay stable. You know, being able to have that kind of bedside manner, I'm really actually quite good at that. Even in the face of trauma, when I'm freaking out, going, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Like, my brain has done that many times, and I've still been able to stick it out and be just fine and think of what's the next thing that needs to be done. I've done it for my brother. I've done it for my dad having a damn heart attack in front of me. I've done it for my mom. I've had to see all three of them go critical in front of me. My brother was at least there for my dad, but for my mom and my brother, I was the one that had to deal with all of it. God. If you can deal with close family members, but yeah, it's almost the 10-year anniversary that I blame myself still that I didn't go get his family. His wife was in a mental state of shock from, if you will, from the idea that, you know, something bad happened. She kept muttering that they should have always had a stoplight there, and the daughter was just crying on the side of the road. And by the time I realized he was telling the truth, that he was not going to survive until medics got there. That he had a major, probably arterial bleed, because he was starting to lose a lot of faculties a lot faster. And you can very much tell the difference between whether you have it's your arteries or your veins bleeding out, because one is blood getting to perfuse your body and one is deoxygenated blood going back to your heart. The only artery that you've got that carries deoxygenated blood is your pulmonary artery, because it's going to your lungs, and therefore we count it as already pre-oxygenated for some reason, even though the only veins that you have in your body that carry oxygenated blood are your pulmonary veins, as if it's already deoxygenated, but it's not even through the aorta yet. Whatever. We just got our ways of naming things because, you know, that's fun. Bunch of bicuspid valves in it, but you know, the one on the left side, that's the bicuspid valve, except for people could be confused. So that's your mitral valve. Don't forget that. Anyway, semi-lunar because valves that go into the other, because, you know, they look like moons. I didn't save him, and I didn't get his family to his side. Had I seen half a dozen like roadside deaths by that point in my life? Yep. Did his hit me the hardest? Technically, no. I don't like talking about it. I've lost young ones on the side of the road because I'm the one before I had a child that always stopped over on the side of the road for people who had accidents. I still stop on the side of the road sometimes if I know my son will be safe. It's hard. I mean, it still hits me every now and then when I think, hey, Paige, what's going on? It still hits me hard every now and then when I think about the idea that I left. It was only about a year ago, maybe some year and some change, that I walked to my grocery store near me, and there was a woman who was in a car accident. And, you know, I stayed there. I knew to keep her talking to me, getting information that's personal, anything out of her, to be able to see if she's got any pre-existing anything going on. EMT, firefighters, no one had shown up yet. I basically gotten there as soon as the car accident happened and ran across the street to get to her. And I was talking to her, and I remember actually getting a laugh out of her. I was actually really, really happy about that, as at least that was one of her final moments with her husband, because I got a laugh out of her asking, like, you know, what's your age? And her husband just started busting up laughing, and it's like, I've been married to her for so many decades, I don't think I know what her age is. And they were kind of laughing and whatnot. And my biggest concern was the idea that the collapse in that had happened in on her door might have been actually keeping her stable, that there might have been already forming a clot, and there might have been damage to a major artery or vein. Going through the leg, your leg has, you know, some major shit going through it. That's why you actually go in through the groin many times for things like a PCI, when you're going for the idea of trying to open up something for like your for the heart, God, when I was sitting here thinking that's not bypass surgery, God, that's just putting in a stent in your heart to be able to, you know, open it up because your heart's not perfusing blood to itself. You go in through the groin instead of your radial and all that jazz. Because radial is a harder cell to get. You do radial if you have to. But I thought, you know, I had all this under my belt, and I got a good laugh out of her. And then the guy next to me said that he's actually, you know, off-duty firefighter. He should have training. And somebody else that was showing up, EMT, was just showing up. And the only thing I could think of was someone needs to tie off that right leg of hers because it's trapped at the door. If you let that left leg of hers loose, she might bleed out way faster than you can get her treatment. And but I left it in the hands of the guy right next to me that showed up at the exact same time that said he was off-duty firefighter. I left it in the hands of the EMT that just showed up. I tried to do a quick handoff to them. I know how to do at least a proper handoff. I don't know how to take proper report in shorthand, but I've learned that now. I mean, I even have my training tools. Look, hey, look. Don't be a nurse and take fucking report off of some not like. This is a standardized way of doing it. Don't take it on the back of the sheet of paper with a pen and paper. This is the proper way to take report, not the back of the sheet of paper with your pencil and paper. Figure out a way to make it standard so you always know what to do, and basically make a cover sheet for all of your patients so you have good time management. I've always called it a cover. I don't know what it's called for everybody, but you need to know when you're showing up on the shift how to time manage. Anyway, I know how to give a good handoff. I thought I gave a good one. I thought I warned them not to let her leg up off of that door. Like, don't take the door off of her leg. Anyone there could have seen. And I left her, and she did die. She died on the way to the hospital. Anyway, And yeah, like, when I think about things like that, that was, you know, a year ago, something like that. Yeah, I was there. I could have crawled in through the driver's door. I could have taken my belt that I always tell people I wear a good belt to be able to tie off a good tourniquet. Or if I needed to be able to like hitch a car. I have used my belt to both tow cars and tie people's limbs off. That is really weird to know that my belt, that's my qualifications for a belt. I need to be able to dangle a car off of it or like dangle somebody's life off of it. If the belt can do both of those, I'm wearing it. And so so that basically leaves me with like very few companies that can pull that off. Oh, shut up, TJD. And I found out later she died. And I know that I could have actually gotten in there, and I should have. I mean, I did the shoulda, woulda, coulda. I should have just left I was wearing even my Blackhawk belt, so it's not even like my most expensive belt I've got. It's just a normal rigger belt. It's a Blackhawk rigger that I had on at the time. Yeah, you can use that as a tourniquet in a pinch easily. It's a Blackhawk rigger belt. It's a rigger. You're supposed to be attaching things to it, but it's got plenty of space to be able to tighten itself down. It's got Velcro to attach to itself. Yeah, you can tow a car or tie someone's leg off with that. I should have just left my belt behind. Should have tied her leg off. But they didn't want to get in the car because the car had been in an accident, had been hit in a certain way. They didn't want to climb in the driver's seat because it would actually, in protocol for EMTs showing up, I found out later, they're not supposed to put themselves in danger trying to be able to help the patient, only after the patient's in a safe situation. So therefore, they took the door off her fucking leg and she bled out. The exact thing I was afraid of, and I was thinking, I should just crawl in that door and tie her leg off. Yeah, that fucking hurts. Especially, I mean, I hold on to the idea that I got them to laugh. Like, 6 or 7 minutes before she died, I got them to have a good laugh together. But I do hold on me more the accident from almost 10 years ago. And it's because it's not that I didn't save him. It's because I didn't listen enough and I didn't assess fast enough. And therefore, the person he said his last words to of the things he wants his wife and daughter to know, who were standing right over there, that I could not get them to get out of their like almost like shell shock type of state. Like they were right there. Instead, this man talked to me and just stopped. And I held on to every word to tell them. And I'm really good at being able to tell liars. And I can even tell that he was lying about how much of this was going to. He was saying all the best things ever about his wife. And I can tell this was him wanting his wife to think that everything was great. And it was even a moment of me going down the therapist route at one point, being able to tell this guy's lying a little bit, but I'm not going to ever tell his wife that. I'm going to tell his wife every single word he said, just as he told me. But like that moment when you like are debating with yourself, like when did they stop? When did they stop? And I was the one that had to experience that with him instead of his family. When did they actually, like, when was the moment? When was it that I can say this nanosecond they were alive and that nanosecond they were dead? That hits you hard when you know that the people that care about them were just right fucking there. And you were the one that was sitting with them. And that I hold that one over myself for some reason. More than everything else. And my brain tortures me with that one. It's been almost 10 years now. And I remember when it hit 663 and 668 days, I debated on whether my memory of 661 days was correct. I had tried to stop keeping count of how many days it had been. Because the reason why that one tortures me is because I had a wedding to shoot. So I left the scene of that one after telling EMT what had happened. And paramedics and the police officers that got there right after. I left. I told them that I was going to have to clean up. So, you know, they might get a call from me because I'm going to probably stop in some poor gas station. That's exactly what happened. I stopped in some random gas station, said, I'm not coming from a crime. You can let talk to the authorities. I'm one of the ones that was just at an accident where a man passed away. I used their sink to wash up a bit because I was still on I changed into my extra set of clothes, bagged everything else as sanitary as possible. I basically walked into the gas station half naked so I wouldn't be a biohazard to them. I had a trash bag in the back of my car. I put it all in and tried to make sure as much as possible was off of me. I tried to re-sanitize. I asked them if they had any sanitizing spray or any bleach or anything to be able to clean up their bathroom. And I told them everything that happened. I put on my extra set of clothes, and I went and I shot what's considered the best day of somebody's life, the Beebs family wedding, that day. And I fucking forgot a dude died, like the whole day. And then my brakes went out on my old Acura, and they popped, and I couldn't leave the wedding after being there well over 14 hours of shooting a wedding, when they told me they probably would only need me for 10. They always underestimate it. And somebody helped run around the corner to get me some epoxy, that would possibly hold the brakes together enough that I could put enough pressure back into them, which I knew would only work for like pumping the brake once, and then they'd blow right back out because they were rusted, because the car was from the north. So I had to call my ex, who was then my still wife, with my 1-year-old son, 1 and some change old son, to come out an hour and some away, 2 hours away, it's somewhere into the middle of nowhere, to follow me home, because I wasn't going to just leave my car there because the towing charges would be so high. And so I drove ahead of her, and the highways were clear, and I told her I can feather my e-brake, I can feather my parking brake, but if I have to hit the brakes, my actual brake, I will actually blow the brake line out. I've got like one time of being able to hard hit the brakes with the e-brake and probably come to a full stop before I can't trust the car anymore. And I got all the way home. I did it. I made it all the way home. The sun was probably about to rise, come up, and everything. I was unpacking. I even unpacked the bag that had my bloody clothes in it. I always carry like 3 sets of clothes for doing weddings and shooting weddings. And she was like put out for the fact that she had to put Rowan back to bed. Now he's kind of awake. I'm tired. Now she's tired. All this stuff. And she asked the question, how was it? And the moment she asked me, how was the wedding? That's when I remembered that he died. It was, and all I could think to myself was, I'm a monster. Like I'm a monster. Like I listened to a man's dying words. I didn't get his family to him. I told his wife, I told his daughter, I told him how sorry I was, and I tried to make sure I wrote it down for them. I gave him my number. They never called me. I washed this man's blood off of me and sanitized the bathroom and changed clothes. And then I literally forgot he existed, because I can't even claim that I even thought about it in the back of my head. I forgot he existed for 14 hours of shooting a wedding, and then for a whole debacle of getting my brakes back up and working, and then driving the car home without having to tow it. What kind of person can do that? What kind of monster can watch a man die and look in his eyes and wonder and then just shoot the happiest day of someone's life when you just left the saddest day of another girl's life who just had her dad die? What kind of monster does that? And I finally broke down in tears because my ex asked me how the day was, and I forgot part of that day was a man died, and then everything else happened. I hold that one still above my head. It hurts. But because I know how far I've come in 10 years, I know I can be a nurse. I know I still can't be a therapist, but I know I can be a nurse. Because in that 10 years, I've still watched half a dozen people die. I've still had to watch more people. And in that half a dozen people, watching them expire and die and leave this mortal coil. Also in that time period, my brother went from being alive, that's May 31st, 2014. My brother died 2 years later, April 22nd, early in the morning, declared April 23rd, 2016. And I carried my brother's body to a hearse. I can't save people mentally yet. I can't do that. I can't save people the way I wanted to go to college to do yet. I'm not ready. I can't accept the idea that I failed somebody mentally. Because when I say I'll protect you, I mean it. And if I mean that physically, I will put my life on the line to make sure you live even if I die. And if I die, I'm dying with the knowledge that you will still live. I'm not just dying for nothing. If I say I'm going to protect you, I will do everything in my power that if I've got to die today to make sure that happens for the people I've promised in my life. My friend Katie that I grew up with, I promised I'd protect her life too. Another Katie that didn't take her life. I knew 3 of them. One was the devil for taking my unborn child after she raped me. One took her life, and one was one that I've known since child. She called me after it's been almost, many, many years, and she showed me the picture of like one of my own paintings back to me. The first time I've seen one of my paintings from being younger, because she's been a teacher and had it hanging in her office this whole time. I promise I'd protect her with my life. I'll keep that promise to this day. I'll do whatever it takes. If she tells me today, hey, I need you to drive on over. If my son has to know that I did it to keep her promise, that's why his dad had to die today, I'll do everything in my power to live. I don't want to die. No, I don't want to leave my son behind. But I'm not going to break that promise. I promise I'll keep my son alive. No one gets to my son through me. It will not work. You will not take him. He will not die. Not if it's something preventable and I can stop. No, it won't work. Even if you kill me, I'll make fucking sure he's living. Doesn't matter if you kill me or not. You're not getting to my son. Period. End of discussion. And they're my parents. I mean, they're older. They'd rather protect me. I'll protect them. But I promised mentally that Katie would be fine. God, if I found out tomorrow that Katie committed suicide, just like Katie from my childhood did, if I lost my son that I promised to protect, if I lost my parents to not natural causes and old, but also if any of them that I've promised to, I still can't handle that. I can carry my brother's dead body to a hearse, but I cannot handle the idea that if they had died by their own hand and I had a chance to save them and I couldn't convince them that they were worth a damn and I needed them in this world still and I failed that. And that's where my litmus test is for where I am mentally and physically and emotionally for what I can do. I can be there. I can be there for people who other people would leave the room and go into a traumatic state of mind that they can't work. They'd go into fight or flight and they'd freeze. And I've got this gauge now where this person has been gone for 10 years. And why do I still hold on to it so badly? Like, it's been 10 years. But then again, my brother's been gone for 8. And why do I hold on to that so badly? What makes them different? What makes them the same? I've got perspective. And then there's another half dozen people who have died. Why is it that the only one from last year really sticks out and the other 5, I couldn't even tell you their names off the top of my head? What makes them different? I have perspective on life and death, on what I can and cannot do. I'm just one single man. I have perspective when it comes to the human physical anatomy. I do not have perspective on when it comes to mental capacity and what I mentally can and cannot do for somebody else, that I cannot force them to change, that I can physically diagnose something and help them and help them have a care plan, help them get better, convince them that they should change and go into healthier ways and go home so I don't have to see them back in the hospital. I can do that. And I can see them get readmitted for the same shit I warned them about. And no, I still have to care for them just like I did the first time and try to work through the same shit I did the first time. I can watch people get readmitted for drug admissions. I can watch people get readmitted no matter if it's up to a pediatric and NICU and PICU and whatnot, to if I'm dealing with geriatric, to I'm dealing with everything. It doesn't matter the age group, the demographic, the race, anything. Readmissions, their own fault, external causes, it doesn't matter. I have perspective. And I have the perspective that the physical body can give out. And that people will make decisions that don't necessarily help them, but there's only so much I can do within the confines of medicine to keep them with us and keep them alive. My brain refuses to accept that I was not good enough. And still, after more than half of my life, that Katie Zielinski has been dead by her own hand and wrote a suicide note blaming me for not being there, I have still yet to accept. What if I had just, and the second I do that, I know I got it wrong still. The second that I look back at that and I still fucking play that, what if I had just gotten in the truck and been there? If I was sitting there doing paperwork for my business, I was doing schoolwork, I could have called her back, I could have done all those things, I was in my room, I was sitting down, I was just being a normal damn person. What if I had just driven to her house in a car I had access to? She was writing the damn, it took me 10 minutes to drive to her house. I played that goddamn what if game for someone who made a mental choice to take their life. They were physically capable of continuing to live. They didn't need medical intervention for a physical condition. They needed medical intervention for a medical condition that was mental, a mental health issue. Mental health, not physical, even though they're one and the same basically. But I have perspective. I cannot yet be a therapist. But it is my hope. It is my true intention and my true hope that in watching more and more me work in the confines of the medical, I was going to say real estate, but in the medical landscape, that when I have more and more patients that hit close to home and hurt me, and I carry that weight that I couldn't save them, or that if this had just happened, then they would still be with us, that kind of deal, and I have to just move on with my job. It is my hope that my tenacity to still help people physically, my mental fortitude to be able to tell myself that I did the best I could with the tools I had and the education and the resources and everything like that. It is my hope that being able to face the things I fear the most, but still know happen, that I faced in the past, and I've still gotten to this point in my life, that if I can face it physically enough times, one day maybe I'll accept that I cannot change people mentally, just like I can't change cancer. I can't just rip someone's cancer away, make them better. I can't change genetic disorders that might kill patients that I have. I'm going to come across things that it doesn't matter what I do, what I try, how much I know, I'm going to basically be hospice care by the second they get admitted to whatever wing I'm in. I'm going to be watching them, and I'm going to have patients that I never expected to die. And you know, that day I'm going to be doing my rounds, and an hour later, after I just checked up on them, they're gone. The code is done on them. I'm in there doing compressions, and I couldn't save them. I've got perspective that hopefully one will bleed into the other. That me being able to be a nurse and building up my mental resolve, that it's one and the same. That it is the same whether I accept it or not. Whether I accept mental and physical illness as being the same or not is my choice and my mental barrier, and I need to get past it. And I'm hoping that one day, one and the same, that by being a nurse, facing death, doing my best for my patients, that I can actually roll that over and turn that into, I can be the therapist I thought my brother thought I should be, that I thought I should be, that I always wanted to be, and that I wasn't good enough for Katie. So yeah, that was all about the NCLEX and whatnot, but yeah, I'm, you know, NCLEX is brutal. Anyway,
I usually am much smarter than the things
I can
usually
maybe go off on side notes.
Go ahead and do the nurse thing. That way, whenever I catch you on live stream, I can start off by going all Animaniacs and say, "Hello, nurse."
I saved that because I laughed at it the first time and I knew I was starting to talk about something serious. And now that's all I'm thinking about. Thank you so much, Michael, especially since as soon as I saw you said "Hello, nurse" in all caps, my head said Animaniacs, "Hello, nurse," and then I read further into your message and it said Animaniacs on my side, and I was like, ha 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 ha. Okay. So Michael and I are sharing a brain cell about "Hello, nurse." So that works. I like that. I was saving that. I better, hey, I ain't got the tits for it, but I better get catcalled like a nurse. Come on. Come on. There's gotta be somebody out there that's just like, ooh, nerd. Like, there's gotta be something for nurses out there, right? For males. But not like you guys, like, and not like groped. I just want like someone to be like, "Oh, you're a nurse." Oh, like, oh my, like, but not like that, but like that. There's got to be some perks to being a nurse, right? People are like, "Hey, what do you do for a living?" I'm like, "I'm an internet idiot, sometimes douchebag, sometimes a, you know, good guy." Oh, cool. I'm also a nurse. Oh my. You're a nurse. And yes, I do want them to think in what's his face's voice. I absolutely do want them to do the in that voice. So, in case you're wondering, the answer is yes. Yeah. There we go, Josikai. Thank you. In that voice, yes. I want them to think that way. Yeah, I sure do. Yep. Oh, we'll see. A boy can dream. Oh, fuck you, burner. Not yet. Come on, son of a bitch. I'll get rid of the shotgun. Okay. I have the Albert, so this is nothing but bad. Because this is probably going to be the shoes, or it's going to be the grenade launcher this far in. Die! Grenade launcher this far in. Obviously, mentally is the DBZ abridged phone scenes. Part of my brain, when I think of the DBZ stuff, always, just like I did for my, when I was doing Resident Evil 3 Remake not too long ago, just a few weeks ago, however long it's been. Dodge! Like, that's all I think of now when I think of... Because I had to relearn how to dodge. That's all I can usually think about anymore for that. Alright, we gotta use this. No, don't look at it, you dingus. 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 She is not angelic. Stop making a... No. That halo is a fucking lie. Everyone here knows it is a lie. She is a nurse, that is true. Alyssa is a very good nurse. But the halo's a lie. You said angelic. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying that the halo's a lie. It's a trap. It's a trap. Like, it's a lie. How do I use the grenade? I don't want to take the grenade launcher. Damn it. All right, let's go. I'm going to use the grenade launcher for like one thing, and then I'm going to use the flamethrower. Did I really get no materials to make anything? All of this and I get nothing? Well, I mean, I have the Albert, but why should I have good things? I got plus P ammo. That's good enough. I need the 3 shots from it for the 3 different things. There's the it's the shotgun shells, son of a bitch. I knew I forgot something. It's the shotgun shells. I forgot the shotgun shells. Shit. Okay. I need to be able to pick up shotgun shells. One other thing has to go. I'll grab this. I'm gonna use it right now. Michael. The halo above her head is propped up by horns. The halo is a lie. We all know it. You said sweetness and you said sweetness G, and that sounds like, are you listening? Oh God, now a song's stuck in my head. Are you listening? Whoa. Sing it back. Whoa. Damn it. Well, that's now living in my brain rent-free. So there's that. gonna drop this. Let's just go with the shotgun shells and the thing. No, you're good, Rance. No, that you falsified your Halo records. That's still a lie. That's falsified. We're looking for real Haloage up in here. I can tell you actually. Hold on. Alyssa works nice. I can tell you if Alyssa's here. Hold on. Everyone here know how we call. Whoops, sorry. Daddy.
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 Daddy. Daddy. Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy. Daddy. Daddy.
If she was around and lurking, if she was asleep and whatnot, no, I'll get her. Otherwise, she's either busy or dead. Daddy bomb works. Would the summons work? It always works. Don't worry about it. Now, yes, it's like the bat signal for her. Yes. Yes, it is. Mac and cheese is the better route. Look. Look, when a nurse stops by and even says in your chat that they have worked all night, you do not necessarily open up their morning sleeping with mac and cheese. I said there's no Halo. I said it's propped up with horns. You don't think I might be scared a little bit every now and then? I'm gonna wait until like she can't retaliate. She needs to be like at work or maybe completely rested or whatever makes people not murderous. I don't know what that is. Drugged. What makes people not murderous? Coffee's good. Coffee's good for lack of murder. I told you. I think I woke up from a deep sleep. Why am I summoned or am I going back to sleep? I told you. I didn't have to go for the mac and cheese. I told you. I'm not dumb enough to do it. I'm not gonna mac and cheeser. Wait, are you actually going back to sleep? Whether you need to go back to sleep or not really dictates what comes next here. No, mac and cheese would be cruel. Mac and cheese would be really cruel. I'm not looking at this desktop for any good reason. You will if you're not. Don't worry about it. Hold on. I'm not really looking over here for any like really good reason. Hold on. Don't worry about it. Like wait. There's no specific. Okay, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying that you'll end me if you play mac and cheese. Hold on. I hear what you're saying. Hold on. I need you to just hear me out. Hear me out. No, we're not debating on nurse attire for me. That's not what's happening here. Okay, but hold on. I got. Uh-oh. I think I lost. No, wait. Hold on. I hear you about not wanting to hear mac and cheese. I respect it, and I'll respect your wishes.
Are you ready for the return of Ashigashi Mashi season?
It's a compromise. It's a compromise. It's a compromise. It's not mac and cheese. I said I wouldn't poke the bear. I didn't. I didn't do mac and cheese. Bye, Alyssa. By the way, did you hear the daddy bomb go off? Is that why you're here? Or is it for some other random reason? Yeah, I did not crank the volume on that, no. I rolled over. Fucking grenade launcher! Anyway. Fucking sucking cucking cocks. Okay, hold on, got this. Did I say cucking in there on accident? Okay, never mind. I'm gonna beat this now. Okay, yeah, see. I performed a magic trick. I mean, I hate to say the words I'm right, but it feels so good when I'm right. No, I don't want to die. I don't get why you don't mute this thing. You're sleeping next to a device with it on. You would be surprised how much of my viewership comes from people who don't mute. Because I figure out exactly who hasn't muted about the moment something scares me. No. We were talking about, it was relevant now. I've already been going for 6 hours, 13 minutes. It was relevant now. You don't talk about breaking news when it's too late to break the news. Like, I gotta keep my journalistic integrity, so to speak. No, though, whoever voted coffee was the way to get someone not to murder you, I think just nailed it for Alyssa right there. The gentle lull of darkness's dulcet tones. The gentle lull of my dulcet tones are here to help. Does this help you? Does this help you find your resting place back in your bed? Marguerite might be being shot all to bits. But I'm here to say, please don't rush me, please don't rush me, please don't rush me. But I'm here to say, Mike L did vote snoo snoo. But I'm here to say, she has no control over me. Oh yeah, I did the waking up before alarm thing. Is snoo snoo like glomping? I haven't looked up all my terms for the internet. It's about the same. Is snoo-snoo and glomp the same? Okay. See, all I know is from future, but I mean, you know, I forgot. Listen. She wouldn't even be considering second degree if I had actually played mac and cheese. That's smarts for me. It'd be first degree all the way. I can possibly avoid second degree murder. Do we have to Urban Dictionary this? Well, I mean, yeah, Snoo Snoo is like when Fry is taken by, I think if I remember Snoo Snoo correctly in Futurama is when he's taken by the all women tribe or whatever, and he doesn't realize what Snoo Snoo is until it's like, oh, they all want to do him, and he's like, yeah, and then I think they want to kill him. I'm not sure. Yeah, what Philip just said. Though you guys are on a delay, so I said it first, but then Philip, it came up for you guys. No. It was all the giant women saying Snoo Snoo, and then it was something about death. Death by Snoo Snoo. Yeah, I remember that. It's taken on a new meaning. Urban Dictionary says it's something else probably by now. But it hasn't like changed that much, right? It's not like glomping. Hey Siri, what does it mean to glomp something?
Someone who is glum is sad and quiet because they are disappointed.
Not glum. I said glomp. Where's Marguerite? Like, this isn't my fault. Are you serious? She was stun locked by me not looking around so I could see her cross against. Shut up, sarcasm. There's no need for that. She did not stop for our coffee. I guarantee you, if she's saying first or second degree, no. That's straight up murder. She want me dead. Can this come out and play? Okay, I want a sloppy Joe, but are we talking like sexually? Because I've wanted to make a sloppy Joe for a few nights. Thank God. Oh, fuck! I thought I saw her stunned. I haven't died like that to her in years. Wow. I waited on her for so long that I thought she got stunned after I shot her. And no, she was still coming for me. I can't believe I just did that. I have to end it off on a win. I wanted to be finished. It's been 6 hours, 20 minutes. I'm probably going to have to unarchive the stream anyway. Shut up, sarcasm. I wanted to take a break and then possibly do some Dark Souls. I've now crossed into the time zone where this should be counting as one. Everyone about 20 minutes ago should have gotten an ad. If I go for more than 6 hours and I'm still going, they force an ad on everyone. So everyone should have gotten an ad about 20 minutes ago. And somehow I think this stream is still monetized. Was that just death by Snoo Snoo? No, GJD, no, no. No. You got one when you joined the stream? I was already close to the 6 hour mark. Anything close to the 6-hour mark, they'll give you one. But my throat probably needs rest before I do anything else later tonight. Or I might not be able to stream later tonight. We'll see. We'll see. Today might just be a one-day stream. One-trick pony, one whatever. One more time. No, but I kind of want to kill things in Dark Souls. I'm sitting at the Pontiff right now, but I don't need to kill the Pontiff. I mean, part of me wants to... I can't remember, but I should be close to being able to get to Archdragon Peak, and that's where you get to start finding some good stuff from the Nameless King. And then I can't ever remember how to get into the Ring City. But part of me likes doing DLC content a lot. Ah! Sorry, what? Well, yeah, I mean, if I could only let you guys hear if I could only let you guys hear what I've been listening to lately, it's boring. I do want some more hands-on experience. I want to get my hands on and experience. Actually, I've been so fascinated with PCIs and wanting to see a cabbage performed in person. I know it means that somebody else has gone through a lot cardiac-wise, like they're in dire straits. But for some reason, I keep going back to that as being like, it's fascinating. It's truly fascinating to me. So of all the lectures, all of the rest of them are like, bleh, and I'm like, PCI? No! Okay, good. It almost blew up in the wrong place for me to live. Oh, wait. Did I tell you guys the whole, the lecture part where it just said not conducive to life? Or something like that? Did I tell you guys that? Did I say that on this? Okay, hold on. I lost my shit. I was dead tired, and the lecturer said something in the class, and I lost my shit. I woke. It was one of those times where I don't think they meant to be funny, but they didn't know how to put it, and I went from being like brain dead, I couldn't pay attention anymore. I was struggling, to wide awake, and every word they said was gold. I have it written down somewhere. My phone is gonna die like any fucking minute still. But I can't believe I have a Reddit I have to check up on. That's just pulled up. Hold on. God, my throat hurts. Hold on. Come on. Hold on. Oh, here we go. I thought I said this. I'll say it again. During a random lecture, this line was said, and I'm saying it verbatim. Now, there can be some ventricular fibrillation, and this is a big problem. Big because this is not compatible with life. And it went from like 2 sentences later in his lecture, you can tell there's like a lilt, and he was starting to laugh at what he just said. And it's one of those things that I know what I said about 2 sentences later, that it was dirty. Yeah. There could be some ventricular fibrillation. That could be a big problem, big because it's not compatible with life. And I was like, what? Immediate bit was like, no shit, Sherlock. Thank you. Please explain more. And he went into more detail, and you could just hear in that kind of tone. Okay. Come on. Anyone else here? Back me. Jeffrey, back me. Come on. Are those things that would actually wake you up in the middle of a fucking lecture if someone was just like, it's not compatible with life? Ventricular fibrillation is being described as not compatible with life. Oh, come on. And you know there had to be people like writing notes being like, like I'm listening to it, but I get the benefit of not like being in the classroom being like, people are like, like what's it? Not compatible with like, It's not. I'm just because he had just come off of atrial fibrillation and then ventricular fibrillation, and then that was his description of that. Atrial can be not compatible with life, but I mean just his way of just basically being like, this is gonna kill you pretty fast if you don't do something about it. This is death, but no, not compatible with life. I appreciated that immensely. I woke up. Yeah, I didn't know if I was taking like life sciences, like biology, microbiology, something like that. It's just not compatible with life. Or if I was in a fucking cardiac med surge class. Who here's the youngest? Okay, pro tip, buy the source and use all you big fancy metaphors and you'll get all the girls. Oh my god. There are certain words that just don't fit that mold though. My brain went to essay node, the pacemaker of the heart. Most people think they know what a pacemaker is. I'm sitting there going, I don't think that's gonna get me anybody. Shut up. You don't have to choose violence. You have he wrote in their chart pussy. Yeah, it's because it had a lot of pus. You do know their medical record is forever, right? Yeah? How else might you read the word pussy? Oh. Yeah. Oh. Which is absolutely valid. Yeah, for those of you don't know, you don't in the medical field describe something that is leaking pus as being pussy. Purulent is there for a reason, because if it's pus-like, pus-filled in a pus sac, now like excreting pus, and you describe what it's excreting and where it's going, you might be tempted to say it's pussy. But if you're gonna do that with a glottal stop, you're gonna have to spell that with P-U-S, and that glottal stop means there's a second consonant, a second S. Why? And the medical record is permanent. So you might not want to say that somebody's a bit pussy, knowing that the second you chart it, you can never take it back. And I fell into the trap of typing now. Yeah. What can I say except you're welcome for the trauma I give to you. Just thankfully not a medical place, but still very public. Well, you know, I mean, internet douchebag, DarknessJackson, gets audience spell pus-filled as pussy. Demonetization to ensue. We're at 11. Now, I have, in my younger years, been, I mean, when I was really young, I used to say things like pussy. I do remember my mom saying a bad word and dying, but it wasn't that. Oh no, please let my brain remember. My mom said something and died laughing. My brother got it, but I didn't because I was an innocent-minded little boy. I was so innocent. Can you guys believe that? There was once a day I was so... Before I turned 18, I can guarantee you a few things. One, well, okay, true story. I broke up with a girl for her offering me a blowjob. That's a true story. So the offer, and I said no, I will not stand for. I was 15. I was 14 or 15. I broke up with a girl for offering like. Right, so I turned that down by breaking up with her. What 14 or 15-year-old boy does that? I know, right? She was attractive too, so that's not the issue. I honestly, I didn't know what my friend Nick in orchestra class got a strawberry douche from somebody who plays cello, and my orchestra director was like encouraging him to like open it up. I didn't completely get the joke at the time because I just thought it was female sanitizing something, and that's why he was. But now I kind of get exactly what they're going for. I thought of it more medically. I was really innocent with it. I in fact had to be told that I was being offered a blowjob. I did not know what a BJ was. She wrote in a note that's what she'd do to me later. I had no idea. And before the age 18, I can promise you that the number of curse words that came out of my mouth, including the more mild ones, like damn and shit, and things like that, could be counted on one hand for me, and they were probably things that made me cry. Like, what was the other one that just exploded? What just exploded? Was there another one I didn't know about? I thought I'd burned that one. But my mom said something. I can't remember. And I want to quote my mom because I want to show that it's not all me. I get it from my mom. My mom is one of the dirtiest minds ever. I didn't know. Okay, that feels way more embarrassing saying out loud. I know my mom's amazing, but you didn't have to go that far, GJD. I didn't know. That's why I wasn't outraged when she gave me the note and I read it right next to her. It was only after I learned what one was. I mean, I knew the concept of fellatio. I did not know what she wrote BJ. I didn't know what. Just my voice is cracking thinking about that. Just think, just imagine, just go back with me for a moment. Just imagine 2 years before, like 2.5 years before that picture was taken, I had only said like enough curse words to cover one hand, and like 4 or 5 years before that picture was taken, he didn't know what a BJ was, he had to ask. And very likely, Dale knew about that story and knew I had to ask. Dale was right next to me. I have an arm around her. She knew about that. She grew up with me. She knew that happened. Because, of course, everyone had to tell everyone else. No one could just shut up. I didn't know. I didn't know. I had to... I asked Kevin what that would be. Or is either Kevin or... I didn't ask her. It was either her or Kayla. Oh. Oh. I asked Kayla. So I had a friend named Kayla that moved away. She wasn't gone yet. Kayla had a crush on me. I did not know that. I didn't know until actually she moved. She wrote basically a love letter back to my address when I was a senior in high school, asking basically if I would follow her to where she moved. That she had never gotten over feelings for me. I could go wherever I wanted to. I had a free ticket if I was able to be, if I had a full ride offered to me from Brown for being able to play violin, I could go anywhere. And she just said basically, move to where I am. I feel so bad because like, oh, fuck off, game. Fuck right off. That was the explosion. Fuck off, game. It blew up the barrel through the wall. The game clipped again. God damn it. Where's Joy's juice? I need it in my throat. This was not Joy's. This one tastes better than Joy. Joy's juice. That was cheap. Oh. Wow, that reminds me I'm alive. No. Don't run out. Don't run out. No. Oh, God. Joy doesn't taste the best today. Come on, please. Please. No, please. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Oh, no. Wait, I need a little bit more Joy's juice first. I think there's a drop or two left. Hold on. My throat's hurting. Come on, you're in there. Oh, God. No. Anyway. I thought I feel a bit better now. What was I saying? Yeah, that was a cheap jet. That wasn't my fault. I was wondering what that other explosion was. It got through the wall. Sarcasm? No, I stand in solidarity with you on that one. When I was dating can't say a name. Cannot say a name because she has actually stopped by the stream before. Okay, I was about to name drop someone. She has kids. I really can't name drop her. No, I've basically done the same before. I've said before, like, that can't be the most embarrassing. You were more interested in the movie to realize what was going on. Oh, wait. No. That last sentence makes the difference. Okay. No. That's embarrassing. That's fucking embarrassing. You should be embarrassed. No, never mind. I take it back again. You should have known. I remember thinking, wow, she's a bit weird that she's this comfortable with me to be in front of me naked. Now, what the hell? Kayla, why am I name dropping people? I can't say people's names. Fuck the burner. Kayla had feelings for me because I had stopped a bit of abuse happening over at her house and been with her and been with her for trying to get over a few things and having to call authorities and blah blah blah. Yeah, what was the movie? That actually is an important question. That made you ignore the naked girl in front of you. So she had feelings and I was unaware. Oh, that's not good of me. I mean, and Kayla was also the really good friend of the girl I was dating. Oh, it makes it that much worse. That's why me getting the answer, I remembered who it was all of a sudden. I had to ask, because I thought it was shorthand for something that maybe, you know, the girl I was dating and Kayla passed back and forth. So I asked Kayla, hey, what does BJ mean? Not knowing that Kayla had feelings for me and was jealous of the girl I was dating a little bit because I didn't know, I knew nobody had a crush on me. The girl I was dating was the only person I ever knew had a crush on me at that point because she saw me rapping Tupac in 7th grade, and from then on out, she was just like, I think I like a little brown sugar. Like, she just thought that, I guess. That I was really shy still. I was in 7th grade. We were on a trip. Remember, like, when my generation was younger and they used to be like, oh, 3 adult chaperones for like 50 kids. Let's put them on a bus and let them go on a trip somewhere. Like, that used to just happen. You used to just be able to go to places and it was just like, oh yeah, you all share some kind of accommodation, I guess. But that was enough chaperoning. And that would have been a streaming service. Are you still watching situation for me? and I had my Walkman. It wasn't a Walkman. I think it was Sony brand. I had or Philips brand. I had my portable CD player. I had Tupac's greatest hits. I'm over here like just absolutely killing the lyrics because I can be blacker than I seem every now and then. It just don't make me prove it, but don't worry about it. And she, the girl I was dating with her friend Becca, noticed me, and from then on out I realized she had a, now there's a girl that named Teresa that had a crush. I didn't know about that. I was oblivious. Even a girl I actually liked that I always wish I could ask out told me at my 10-year high school reunion that she's like, you know, ever since I liked you and everything and couldn't be around you without getting all flustered, I was like, why didn't you tell me you liked me? She's now married to one of my good friends also from high school. And I was always watching them being like, I was like, man, if she wasn't just interested in him, like Jeremy, she's married to Jeremy. And I'm sitting there thinking, if she just wasn't interested in Jeremy, I totally would ask her out. She got interested in Jeremy because I ignored her. And I was like, what the hell, woman? Come on. So the 10-year reunion, like Jeremy's just like, oh yeah, she used to talk about you. I'm like, shit, damn, fucking son of second fucking. I'm like, So anyway, I had no idea. I was oblivious to anyone who liked me. This one girl that I just don't want to name drop immediately, since their kid is now grown, as much as Rowan at least, is, you know, had feeling. Yeah, she wrote a letter. Her friend Kayla. I didn't understand, and I thought it was shorthand that maybe Kayla would understand. So I was in the 400 building where the orchestra building was, and Kayla was passing by, and I just asked Kayla, hey, she just passed me like a note and was talking to me and whatever, and I just smiled and everything, but like I don't know what does this mean? And she like looked at it and got infuriated looking, but she's like, you don't know what that is? And I was like, no. She's like, you went to that party? Okay, that's also, she got the idea of doing that from, remember I said I went to that party where me and Nick, a guy named Nick, we had a bet that like, if I went running down the street naked, it was like a high affluence, like more suburban white neighborhood type deal. And I was like, my black ass ain't gonna be seen running down there. I didn't say it that way. I was like, I'm much darker skinned and I've worked events where they did not see me, like when I'm in the dark. And he's like, no one's looking out here. No one would see you. I was like, no, they'd see you. I was like, you are white as the sun. They'd see you in a heartbeat. And he's like, no, I bet they would not. And I was like, I bet you're wrong, and I'm gonna take you up on that. So I raced my friend Nick. Anyone remember that? So I raced my friend Nick down the road, wearing like nothing but, I might have had boxers on. I don't remember, but people at the party realized that we were gone, and then realized that like by the time we were like a fourth of a mile down that street, about to turn back around, racing to see who could get past, and if we got any police or any calls or anything like that, they found out we were out there. Not only found out what was happening, but found our clothes and stole them. I won the bet. A neighbor actually called about Nick. No one called about my black ass. So I won. But who really won when, you know, I got caught without my clothes on? And that same party where there was a girl that got a little fresh with me, if you will, on the trampoline in the back of the house because I was encouraged to go to it. Nick and the girl I was dating encouraged me to like go to the party. It would be fine and whatever. Well, after that whole debacle, I was way embarrassed. I did not want to step foot back into that house. And I was, I was really embarrassed. And so I just wanted to be on the trampoline in the backyard because no one's back there and no one can confront me about my black ass being spotted running down a street like I'm trying to outrun a cop car, but instead it was just trying to race Nick to see which one of us got in trouble. I did not get in trouble. I would like to really emphasize that Nick did get in trouble and I did not. I win. Nick is also a channel member and has been supporting me for so long that if he decided to chat, he has a 4-star shield, I believe, as well. And I'm still gonna call you out, Nick. I won, you lost. So anyway, yeah, Nick has been in the chat. It's just been a while that he's talked. He's been here and he might watch this later. So anyway, so Nick knows exactly what I'm talking about. Nick is on the trampoline in the back and just, they have a trampoline in the house that the party was at. And like, there's no parents around. I was like wondering the whole time, like where the parents were upstairs asleep. No one gave a shit. That's what happens when apparently when you get to parties that when it's people who have more money and live at places near like Sugarloaf and whatnot. I don't know. I didn't have money. Parents were always around. So like, if we're watching Jurassic Park, it doesn't matter if you have clothes on or not. JD, I'm the friggin' T-Rex if she volunteers to watch Jurassic Park naked with me after starting off poorly clothed. And yeah, so anyway, my story that's nice and embarrassing of not knowing what that is, being out on the dude, I gotta save her from raptors. I totally want to answer that from Mike L, but I'm not going to. Something came to my mind immediately. So we're at that party. The girl I was dating came up where the trampoline was. Everyone stopped jumping on it, and I just kind of like laid down on the trampoline tired and was like looking up at the stars. And of course, the girl I was dating nestled up right in like the crux of me, like the whole, I'm gonna put head on chest. Listen, I grew up around enough people that even if I was shy, I grew up around like a traveling chorus that the idea of us having to travel different states, we used to cuddle up into each other all the time. I could hate whoever it was, guy, girl, doesn't matter. If you're tired, fuck it. Like you just do what you have to on a fucking tour bus. It doesn't matter. You get tired, you get angry. Some people get horny. That wasn't me. I just didn't want to deal with shit. Ah, clever girl. Yeah, so I got on the trampoline. She cuddled into me and I thought everything was fine. And I was like, oh, this is nice. I got a note like the next day that we went to school about it. And she was like, it was so nice to be at the party and everything. Kayla wasn't invited to the party. That made it even worse. And she was just like, it was so nice to be. I still have the note. I know where the damn note is in my garage. Now I'm thinking about it. She wrote a note to me just being like, it was so nice being at the party and everything. Being able to actually be around you. Like, I've never been able to see you, be able to be more relaxed. You always seem so much more serious. And I always did have this more serious demeanor about me. She was like, you never seemed to be able to relax like you were on the trampoline. And, okay. Well, I mean, but Jurassic Park's a good movie, so like, you do what you gotta do sometimes. I mean, how many times have you seen it that year? That kind of is the defining factor. So, she was just saying all these nice things, and I was just like, oh, that's sweet. And then she finally just was just like, You know, if Nick weren't there, out there with us and everything, I totally would have given you a BJ. Still could, because you can be even more relaxed more of the time. Like, and now that I'm thinking about it, the whole school day went past. I ran into Kayla in the 400 building because the football game was later, that I was going to just be out there, and I had more than once during the football games that I didn't want to be there for, but I had to be there because of orchestra or something like that. I had been behind where they keep equipment, and there was like a slanted piece of like concrete where they like you could drive the tractors up to like the shed, whatever is usually clean. I used to just lie there with a hat. I'd bring a hat to school, like my hunting hat or something like that, my old hunting hat, put it over my face. The football game's going on, and I am like deep in like a CD of some sort. I've got a CD or something with me, and I'm just not paying attention. And shut up, Siri. And more than once, Dana had already been like that, where she's just like, oh, it's time that I can cuddle into him. And I didn't care. Because also, like, a friend of mine, Courtney, that I grew up with, not the same Courtney that you see in chat here. A friend of mine, Courtney, used to do the exact same thing. Another friend of mine, like, I didn't think of it as a big thing. That wasn't like the big deal thing. Even my friend Katie, how many times had we been on tour buses and Katie was with me for those, where she like just fell asleep. Clayton couldn't find a shoulder to sleep on and fell asleep standing up on the goddamn tour bus. That's how tired some of us sometimes were. So it meant like nothing to me. And after all of that, I went fucking Kayla, and I was like, hey, Dana passed me this note, and I didn't want to ask her what it was. Like, she said something like she wanted to make me more relaxed, and I didn't want to be rude, but I don't know what this is. Like, do you guys like, what do you guys talk about? She's like, what? It's like this. It's like it's a thing. She's like more relaxing or whatnot. And I was so innocent. I was like, it's just more relaxing or something like that. She's like, what did she say? And like when she got more stern tone, I got like real scared all of a sudden. It's like she said something about like a blowjob. Like I said it all shyly because I was like, I think I just said something wrong. She's like, give me the note. I handed her the note over, and like Kayla's just getting infuriated reading it. And she's like, that's a blowjob, Steven. It's she wants to suck you. Hand to God, it still didn't dawn on me in my head what she meant when she said that. Part of my brain still was like, go on. It was bad. It was bad. I was like, please explain. Keep going. She wants to suck. Okay. Like, I don't want her to suck at anything. Like, I was so innocent. I was so innocent. Hi, Alyssa. Don't worry about it. I was so innocent. I had no idea. My penis was on the docket, but I didn't know that my penis was on the docket. And I like Kayla, like was gonna confront Dana. Strike that name from the record. Like, where's? She was gonna confront for me. I'm sorry if you watch the stream later and you know who you are. And I was like, no. I'll talk to her. And I put on like the responsible act, like, no. I'll talk to her. And I was like, hey, to the girl I'm there, I'm like, hey, I'm not like that, okay? Like, I was a completely, like, I went parent on her. I'm not like that. And I broke up with her the second I realized, but I still after, like, she was to suck. Go on. Please explain more. I had no idea. Oh, her name was... Does that work better? I could actually say her full name. It was... Her name is now, because she's married, Is that... Oh, did I do it better? Is that... Did it actually pick up me saying... Wait. Yeah, okay. Yes, it does work. I thought I just heard you... I did just say the name out loud, I realized. I did not know if... I forgot if the beep actually overwrites it. It does. I, for a second, was like, I just outed her married name. Okay, but that... Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. Anyway. So I broke up with her over a blowjob. I didn't know what BJ was, so. So I was that innocent. Just, I don't know what people could ever make of me. Some stories I say, and people are like, is that a story? I'm like, that's my real life. It's not a story. And some things I say, and I'm just like, I don't know how this is believable to people because, like, who would ever do that shit? And then I'm like, I did that shit. I was that one. I'm the one that didn't know the blowjob. I didn't know the lingo. I needed a... She wants to suck you up. Suck what? Go on. Yeah, I'll edit it live in post. But that's not my most embarrassing boneheaded. And dealing with the naked girl at my door even wasn't because with wow! Can't say names when wanting to do something and she showed up naked at the door. That doesn't... A bonehead moment. Well, I still think it was a good time. Turning down a friend who wanted to get it on while we were driving back to the house instead of waiting till we get... No. Good idea, Mike L. Do not do that while driving. Like 95% of the time, don't. You know why? I'm trying to be a nurse. What you gonna tell me? Meet me at camera 3. Don't even question that. Meet me at camera 3. What do you think you're gonna tell me when you end up admitted to my wing of the hospital? I plan on probably starting in something like ortho. What if you break a bone? What are you gonna tell me? I broke a bone boning? What are you gonna do? Don't do it. Not while driving. Turn it down. It can wait. It can wait a few. Don't. Like, you have to answer that question if things go wrong. What if she actually gets part of the back of her throat hurt because she decided to, while you're driving and you had to slam on the brakes? Ever thought about that? I've seen it. I think it's fucking hilarious. But still, the first thing I could think of was if she had accidentally hit her head, it would have bitten down on the other. And the second thing I thought of is, what do you say? You have throat trauma. What do you say in intake? Like, you have strep? What? No, I meant his penis strep at my throat right off the back. Like, you can't. Don't, Michael. Don't do it. Not while driving. Turn it down. Just say no. It's not a boneheaded decision. You use the correct head. Not an ice lolly. No, it's not. No, it's not. We'll know better. No. We should be looking for, like, freezing or anything. No. You're not getting a physical examination by a doctor and checked up by nurses and getting away with that shit. We know what happened. Yet roadhead rash. Are we good, Michael? Don't. Reject it. Not on the road. Keep those roads safe and keep your dongles. She could have bitten down. Her head hits the dash after you hit the brake. If you're long enough, you just went from like normal length to like, and she got it while it was extended too. If she bites it off, so that means you can't even claim to be a grower anymore. That's where she bit it off. You gotta think of all the consequences. Anyway, let's get back to this camera. It's not the wrong decision. You made the right call. Congratulations to you, sir. Also, don't do that before dentist dentist appointments, by the way, they can see the bruising. Now, how would you... I would say it was. Come on. We're guys. We get. Thank you, Vamp. I appreciate that. We're at the 7-hour mark. You guys might get. Ads whether I say or not. We've been going for 7 hours. Oh, I've almost worked a full day shift, normal shift. Oh shit. Nate, Aiden, Lockderbos, Steven, who spells his name correctly. That's a good Steven right there. And Eduardo. Welcome and welcome back. I almost didn't duck. Listen, for those just tuning in, we're talking about embarrassing things. Don't worry about it. And things that were embarrassing or bonehead decisions, most of them have our heads getting boned if the guys, and maybe they were. In Michael's case, that was the correct decision, but we're going through it. This is like a therapy session. A little bit. But well, I know she would, but you know, sometimes if she was trying to snoo, it's got to be a little bit of warm up. Because sometimes, hey, I drive stick. Listen, doesn't matter how turned on I am. I drive stick. For just as much as I'm working my stick, you gotta. That sentence doesn't work the way I thought it would. I can't say just as much. For just as much as I'm shifting my gears. No, I'm saying I gotta warm up if I'm driving stick. I got one stick to worry about. I need to worry about the other one now. Thank you so much, Vamp. I appreciate that. Are we demonetized yet? Are we? Hold on. Are we demonetized yet? It's Resident Evil. We probably won't get demonetized. We are still fully monetized. No auto ads playing, saying all this shit. We've gone all over the place. We're still monetized. What the fuck, YouTube? Come on. I have given you every reason. Oh God, don't. Roses, then wear a helmet and a mouth guard if you're gonna try to attempt what Mike L was trying to think of. Trying to attempt do both of those things to make sure you guys stay safe out there. Helmet and a mouth guard. Why did my brain immediately go to it? But is there a mouth guard that kind of, and then I went, yes, there's medically a mouth guard that keeps your mouth open, and dentists even use it. Then you're gonna bite his dangler. This is an interesting mod for leisure suit there. Shut up. You right though. Well, that's why the mouth guard, no teeth being involved, but there's no. I had a girl tell me one to ride on my Harley, which I wasn't a Harley, and it was once she just blushed and left. She didn't realize I didn't. Come on, sarcasm. Yeah, Patrick's got a good point. What if somebody's on the edge of making a decision? Oh, and whether they like a little bit of pain. I regret nothing. Whoever brought that up. Y'all midday viewers are really pent up, I found out. Or like half of you from the UK. What's going on? Like, this didn't take much prompting for me. I just want to put that out there. This ain't all me. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Can't turn around anymore. Wrong choice. Okay, so I tried to use up the last of the shotgun. And I made a critical error. No, 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 no! Whoa. The other one wasn't over there? Oh, come on. Oh, it's right there. Oh, you're watching the stream with your girlfriend. Oh, yeah, this is an every stream thing. Can everyone actually confirm for GJ's girlfriend that this is an every stream thing? Everyone in chat, really quickly. It's a 95. Okay, yeah. It's 90. I'll put 95% stream thing. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll put some percentages out there, sure. %5 margin of error. Yeah, we'll do that. As long as he keeps trying to go through that door. Ah! Oh, God! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've never dealt with this situation like this before. I'm sorry. I did not mean to... That hurt my throat. That was also legitimate. I would like to point out that was... I might have shit myself. Wait, what? Where'd it come from? Come on! It appeared behind me. I now know something new. I didn't know that could happen. Hurting throat is on topic. Let me out, let me out, let me out. Hey, Ryan, what's going on? That's what she said. My whole story was the idea that I was innocent. I was once innocent. And that age of innocence was like a long time. Now, if Courtney comes by the way, Courtney's birthday just passed. I already sang her birthday dirge, but I want you guys to know something real quick. I know how old I am now because if she comes by, I'm gonna have to out her for how old she is. Holy crap. Get rid of that fucking halo. I can't... Remember how I've told you guys before she started coming around streams that basically I acted like her mom told me to take care of her while she was at college and everything. Like I acted more like as parental type figure when I lived closer to her and everything like that. It dawned on me with her most recent birthday, and this is a hard pill to swallow. Oh crap, I don't want to reload this. It dawned on me with her most recent birthday. This now marks that I met her half her life ago. And that means I'm actually getting older, and I hate it. Oh, yeah, we talked about your Halo being a lie. It's held up by 2 horns. Don't worry about it. Basically GJD. But that me, when I was younger, not this chat. I had strong linguistic skills. I could get around having to say a lot of things. My brother is the one that told me when I was younger, he's like, you know, cursing is a sign of intelligence. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, the better you can wield curse words, the more intelligent usually you are. I was like, because I tried to tell him once, I don't want to sound like I'm unsophisticated by not being able to use my words. He's like, cursing is a sign of intelligence. Yeah, actually, you can fact check my brother. In context of the study, yes, cursing is a sign of intelligence. Those who usually fluently, like basically people who can use the word fuck for every word of a sentence and they don't even have to think about it, usually have to be more creatively minded and more intelligent to be able to do that than those who are just bound to like one version of the word. So those who can basically take any curse word and make it morph into what they need to say because they don't have other words to say it are, there's a correlation with that and just intelligence quotas. Yeah. So Nathan was like, so just do it. Just Nathan sometimes was the devil. So anyway, hold on. Okay, I'm not gonna do stupid people now this time. Stupid people being me. I'm not gonna die to stupid mistakes. I made the stupid mistake. I'm not gonna fail. I got strong chemicals. I got that strong. I got the burner too. I had the burner last time and I died. How did I die last time? If I had just shot her once with one of the 2 shotguns I think I had. She'll come down, don't worry. I can wait. For my network work. Whoa, whoa. Oh, yeah, goodbye. By the way, if you want to beat this mode, this is the corners. If you get in this corner and you never leave this corner, 99% chance you can't do anything but come through that opening. If you move out of this corner to explore, you're on your own. I ain't got advice for you. You decide that this whole arena is your buffet. You pay for that. Did it just snap aim? Did anyone just see that it moved it? Did it? Is there snap aiming in this game? Oh my god. It's just switching between vital points. What? Since when? Has it always been in this? Aim assist. What? Have I always had aim assist on? That just threw me off. I'm gonna undo that real quick. Excuse me. That cooch is on fire. Okay, she's frozen. I think my game is breaking. We all see the same thing, right? This is not just me. We all see this. This twice in one stream. She's frozen or broken, right? People have seen me play Ethan Must Die for years and wallop it. Has this ever happened before? Is this a PS5 problem? What is going on? She's just there. Oh, I moved the camera. Just like last time, it was camera locked. Okay. All right. We'll just go with that. That's just how this works, I guess. No, I am the stupid one. Don't worry about it. I'm mistaken for how this goes. What is happening? Where is she? She's charging for her next attack. This isn't a spirit bomb. She's got a freaking infected vag. That's what she's coming at me with. Like, I don't think she's going for the prayers of the world to be able to like throw an ultimate attack at me. She needs a pap smear and insecticide. Like that's a whole different thing that she's got going on over there. I don't think she needs a charge up for that one. Of course you're gonna mention Spirit Bomb. It has to be mentioned if you say that. No. I don't want to know where the Spirit Bomb comes out of. That is a question that's beyond our purview. She's got crap. Ah! You know how I just mentioned that she won't come from this side? Well, she'll do it at the very last moment. That's what you think can be fixed? You think this can be fixed? You think that can be fixed? It can't. Can I release myself from this mortal coil? Should I take a break and then like we come back and reconvene for like Dark Souls or something? I gotta study sometime in this too. Are we have we gotten enough trouble with YouTube yet? It did turn to dust. That's just her age though. That's what happens down there. Don't worry, it happens with guys too. They get old enough, it turns into baby powder. That's where the name comes from. They just start shooting baby powder. It's you learn all of that when you take, you know, biology, phys and anatomy, you know, all that stuff. Wait, I know play copyrighted music. No. I can sing copyrighted music, and if I'm on key enough, I get in trouble. Do we want to see if I can be on key enough and do covers over and over until I get in trouble? No, I think I'm going to take a break. I'm going to decide. I'm not promising I'm doing something later today. I still need to study. And then after studying, I still need to work. No. Baby powder is not going to be baby batter. Baby batter, younger. You get old enough, it turns into baby powder. That's better for like keeping things dry. You see what I'm saying? At a certain age, you are better at keeping things dry. It's baby powder. Anyway, that's when you get up in age enough. But that's why you have. Nope. I was gonna make a KY joke. I'm just gonna stop right here. I'm gonna play the credits. I still need to study. I still need to decide if I'm gonna work tonight. And I gotta ask my son if he needs me at the practice tomorrow. Because if my son wants me at his normal baseball practice stuff, he's with his mom. It's the day before his birthday. I don't know if it's actually gonna happen, but if it does, he probably wants me there. Even though I do not get along with one of the coaches that tries to work with him, and I'm afraid that we're just gonna argue with each other. You add milk and eggs. That is baby batter. Well, I mean, that's Bisquick. Thank you to subscribe to Adam, Molly, and channel members Cannibal, Angry Bolsky, Angel, John, COVID, Quarterpation, Casey, Kishan, Trev, Winjet, Jared, Miko, Nate, Aiden, Lockderboz, Steven, Eduardo, donations from Mike L, Crazy Coon, GJD, Sarcasm, and super chats from Flakes, Yarg, Game Drop, and Lorna. That is actually how you make Bisquick. When you're making Bisquick. Wait. Oh, when you're mixing Bisquick. We're trying to make pancakes? Alright. I'll see you guys later. Thank you guys for supporting. I'll see you soon. I don't know if that soon is tonight, but it's sometime. Should probably study some and see how much my brain breaks immediately. Bye! Okay. Also, if there's a stream later, check Discord. Or just check by 9 p.m. I usually like starting streams by 9 p.m. my time. That would be in 4.5 hours. If it hasn't started, probably not starting. But Dragonborn Souls, Bloodborne, Dark Souls. That's the name.